doing an evil deed under the pretense that it's a good act.
So what if you have a good
really wasn't the question. If we all agree it's objectively evil, if a person who was up till today a great good person does an evil thing right now today, they're an evil person now, right? They're in the middle of the evil, right, Data? And the law would be applied to them because they're an evil person now.
They would be convicted as if they've done something wrong and thereby have not done something good. So therefore, they're not a good person when it came to that particular scenario. No.
Yes, it's a simple concept. The good people don't need the laws because they are good.
What if the person followed all the laws except for one time he boiled the kid in his mother's milk? Is that person going out?
So if that person committed an evil act, you would have to question whether or not they're good now, would you?
No, I'm asking
because a good person doesn't drop a bomb on a whole bunch of
people. He didn't drop a bomb.
A good person doesn't boil a baby, and this would be common sense. To murder is not a good person. You're not murdering a goat.
I mean, I'll take it for a loop.
He's already dead.
A good person is a person that survived. You can't survive if you steal from somebody. Revenge is coming. If you kill somebody, revenge is coming, or you teach others how to kill. If you take someone's wife, revenge is coming. That's why these commandments are there to protect the own person from themselves.
What if the only food you had to keep yourself nourished was a kid and its mother's milk?
You don't
live in a real world with that question.
No,
the idea is vengeance killing is a known issue in cultures. In other words, you kill my brother, I'm going to kill 2 of your brothers. Oh, you kill 2 of my brothers, I'm going to kill 3 of your brothers. This is the inherent evil this is the inherent evil that history has talked about.
That has nothing to do with eating livestock.
I'm next. All right, so I think that good people do need the laws, right? Because, I mean, if I steal a Snickers bar or something because I'm starving to death, like if I'm literally starving to death and I go steal something, am I now an evil person?
Yes.
God's going to make you allergic to peanuts.
You would have, if you were so good, you would have asked politely for someone to share a Snickers with you.
I asked.
And if you're a good person, why are you starving? What did you do to put yourself in this position where you're starving?
Jeremy,
let's say I'm camping out in the woods. I got lost. There's a cabin there, not my cabin, someone else's cabin. I'm about to freeze to death.
You wouldn't steal. You would offer them. You would write a note. You would write an IOU. You would pay them back.
Jeremy's still talking, guys. Come on, man. Like, you two need to calm the fuck down.
Good people don't get lost.
Go ahead, Jeremy. Yeah, Jeremy, you were saying you was lost in the woods?
Good people prepare, bring compasses, maps, circumnavigation. They do celestial navigation. Good people know all these things.
That's correct. Good people never impose on other people.
A bear ate my compass. All right, I can come up with a million things. All right, it's cloudy, you can't see the stars, nothing. You're lost, starving, hungry, about to freeze to death. I got to kick this guy's fucking door in now, or I'm gonna die. God did this. I'm not saying God did this to me, but like, this is the situation I'm in.
How did you get in the woods?
I walked.
He was
so it's your fault. So all of it's your fault. Then it was your choice, your decision to move off into the thing. You want to do it all, make a decision yourself, and then blame somebody else for it? No.
I have a question too, Jeremy. Seriously, Jeremy. I have a serious question. Are you prepared for that death and to meet your Creator?
I mean, but I don't want it to happen. No, I still would like.
Yep.
If it's a different,
are you prepared?
I'm ready. I'm ready to die on some Biggie shit. But the point is, that I would rather not die and just kick that guy's door in and fucking take some food. Stay, get warm, wait for sunrise.
Yeah.
Do you think that guy? Do you think the guy
got reasons to live?
Do you think that guy who owns the house is going to be mad at you because you kicked in the door, or would he understand? Because you're not a criminal going in there breaking things, trying to steal things. It was you needed a place to survive. Do you think the person who owns that house is going to look at you as an evil person, or look at you with exactly? So you're not an evil person by doing it now, are you?
This is along the lines of why I don't lock my door. Honestly, I've never had a house key in 50 years or 40 years of owning houses. Not one.
Canada.
Wait,
I
Because
think
if
in Canada
you're
it's illegal
hungry, you
to
can come into my kitchen and eat.
really, Rakia?
Absolutely, 100%. Have never locked my house door, not once.
No, but I mean, would you
place up
really
north,
let a
I heard, where it
stranger
was.
just walk into your house and come and eat and like, have a meal?
If they were Jeremy and were so blinded they couldn't find their way and needed food, they could absolutely come into my cupboard, sit down at my table, and break bread. 100%. Now they're going to get they're going to get an earful of what led them there and why my door was open for them, because of the Savior that I believe in, I put my faith in. But if they want to listen to that, they can eat all the food they want. Absolutely. My door is open right now.
Do you know what's awesome about that is there is no law written for that, because it's written within you to do that. That's why good people don't need laws written for them. It's only the evil.
Deuteronomy.
And I think PragerU, I don't know if you ever watched that guy. I think he brought up a good argument regarding that and why the laws are put in place as such as the Ten Commandments is to actually prevent the nature of ourselves seeking revengeance for death and vengeance for things that have been done to us, right?
I've heard it's actually illegal. I've heard it's actually illegal some places up north to lock your car door, like in case you got to get away from a moose or a bear or some shit. Probably some French Canadian shit. But,
I've heard that as well. Yeah.
It might be in Iceland. I don't know, some weird place.
Here's the problem, though. If you're out in the wilderness and you're by yourself and you're in an area where there's a bear, well, how did you get there? How did you get there unprepared? How did you get there? Because it doesn't happen as much as this scenario, or the situation calls for it.
You was on a field trip and the bus left you. Come on, these things happen.
You guys don't skydive to get to places?
The plane crashed, and I was left on the mountaintop.
I mean, yeah, we all seen that movie with the Sleeping with the Lambs, Silence of the Lambs guy, and Baldwin, right?
Hannibal Lecter?
Anthony Hopkins and Alec Baldwin.
Hannibal Lecter?
Yeah, Lecter.
No,
he's talking about the one where they're in the woods.
Yeah, I know what you're talking about.
Legend of the Fall or something?
No. That was a really good one.
I'm just saying, shit happens, bro. Shit happens. You're in the woods. You fell into a river. You're soaking wet. It's getting cold. You got to kick a fucking door down. I mean, yeah, the guy's probably not going to be mad at you, but I mean, technically, like, just God wouldn't see that as stealing, then cool.
Hey, it's called The Edge. It was about the flat Earth.
No,
Jeremy.
No.
You're talking about in the Search of the Edge show?
Bears only attack evil youths that are making fun of people's hairline.
Have you guys seen Andrea Barnes in Search of the Edge, where she goes down to Antarctica
that was actually a good story. Wasn't she the one that they found a snowmobile and a Polaroid, or not a Polaroid camera, but
it's a complete it's a complete mockumentary, right? It was literally an exercise created in the 90s.
Mockumentary, that's cool. I never heard that.
It's Bulldog Films. It's a mockumentary. They literally say it's a mockumentary. And not only that, if any Glober wanted to debate flat Earth, all they had to do was download the Andrea Barnes and Search of the Edge PDF, and there's literally a 12-step program for every argument that we've ever discussed.
Did she find the edge, though?
So she's just a made-up character, apparently. But I find very fascinating about the exercise done in the 90s is there's a statement inside the mockumentary where it's claimed is that just before World War II broke out, she was starting to gain attention because one of her arguments were she said, look, if I'm in this helicopter, why isn't the Earth rotating underneath this helicopter? Proving there is no rotation. And apparently, according to this mockumentary, she started to grab a lot of the youth's interest. But unfortunately, World War II broke out and everybody lost interest in flat Earth. That's literally what the mockumentary says.
Why don't flat earthers understand that concept?
I like anyway, they say they're lying.
They took the documentary down. You can't find it anymore. Apparently, Bulldog Films will still sell Bulldog Films. I think that's what it's called. They'll apparently sell you the mockumentary, but it's taken off of YouTube. You can't find it anywhere. I can't find, and it's just a little thought exercise.
What mockumentary?
Andrea Barnes in Search of the Edge. They literally scrubbed it from the internet. I can't find it anywhere now.
That's like suspicious. Do you think they're hiding something?
No, I'm just saying they scrubbed the internet. Why would they scrub it? I don't know why they would scrub it.
No,
but the point is they give you these little tidbits of truths. That
when you say
they say it's a lie. They said it's a mockumentary. It's not.
Yeah,
true.
I know that.
Why do you believe
I understand that. It's not. I don't believe it. I don't believe the documentary. I'm the one who said it was a mockumentary. I'm literally telling you that you can go and get a 12-point exercise of step-by-step scenario regarding the arguments and follow in succession with each argument. The 8-inch per mile square, the rotation of the Earth, all the stuff that you discuss about in the debates was emphasized in this mockumentary.
And you're saying this is from the 1940s?
No,
1990. How long is this movie?
They used to have it on Vimeo. The last I ever saw of it was on Vimeo, was the last record of it. And I think there might be a 30-second clip, maybe a minute clip. But it's a half an hour, maybe an hour mockumentary, if you will. And they talk about they talk about the Earth rising up 9.8 meters per second. They're talking about the apparent visual sphericity due to gravity and the bending of light. They talk about how the helicopter wouldn't, the Earth doesn't rotate under the helicopter. They do all the same conversations that we've gone through, every single one of them.
Yeah, what do you Globers think about that? Someone just sent me a video recently that they're like, I need you to rebut this for me, blah, blah, blah. And it's the dumbest video I've ever seen. It's supposed to be debunking flat Earth, and they all talk about flat Earthers think that the disk of the Earth accelerates up 9.8 meters per second squared. And you guys have never met a real flat Earther that thinks that. So what do you guys think about them like constantly misrepresenting the actual flat Earth position in the mainstream? Like why would they lie?
Red flag to me,
Yo, I'm definitely going next. Hold on.
But you're not a Glober, Jeremy.
I don't care. The Globers just spent the last week and a half telling me that that's exactly what happens. The ground is rising up at 9.8 meters per second squared.
Yeah, it's their bullshit story. We know, yeah.
Why would they lie?
Why?
Yeah, why would they lie about what we really think? That's your favorite question to ask. Why would they lie? So,
are any of those people that lied here?
Lied about what?
Yeah, make sure you do anything you can, but answer the question, Chucky. Anything in your power, but answer the question.
To make yourself feel better about themselves.
Why are you asking us why they made the claim?
We could go to last night why Zanuck wanted to misrepresent a flat earther directly. I mean, I hope everybody was, you know what I'm saying?
Hold on.
They do it all the time.
Hold on, man. Yes. I'm trying to, dude. No, that argument. So there's that argument, and then there's another one, the Australia one. And to me, those are evidences of somebody like Globers, basically. It's like if the flat Earth did exist and they didn't have the arguments yet, and you were pretending to be a flat earther. Those were almost things that you would, as a person who doesn't really believe it, would have to suggest in order to make it make sense.
Like level one.
I mean?
Exactly how the mockumentary is presented is that they're using these arguments as if you were a flat earther, and then at the end of it, debunk it all.
Yeah, see, that's why they do it. That's the actual answer, right? Is that they say, for example, that flat earthers think that the Earth accelerates up 9.8 because they can just say like a million things about why that wouldn't work, right?
That's what the Globers
they're able to debunk that really easily. So they just start naming all these different things that would happen on a flat Earth. When you're playing a soccer game, you'd be tilted at an angle. All the rain would be tilted in towards the center, and they put the center of mass gravity onto the Earth, and then they also straw man the Earth accelerating up. And no flat earther thinks either of those things. And so the question is, of course, like, why would they need to so grossly misrepresent the actual position to the mainstream?
What is the flat Earth
They
position?
can't debunk the... Hold on 1 second, Moyak.
You're
can't
just a liar,
debunk
Moyak. The fact that you're trying to find a way out of the question is
Let
you're
him
lying.
go. Let him go.
He didn't even say anything. Listen, they can't debunk the ground rising up at 9.8 meters per second squared. They've been telling me for the past week that that's what's happening. So why would they debunk it?
Okay, it's different on flat Earth, Jeremy. Totally irrelevant. And yeah, he did say something. He did say something. And they're doing what they're doing is they're doing everything in their power not to answer the question. It's the same way if I ask, so I'm flipping, why would they lie back on the Globers? Because it's a legitimate question for our position, right? Like, oh, they put a Photoshop box around the Earth, and then we contrasted it and found it. And it was supposedly a picture of the Earth from space. And then they changed it without telling anybody. Why would they lie? Why would they lie about that?
So you found a shadow box. Well done.
No, you can't answer the question because you're dishonest. So this is the point I'm making. This doesn't prove anything. It proves that you're dishonest.
I'll answer your question.
Okay.
They debunked that one because it was online. Your nonsense about whatever electric potential or whatever the fuck it is just as easily debunked. But nobody gives a shit about yours, or else they would have done a video about yours.
They didn't debunk the ground rising up at 9.8 meters per second squared. They don't debunk that. That's actually what the Globers claim.
Yeah, but let me reiterate my point because I think it got missed a little bit. Because what I'm saying is, from the way I see it, if you took a group of people, let's say the flat Earth didn't exist, like the community didn't exist, and you have somebody who's arbitrarily deciding to present themselves as a flat earther, well, automatically, because they don't believe it, they believe the stuff most people believe.
Yeah.
They're going to have to make sense of things like the southern hemisphere. So just by making shit up, just because they're making shit up and they want to avoid that southern hemisphere question, they'll say that something like Australia is not doesn't exist. So it's basically just a made up argument just so they can avoid answering certain questions. And
because
the same thing with the Earth, with the ground raising up, or 9.8 meters per second squared accelerating upwards. It's just a way to answer the question that the Earth is flat, gravity's not real, but the surface is just some ever elevating place.
Because of their own ineptitude is basically your answer. Their lack of ability or skill to actually properly assess the alternative position. So that's the ironic part of it, right? It's like the people that are making fun of flat Earth in the mainstream are actually too incompetent to even actually understand the alternative position. Do you see the irony? They're actually too stupid to know the actual position. So they then go on to say, oh, well, they must be having to explain gravity with the center of mass and da-da-da-da-da-da. And then, oh, they must be saying the Earth accelerates up. Right? Because they actually are dumb. That's the funny part. And the funny part also is the real answer is because they are intentionally misrepresenting flat Earth to make it look stupid. And this is why an honest person would say that is kind of sus. It's the same thing with the picture of the Earth having a Photoshop box. It's the same thing with the 24-hour sun in Antarctica, right? If you could really go to Antarctica and see the sun for 24 hours in the sky, there would never, ever, ever be a fake video of it. Never. Well, the one video that everyone circulates is literally and provably faked. So the question is, why would they fake it?
Blah, blah, blah. Why don't you email the people who did that video?
Oh, that must suck.
Okay, well, again, though, I think that these people aren't Globers, and those arguments existed, like I said, most of them was like almost pre the Flat Earth sort of movement, because this is like Flat Earth Society stuff. And like I said, those arguments were like at the onset of Flat Earth. I'm not sure if they're Globers responding to Flat Earth. I think that was kind of like that was in the early days of Flat Earth.
No, Kosho, this video that someone just sent me was from 2021, like late 2021. So it's less than a year ago. It's like just over a year ago, actually, I guess, because it's like August.
The
ballers are freaking out again. Oh my god!
I think the funny thing is that you claim that the Earth, or you claim that Flat Earth has a position. There is no coherent position by Flat Earth. There's a bunch of individual opinions which vary from all the way up to including that the sun is 60 miles above the surface,
No one said that.
Being reflected, there is no flat Earth position. So how can you say that nobody says that the Earth accelerates upwards in the flat Earth?
It's your
after Whitson
Maybe it's
answers
because
this,
you are dumb.
after Whitson answers this, I want 5 minutes with Gosho real quick.
Oh, 5 minutes is a long time, dude.
Okay, so what?
It's 2 minutes, just a minute and a half.
Moyok, this is the point, right? You know for a fact that no real flat earther thinks that. And
no,
this
I don't.
goes to show. Shut up. I'm muting everyone today. I'm not dealing with
them all.
I'm not doing it. I'm not doing it. So this is the point, right? It's like you guys can't even be honest enough to be like, yeah, it is BS that the mainstream misrepresents what you guys actually think. Just like when they show you the disk in the solar system and that meme goes viral and everyone makes fun of flat Earth. Oh, you think we're the one planet that's flat? No one says that. No one says that. The planets are up above us. The stuff in the sky is above us. The Earth is below us. It's stationary. It doesn't move at all. That's what all real flat earthers think. And you guys know that. You've never talked to anyone that actually thinks the Earth is flat, that thinks any of that nonsense that you guys see in the mainstream. But you guys are cool with the mainstream showing everyone the lie. And that's my point. You should disavow it. You wouldn't just sit here and say, change the subject to, I don't like how you don't have a model. I don't, why don't you go talk to them? You would say, yeah, it is BS that they do that. That actually works against us and they shouldn't be lying. You guys don't have any intellectual integrity, though.
What about when the planets move across the sky set on the western horizon? Where do they go?
He see, and then Left Lane does what I just pointed out, where you then divert again to try to ask other questions or say, I don't like your position of flat Earth, because you can't be intellectually honest and say, yeah, the way that they misrepresent flat Earth to the masses is BS and it's obviously a lie and it's to make flat Earth look stupid. You guys don't even have enough integrity inside of you to do that. Why would I want to talk to you about the planets, Left Lane, when you can't even be honest on a basic level?
Why didn't you answer my question?
Because I'm making a point, and you guys are doing everything in your power to avoid the point. So why would I be answering your questions?
Left Lane, you're walking right past it, partner.
Whitsitt is just whistling past the graveyard.
That's what projection, because I've made the same point 5 times and 4 Glovers have jumped in. The only one that even kind of responded was Kosho, which is how it always is. Kosho's the one person on your side that has a little bit of integrity. You guys can't just be like, yeah, it's bullshit the way that they misrepresent flat Earth to the masses. Why can't you guys just admit they intentionally misrepresent flat Earth to make it look stupider than it actually is to the masses? Why can't you show a little bit of honesty and say that?
Well, I made a point of an observation that leads us to believe what we believe, and you can't answer that.
Why can't you admit that the mainstream misrepresents flat Earth to make it look stupider than it is?
Oh no, it's stupid.
Is anyone going to admit it or no? So we can move on, because I want to bring something up with Kosho. So either admit Whitsitt's point or don't. This is your chance.
No one's going to admit it. So
all right, cool.
It's because they show that character. Because you guys support that then? You guys support a misrepresentation of something?
Yeah. Can Jeremy have his 5 minutes, man? Like no one's really going to answer this point.
Like, I don't want to bring it by Whitsitt's point, because that's a good point, but
yeah, it's a good point. But no one's going to answer. You can't force an answer from people, right?
And they shouldn't be jumping in the mic constantly trying to divert, should they, Nate?
The only answer I have to that
That's why I'm
question
saying
is
we should
everybody has their own little battle that they take and their own little take that they get from flat Earth. Some people have come away with the position that flat Earth that is a natural conclusion of flat Earth because they're
dumb Globers.
Oh, I see. You're allowed to talk over other people. Fuck you, little cunt.
All right, bye. Leave.
Well, let's not overtalk.
Well, he's just intentionally doing it again.
Well, I mean,
any Glober here thinks that it's an accurate representation of putting a flat disk in the heliocentric model. It does bells to you.
What happened to your mic, Data?
Your mic is a little staticky.
The point, Data, that Whitsitt is making is they all know that isn't an accurate representation, but they also don't care that that's what's put out in the mainstream. Because they think the idea of a flat Earth is ridiculous.
They like it, yeah.
So they'll allow for the lie to be perpetuated as to what the overarching ideas that flat Earthers that they interact with on a daily basis put forth. They won't allow those to go out on the mainstream. But if the mainstream strawmans the flat earthers, they're cool with that.
Whoa.
Dude, why is it
Napalm, what power do we have as to what information
Yeah.
goes out to the masses? Like, how do we
That's my
stop
point.
people
That's not your point, Leflin. You don't have a point.
What they want to believe about the flat Earth?
You would just disavow it right now in this room. That's the point, right? An honest person would say, yeah, I think it's BS. I even said it for you. Okay? You would say, yeah, I think it's BS how they misrepresent what flat Earth actually is and try to make it look stupider than the actual position. And they do indeed lie. But this is why you guys can't say it out loud, because you actually like, Leflin, you're interrupting. You actually like that they do it. You like when you see videos that make flat Earth look stupid. You like that other people see us as these people that believe that Earth's a flat disk accelerating up in a solar system with planets. You like it. You like it. You support it. That's why
you're putting words in my mouth.
It's that simple.
You're putting you're representing you're misrepresenting my position completely. You have no idea what my position is.
Well, you had about 10 straight minutes to say your position, and you constantly diverted to other things.
No, well, you were trying to cram this shit down my throat, and I'm not going to sit here and let you do it.
Well, then you would be in a big boy for once in your life, and you would have jumped off your mic to actually address the point
I'm a big boy, all right.
Instead of addressing a bunch of random non sequiturs to divert away from the point for 5 straight minutes. Wouldn't you, Leflin?
Yeah, but Howard, maybe address what's its point. Do you agree with what he's saying or not? Like, what's your view on it?
I don't know. To the main, just the mainstream. You say the general public, the people that aren't involved in this conversation and have relationships with these people, look at it. I would say from my initial. Let's go back to my initial
that's
impact.
Not his point, Howard.
Of realized what is it?
His point is, right, why don't we, or one of us, come out and say that this whole idea of Earth moving up at, a flat disk moving up at 9.8, meters per second square. Like, why don't we condemn that idea? That isn't a true.
It's because you're the one
representation of what flat Earth is. I know, but I want Howard to address that. I'm just trying to clarify for him.
Okay, I want to quick. Go ahead, Leflin.
I mean, it doesn't. I'm a little bit fuzzy on. I mean, that's not my position. It's not something that I say. I don't think it makes any sense. I know that these guys don't corroborate that story, but I mean, what am I supposed to defend? Am I supposed to defend something that I don't understand? I don't know. I'm not sure what position you're trying to put me in.
Oh my God! I'm gonna say it one more time. So if the globe earthers were honest, they would admit that the mainstream misrepresents the actual flat Earth position to make it look stupid, right? When we don't actually believe the nonsense that they say, and all the people in this room know for a fact that no actual flat earther believes those things. So therefore, you, if you had integrity regarding the intellectual discussion of the Earth, would disavow it and say that's not fair to intentionally misrepresent flat Earth's position to make it look stupider than it is to millions of people. But you guys actually enjoy that we're censored and misrepresented. Or you would immediately have just said, yeah, that's BS the way that they do that. That's not fair. You guys don't actually think that. It's clearly a propaganda attack on you. You would just say that and we'd move right on.
No, if I were in the position, if that were presented to me by someone that, I was just talking to someone out in public and they were saying, oh, these guys think, I would tell them, no, that's not what they think. I would defend you, but I don't ever find myself in that position.
Right. And that's what I was going to say is you're doing a real good job of framing this this is the reason why they're not responding the way you want them to, is because none of that's not a realistic, that's not reality for any of us. Like it may be, it's an assumption you've come to. It's true that that's shared by people who are I'm not really familiar with flat Earth arguments, and so they've maybe seen what Flat Earth Society has shared, like that.
The government.
That like Sabine, that scientist YouTube chick, she did a Flat Earth video, and she addressed those claims. She's like, "Oh, these are what Flat Earthers believed," and it was like the Flat Earth Society shtick, like the Australia thing and the Earth accelerating upwards,
which is the government.
But yeah, that's fair. That's fair that she had thought that because that's what she saw on Flat Earth Society's website. That is just
the government's website.
That's not necessarily her purposely expressing that, for the purpose of flat earthers look worse than they are. That's just what's available for people to find out about what flat earthers believe. So it may not be somebody purposely doing that.
So here's the thing, though, that all of that information is highly impactful on the general population. And let me give you a perfect example. On Friday night, I actually had conversations with people regarding this topic, right? So, like, as per usual, I had to spend more than like 95% of the conversation, first of all, teaching them what the actual heliocentric model is, because they don't understand it. And then also dispelling the ideas of the Earth being a disk that's just stuck into the heliocentric model, as well as all of the other BS that comes along with that, right? So these are just average people off the street, literally coming into this conversation, and you can't even have an in-depth conversation regarding the topic because of the amount of misinformation that the mainstream media will put into their head regarding the topic.
Yeah, which gives Flat Earth a huge disadvantage, and anyone in here that was honest would say, yeah, that's unfair that that's done to you. Just like any globe earther that's honest would say, it's unfair you guys are censored and suppressed. But you guys say you're not censored. I can find your channel. I can find your channel, right? You do anything you can. But saying, yeah, clearly there is a concerted effort to censor Flat Earth, to keep it suppressed, and that what people do find regarding Flat Earth is a drastic and gross misrepresentation of your actual position. And that is how they're propagandizing people, giving Flat Earth an unfair advantage. And you would just admit it.
So are you wanting us to go to that person that presented that video and stand up for Flat Earth in some way? Or I mean, how would we go about disavowing that?
I just want you to admit it's unfair. Is that
I would
so
say
much
it's
to
a
ask,
misrepresentation. I would say it's a misrepresentation of your position, but they're going on bad information. Maybe.
Why can't you just say why can't you just say clearly Flat Earth has an unfair disadvantage because they censor the real Flat Earthers and then they promote a fake representation of what Flat Earth thinks? Why can't you just say it's unfair?
Well, I'm not sure that the Flat Earth Society necessarily is the PSYOP or the controlled opposition, but in the event that they were, yeah, they would probably go out of their way to make it look as dumb as they could, and that's not right, you know.
Can I make a point?
Go for it.
My point would be, you know, that they are going out of the way to make it look stupid, obviously, but why would they need to, you know, do that? They don't really need to, and it's really obvious. If they're going to make a documentary, don't you think they would hang out on Discord for a while? Like, why would they go to
see what the community's like? Yeah, see what the community's like and shit.
Yeah, where's that at? How would they even come to any Discord you've ever been on, Howard, about Flat Earth, and think for 1 second that any of the Flat Earthers at the conferences, in these chat rooms or anything, think that we're a disc in space floating up 9.8 meters per second?
This is a
9.8 meters per second thing when you guys are set with this.
Well, let me say one more thing. This is the truth, okay? This is my opinion. The reason that they instinctively say, well, what about the planets to the side? Or what about, they start changing the subject or whatever. It's because they know deep down that if Flat Earth was not censored, and it was given a fair chance to be promoted via the algorithms, meaning how many people look for it, how long they watch the videos and keep watching them, and the algorithm just prop them up like everything else. And if Netflix was to come into Discord and get like a real Flat Earthers take and hear a real actual debate, right? And then put that on put the real positions of Flat Earth on Netflix for millions of people to see. With those two things, if those two things happened, Flat Earth would explode in a matter of 2 months, and they know it. They know it would.
I would like
That's
to point
why
out
they secretly condone
that
the
was already happening. That was already happening. That's why they censored it back in 215, 216.
I would like to point out that Nathan Oakley and company deny the downward acceleration altogether. There is no 9.8 meter per second downward acceleration, according to Nathan Oakley and company.
I would bet they say something different than what you're saying right now. Like there's not a constant speed, like it's an average or something like that.
No, he denies it.
I'm pretty sure.
Then he's right.
Okay,
Yeah, then he's right.
Get the clip.
Yep.
Post it.
I'm pretty sure.
Yeah, then he's right, because when I throw dust up in the air, it doesn't come down at 9.8 meters per second. So yeah, clearly you guys are retards for believing that in the first place.
All right,
Yep.
don't call names, please.
Well, they're demanding people know this. I mean, they're already spreading this as if people should know it. I mean, you got a psychosis. Yeah, when I throw dust up in the air, it doesn't come down that fast. Thanks for playing.
Is this Exo? Is this that Exo guy?
Yeah, that was easy. Try to go outside and get some life experience and throw some dust in the air once in a while. Thanks.
Let's acknowledge what the implications of the.
Don't have to acknowledge anything. I'm sorry that you're hiding from reality. I'm sorry that I'm not here to teach kindergarten. Right. If you're at a kindergarten level, if you live at a kindergarten level, I mean, that's on you. Witsit, you can continue to talk to these kindergartners, I guess, and tell them that dust exists. Go ahead.
No,
I want them to just admit that they're scared. If they know that if Flat Earth was giving a fair opportunity to be adequately and fairly represented and not censored, that they know it would blow up.
Smashed. Absolutely, it would be annihilated.
They would know. They would know. They would know that they cannot predict things the way that they. That's what the 9.8 meters per second curtails, is that they can predict it based on this one constant that devised. And that's not true. You can take a calculation and show that it is not a constant. It's just an agreed upon average, like Witsit says.
Yeah. What
the point is that the point is that the inference of the attachment, the connotations that come along with, hey, look, we can prove that this is a rate of fall. Therefore, if we can prove this, then this, and this goes along with it. It's the attachment that goes along with the observation and the implication of the observation and what it's attached to. The reality behind it is you can falsify the 9.8 meters per second in reality with terminal velocity, or even just a simple pendulum experiment with different weighted objects. So the idea that it's attached to a force or the center of mass, coalescing, and has to do with philosophy and a religious belief. The idea is that objects do fall and they do accelerate as they fall is a natural phenomenon. We had to quantify that phenomenon because it does actually have a force the higher the object goes. What that force is a pressure differential between the point of release and the point of return. That is all quantified.
Makes no sense.
What are you talking about?
Terminal velocity validates a downward acceleration.
No, so again, you don't have a 9.8 meter. You don't have a 9.8 meter per second.
Nobody claims it's a constant. That's
what's agreed upon. You can vary that based on weight. So the idea is that you change the weight.
No, you can't.
Velocity.
No, you can't.
Yes, you can, and it's already well known.
Not in objects.
The objects, even if you had a long enough vacuum and you took two different weighted objects, eventually that weighted object will travel faster than the smaller one.
No,
Yes, because the simple pendulum observation will dictate that you can change the little g as it's calculated based on weight change. You can do this demonstration yourself. So if you're going to look at the simple observation of a pendulum swing, change the weight of it, change the little g, and it would only conclude that if you had different weighted objects at different heights and given a long enough distance, let me finish. Given a long enough distance, you would see the heavier object overcome the lighter object, regardless of a vacuum or regardless of terminal velocity.
So why did the feather and the bowling ball drop at the same rate in the vacuum?
Because it was put at a local height for a local test that allowed you to conflate the observation. If that bowling ball and feather were given at a greater distance, that bowling ball would travel faster than that feather.
Yeah.
See, they want to do anything other than addressing the macro. So it's like they want to talk to you about all this. Oh, the thing is, sometimes things go down, sometimes they don't. When they do go down and there's no air resistance, then we have an agreed upon average for mathematical purposes, but treat it like a constant, even though it isn't. You can use a kinematic equation, which has nothing to do with gravity, to come up with this for engineering purposes. Game over. Okay, now let's get back to the actual point that you guys are scared of. In order to keep Flat Earth under wraps, it had to be censored, actively misrepresented, and then propagandized to the public. Okay? And if that had not been done, which is to this day, the most popular videos misrepresent Flat Earth. They say really stupid rebuttals to Flat Earth, and they still censor Flat Earth, right? That is, deep down, that Flat Earth would blow up if we were able, like, for example, one of my debates, right, was able to go viral. If our positions, our conversations on here went viral. If Netflix covered talked to actual flat earthers and we detailed our actual position and then it was put on Netflix for millions of people to see, you know that it would blow up. You know it, and you don't want to admit it. And that's what makes this conversation weird, because it makes me feel like you guys are dishonest. You guys are being dishonest. So why would I converse with you in depth about other subjects?
You just strawmanned all of us and then criticize us for the strawman. I mean, I never once in my life thought what you just suggested. I'm not afraid of flat Earth blowing up. I mean, it would be cool. I'd be devastated if it went away for some reason or something like that. I don't have any fear of that or any thoughts like you just described.
You're one of the only people, though, Kosho. You're one of the people that, if asked, they would say and could honestly say that they would prefer flat Earth not be censored. But when you ask other people in here, what they say is, we're not censored. I've heard Left Lane say 50 times, you're not censored. I can find your channel. When we all know for a fact my channel's censored. And they came out and admitted in court that they censor us.
I can remember maybe once that I said, no, with it, I just searched your name and your channel popped up. I did remember saying that one time.
No, many times. Every time I've said that we're censored, you jump in with the rest of the Globers saying, you guys aren't censored.
No, I don't. No, I don't.
So we are censored then, Left Lane?
I wouldn't say you're censored. I would say you're suppressed.
Do you know that when you look up the definition for censorship, the word suppressed is in the definition?
Well, okay, that's fine. But I feel like the word suppressed better represents what my idea of what they're doing is by putting the little disclaimer at the heading, below the video and things like that.
So they're preventing other people from seeing it. That's what censored is, not letting other people see it. Okay. Sure, you can delete them off YouTube. That would help with that. You can also just not let anyone else find it and suppress it. Okay. That's called censorship. Not letting other people see something. That's called censorship. So they're preventing people from seeing the real flat Earth position while simultaneously promoting a blatant straw man version to millions of people. This combined together has resulted in flat Earth becoming stagnant. If you remove these two things, what would happen to flat Earth?
I don't know. I think in general, my main contention with things that you're saying is you think this and you think that and you said this and you're just completely misrepresenting my position as far as what I'm concerned. And I think Kosho mentioned too. I didn't think that. I've never said that. But you're saying you said and you think. You should be careful with that.
I just asked you a question, and then you responded to say that I'm strawmanned you. When I asked you a question,
you are strawmanning.
You can't answer. If those two things, I'm going to say it again, okay? So flat earthers, the real flat earthers are heavily censored, okay? And the misinformation and strawman versions of flat earth are promoted to millions of people. If those two things were taken away, what would happen to flat Earth?
Don't know. It'd be interesting.
You have no opinion.
I wouldn't mind seeing it. I wouldn't mind seeing it. I wouldn't mind seeing it. I would like to see them take the brakes off of it.
Him being here is an example of what would happen. He doesn't realize that.
Exactly. Yeah. The people that can let go of the globe would become obsessed with flat Earth, as well as the people that were new to it would become obsessed with it, because it is an addictive topic, because it entails everything about where you live. It makes you re-examine everything. That's why it had the highest viewer duration and retention of any other subject on flat Earth, which is why algorithms were promoting it. Because when someone found out that someone thought this, they thought it was crazy, they looked into it, and then they got hooked. And just like you're hooked, Left Lane, you're in here for years. Just like Kosho's hooked, just like Moyoc Man's hooked, just like Chucky's hooked, just like all the Globers are hooked, even though they don't even believe in flat Earth, okay? And that's why they are scared of it. They know that people would become obsessed with the subject. And this is if it really is stupid, they wouldn't have to misrepresent it. So I'm going to stop talking so much. Anyone with common sense can know that obviously misrepresenting it because they're afraid of the real position getting out there. And if you can't see that, then you're just lying to yourself, in my opinion.
The primitives. They don't want them. They don't want people to go back to the primitives. They don't want people to analyze exactly who they are, where they are, what's doing, and what they've been told. That's why flat Earth is dangerous. It's not necessarily the Earth being flat. It's what's behind discovering the primitives of how the model can be devised, how the math can be told, or how the story is told. That's the big secret they want to hold back.
Jeremy,
So
you've been
I
trying
want.
to say something for about 30 minutes.
Yeah, that was a long
It's been
time.
about 10
That
minutes.
was like 10 minutes, bro. That's a long time.
Well,
I'm
it was only
offering
about double
$100
about
an
what you
hour
wanted a
with this
1v1 for.
I'm just
So
fucking around. I'm just fucking with you, bro. Listen, I
I'm
want
offering
kosher to
$100 for people to keep this conversation going, so Jeremy can't talk to Krishna.
No problem. We'll just keep on talking and
I'll
not
wait.
let Jeremy get in the word edgewise. Okay, we can do that.
I could wait.
No.
You guys might
Got to keep on going.
see, they're uncomfortable with what I brought up, clearly. But anyway, Jeremy, go ahead.
No, that's a good point. But I mean, yeah, it's fucked up. We're getting suppressed or whatever you want to call it. You know, censored, suppressed, whatever you want to say. Obviously, they're playing games with us. But I want Kosho to debunk the fact the ground is accelerating up at 9.8 meters per second squared because him and Zanuck have been telling me that for the past week now. So I'd love to hear him debunk
For
that.
2 different reasons, dude. First of all, I was talking to you about something different than what Zanuck was talking to you about, dude. I was talking
you're
about
about to debunk
the
Zanuck
principle.
for me.
I was talking to you about the principle of relativity and how in the principle of relativity, if you choose any frame as a stationary reference point, like yourself, if you're the reference frame, then any movement is moving in reference to you, and you're stationary. That's
But we know in
relativity
reality,
works.
cool. So we know in reality that the ground's not actually rising up at 9.8 meters per second squared.
Now, reality is expressed using relativity. It's not expressed with some universal frame. So unfortunately,
so if I come through and say
it's the same way.
So you agree the ground is rising up, just like the Flat Earth Society, the ground is raising up at 9.8 meters per second
No.
squared in reality? Because that's
Not
what
just like
Zanuck's
flat
been
Earth.
telling me for a week.
I know. I said that but I'm not going to argue what Zanuck's saying because he can argue for himself. I'm saying in relativity, it's important that when you describe movement, you describe the reference frame. And so certainly if you decide to use yourself as a reference frame and you're falling or some falling object, if you use that as the reference frame, you can then describe all the other movement in reference to that thing as being stationary. And so, yeah, you could. It's valid to describe the ground is accelerating towards it because that's
So there's this reference frame bullshit, and then there's what's actually happening in reality, right? Because obviously there can't be two different things actually happening in reality. The ground either is rising up or it isn't, because if it was, the Earth would have to be getting bigger every second, exponential. Anyways, so we know that's not happening in reality, then, right?
No, and no matter which reference frame you choose in that example, the Earth and the object are moving towards each other. It's just if you decide to use the Earth's reference frame,
which direction?
If you decide to use the Earth's reference frame, the Earth is stationary. If you decide to use the reference frame of the falling object is stationary. It's just that simple.
That's simple. Yes.
In reality that they both can't be happening because the Earth would have to be getting bigger, right?
Oh,
to me, Jeremy, it doesn't. He's not saying.
In one of his scenarios, okay, where the ground is, and in the reference frame where the ground is rising up to meet you, we know that's not actually happening in reality, right? Because the Earth would have to be getting bigger. Two people antipode to each other. Do you not understand this?
Are you going to look at the GIF this time?
Vertasium, Jeremy, I don't know if you've seen Vertasium's video, but he brings up an explanation for that argument regarding the expansion of the Earth. Because if it was to rise upward, it would be expanding out in all directions in a 360-degree pattern. He gives you an explanation for why that is.
Okay, so you think the Earth actually is rising up at 9.8 meters per second squared in reality, or is that just some bullshit reference frame you can think of it as?
It's in the word relativity, right? So if you can't equate something to be moving because it's stationary or something that's stationary to be moving, you have to have a relative position to understand it, and that's hence the word relativity is to give motion to something that's stationary. Or give something in motion. Give something that's in motion to be stationary.
Okay, so we're trying to figure out what reality is here, right? That's what I specialize in reality. So saying the ground moves up at 9.8 meters per second squared, we simultaneously live out on a ball, and the radius doesn't change. That is a contradiction in itself. So
okay, well, I made you this GIF the other day where there's the same scene from 4 different perspectives. One where the Earth is stationary, one where either of the 2 people falling on either sides of the Earth is stationary, and one where an object orbiting the Earth, observing those 2 things falling to Earth, is stationary. All 4 of those things, the same thing happens in each one, and in each one, the perspective is that everything's falling in a different way. Sometimes they're all falling towards the one of the observers. Sometimes they're, in the case of the Earth, they're falling towards the Earth, and the Earth's stationary. I mean, it's not, the Earth doesn't have to increase in size. I don't know why you say that.
yeah, because if the ground's accelerating up, it happens antipode. That's going to be, they're going to be moving away from each other because up is, we know which way up is, right? And that would be away from each other, and hence you'd have to have a ever-changing radius getting bigger.
Yeah, however, you don't describe motion from the perspective of 2 or more reference frames. So describing this event from multiple reference frames is where you're going to come up with a contradiction or some impossibility like you're describing. It's always going to be expressed
you're
from
going
a
to see
single
reality.
Yeah, we're trying to figure out reality here. Good way to get us back on track, Data. We're trying to figure out reality here. The ground rising, us living on a ball, with a radius of 3959, and then saying the ground accelerates upwards, and you're still, radius doesn't change. That can't happen. That's like a contradiction or something. You got some kind of weird paradox going. I don't know what your problem is.
Yeah, maybe it seems so, but this GIF that I made, I didn't change anything about it except for where the perspective was being taken from. So it's the exact same event. So there's no contradiction if the same event from different perspectives, different things are happening. So I don't know why. I mean, you haven't even looked at it yet.
I did see it. There's not different things happening, and the person is falling towards the ground, and the ball's not getting bigger, which would have to happen if 2 people were antipodal to each other, and they weren't falling to each other, but the ground was accelerating up towards them.
Yeah, if you describe it from a single reference frame, like you're meant to, the person who's falling, if you describe it from his reference frame, the Earth is falling towards him, and the person on the other side of the Earth is falling towards the Earth and towards him, from his reference frame where he's stationary. That's just how
I'm
it
not
works.
worried about reference frames. I'm worried about what's actually happening in reality.
I think this is
about
fundamental
reference
problem.
frames. This is a reality thing. I know you can't deal with reality, but
no, this is the part that's frustrating, and it's not. This is why talking about the other relativity, like what Zanik was talking about, is so far past where we need to be, because this is the first principles of relativity, like the beginning of physics was Galileo describing how all motion is relative. There's not motion that's not relative. There's not speeds that are not described in specific reference frames. It doesn't make sense to do that.
Could you say it's like almost like a video game where it's like you got multiple players and you got like one guy over here, one guy over there, all on the same screen? I was thinking how that might help.
No, you know what? I was doing that last week or whatever. Last time we were talking about this, and that's exactly right. Like when you make a video game, most, like a lot of times, even if fucking hell.
Yeah, that shit's relative.
Oh, sorry. But yeah, in a video game, when you make the game, the camera is stationary, and you're drawing the whole world around this stationary observer, basically.
Mm-hmm.
Hey, that's awesome, but that doesn't change what's actually happening in reality. And we know that you can't live on a ball and have a fixed radius and have the ground accelerating up towards the people. Okay? If they're antipode falling, that can't happen. I don't care what kind of little word games you want to play. You're one of the best when it comes to these word games. I'll give it to you, but you can't talk your way out of this.
Obviously, I'm not, dude. Because I feel like this is a simple idea, but I think it's just you honestly have to accept.
Stationary, and everything moves around it.
Yeah, like depending on what kind of game it is. Like now you can make games where you have a whole 3D, like the whole 3D platform. Like you have like a Blender or Unreal Engine, where you have the whole 3D world. But games back in the day, even like 3D games from N64.
You want to recant your analogy then?
No.
Well,
Why would I recant this? It's still the truth.
no, it's not. You
Yes,
just told
this
me
is the truth.
it depends on the game, right?
Well, no, I'm saying now if you use Unreal Engine or use a 3D renderer like Blender, you already have a 3D world that you can use. And so if you're using that, then you can actually move the camera in that world. But when you're making the games, so what?
Your analogy is wrong, though.
Well, no, because the renderer and the 3D programs like Unreal Engine and whatever, they're still
Exactly.
using a renderer, which does the math where it's it's relative and shit, like it's rendering the shit around.
He said
it just makes it easy.
In a video game, when you create a video game, the camera doesn't move. The only thing that moves is everything around him.
Well, yeah, but that's what the camera does. That's what the camera is. I mean, the camera is. There's no actual camera. It's just the world moving around, like a point or whatever,
Observer.
and you can call that.
It's
you
like
can call it as the camera. Or whatever.
So in your video game, if you drop the camera, does your sphere model move up towards the camera in your video game, or do you have to program it to do that?
If you drop the camera, yeah, I mean, literally, the sphere would come up, like it would actually be.
In your video game, you're having a 3D position of the camera, and then you have your plane surface that the camera sits above. If you're going to drop the camera, you're going to move the camera and not the sphere of the Earth, aren't you?
No, the renderer is actually moving the Earth.
You're not going to. No, you're not. You're not.
No, yes, it is. That's how the renderers work.
In video game programming, if you're programming an object in 3D space and you have the world within that object that exists, you're only going to be moving the object in relative position to whatever plane surface or whatever surface the object is moving on or beyond.
Okay.
So
Listen.
Your camera, your 3D object that's moving through 3D space is going to be the object you're going to either move up or down. You don't in the video game programming, you don't take the surface and rise the surface up to the object that's in the air.
I know, but the renderer the renderer does it.
The renderer does not do that. You're full of
does.
shit.
I mean, I don't get me wrong.
In Grand Theft Auto, if I'm going to render a scene, I'm going to render a flat scene, and then I'm going to have an object in the 3D space above that flat scene. I'm not going to touch I'm not going to touch that flat scene at all. I'm going to move the object in 3D space. I'm going to either make it go up or go down. Okay. I'm not going to take the relative position that it's stationary and the surface below it's moving. Okay. That's not what a video game programming will do at all. Zero.
I get that. So here's the thing, right? So
you'll emulate reality in a video game.
Yeah, so you're not going to let him respond.
Again, he's full of shit. He just said
I'm
that's
not
not
full
how
of
they
shit.
work.
So
you have to let him talk.
Yeah. So
left lane, you can mute people. Left lane. You're a mod.
I know it. I'm just trying. I'm driving in El Paso.
Oh,
and
no
it's
doubt.
Traffic.
Focus on driving. I don't want anyone doing anything when they're driving. Go ahead, Dom.
All right. So Bacon would know more about this because he's actually really good at building like 3D renders and stuff. But I did a while back built my own like little 3D kind of render thing, kind of, right? And when you're doing that, right, like you're literally having everything draw like around like a point or whatever. It's the world that's moving, right? Now in programs like Unity or Unreal Engine, like those game makers, whatever you want to call them, right? Those, you have an object called a camera and whatnot, but that camera, right? Like even though that's an object that you're moving around in the 3D world, right? Technically, what the renderer is doing, what's being rendered on the screen is exactly what I was talking about, where it's the world is moving around, the camera. Like it's done. It's weird how game design works, but you want to like kind of build things up, right, to make things simpler for yourself. All right. So what you do is, you essentially make a camera. All right, and I can't really explain this well, but the point is, the render is moving the world.
Yeah, if you take any 3D program and you want to move it in 3D space with your little nodes or your little XYZ axis movement, it's recording that movement entirely, and it bases that particular measurement off of whatever zero position you started from on the plane. From that zero position, you move the object in 3D space. That zero position never changes. That's why you can always go back to default and go back to the center of that image by zeroing out your coordinates. So the renderer that you claim does not apply this relativity that you're suggesting that the surface of the ground rises to the camera. That's bullshit. All 3D coordinates come from a 0 point plane, and you move that object based off that plane. That's what's given it. That's how you get its coordinates.
Well, this
And hold on. That's essentially what reality is. If I have a drone and I have a small local map and I have a 0 point position for that map and that drone will leave that 0 point base coordinates, rise and fall in its own 3D space with its own 3D coordinates based on that 0 position plane. Not at any point does that plane rise up to the drone to reach 0. That drone goes down to the 0 point itself. There's no relativity in that simple geometry. There's no relativity because it's reality.
Check this out.
Okay.
And check this out, dude. Because we're talking about top level coding game like these the 3D renderers, right? These are things that are made for people where you have to do no coding to even put something together. Okay, so that's not what I'm talking about. I'm talking about when you actually have to code into a game on a lower level, meaning something not machine language, but something where you're like writing the code to what is going to be displayed on the screen, and the screen is acting as the viewer or the camera or the observer, and to render any scene or to make to animate any scene or animate any simulation, you're writing code that is going to be experienced from that screen. So just like somebody said, if you drop the camera and you want to show that on the screen, you actually have to bring the world up so that it's coming across the screen. That's just how
it's easy to visualize. You can see this.
That's not what's done though, Kosho. You have a coordinate system. That coordinate system from that object that's moving upon that 0 position is moving based on that 0 position. You do not, to fix the coordinate system of that object in 3D space, you don't take the 0 position and correct to the coordinates of the object. The object goes back to the default 0 position. That's in the programming itself.
So can I just jump in real fast? So there are two, from my understanding, I believe there are two sets of like coordinates that you can use, at least when I was building it, my own little 3D render or whatever. There's the relative like positions like on screen, right? Like relative to, I guess, the camera, if you want to call it that. And then there is the global like coordinates where, but that's sort of like you kind of make the global like coordinates for the sake of keeping things organized. Like obviously, you're not going to want everything to revolve around, just the camera, because that makes things, I mean, you could do it that way. It's just that it gets kind of messy that way. So what you want to do is you make like a separate like coordinate system where it's the global coordinate system where, it's based off of like a world, so I will give you that.
Video game programming has egocentric distance in it. There are planar surfaces with joining pieces. There's no world that you create with a spherical. Everything locally is planar. And if you have objects move from in a planar environment, there's going to be a 0-base planar surface that all objects have reference to. So what are you talking about relativity in video games, man? It's absolutely ridiculous.
Let me try something. I'm just trying to get this and understand it and understand what Kosho and Arma's saying. Like if you're standing on a grid and you're in your video game, and you're standing still and you push your controller to look around you 360 degrees. What actually happens is the grid system out before you spins 360 degrees. You sitting in your position are not moving. Everything around you is moving, right?
No, so every camera, every object has a coordinate system from its 0 point. Your plane is your 0 base. That camera is going to sit now 1.8 meters above the surface. This is a measurable, quantifiable coordinate that has been measured from the plane surface. If I'm going to change that 1.8 meter height above the surface, I have to physically change the camera. I don't physically change the 0 point.
Yeah,
so in Grand Theft Auto, when I'm jumping off of a plane and I'm heading towards the surface of the Earth, there's no relativity in the programming.
You're not understanding.
You have a 0 point base, and then the object that's climbed up the mountain or in the plane has its own coordinates that it has to now meet the 0 plane surface, which means it changes its coordinates, not the plane.
you're not getting though that there are two sets of coordinates. So once again, there is the global, set of coordinates, right?
Not
Like
applied in a video game, dude.
yeah,
No
they
such
are.
thing
I
in a video
literally
game.
I built a render. I mean, granted, I'm not the best at it, but I did build one.
Show me how you can have sphericity in a model format in a video game with a parent junction.
Can I
The
speak?
egocentric convergence. That doesn't happen, dude.
Can
You're
I
dealing with
speak as
planar system.
Can I speak as someone who's actually worked on tens of video games on consoles and things over my career?
What's egocentric distance if you've worked on them? What's egocentric distance?
Listen, there are 3 coordinate systems. You're actually both correct. And I don't know the names of people that are talking, sorry. So you've got global space, which is obviously a world space coordinate system. You've actually got object space for what you call working out fragment shading tangents as well as kinematics and bone bindings. And then what the other guy's speaking about, you've got screen space. So what you do is, if you're building a renderer, you don't give a crap about 3D. You need to get that 3D into 2D. Otherwise, you ain't ever going to display it. So someone here is talking about screen space, which is when you do the rasterization and the fragment and pixel calculations. And then someone else is talking about, well, before all that, you've got the world space, which is a uniform XYZ grid system. So you're both correct. You're just talking about different things.
Hold on, I'm more correct because I literally said both. I said global and then I said the screen one. I said 2 of them. All right, so I'm more correct. Let's get that out of the way.
No, the argument is in the video game itself, the ground is rising up to the object. That's not true in video game programming. You never take the ground and move it up to the object.
Are you serious? Literally me, which I mean, I'll be once again, I'm not that good at it. Me and then Stingray, who has actually worked on video game stuff.
Wait a minute, before you speak for me, what he just said is correct. You do not move the ground upwards.
Well, yeah, I know.
All you do in that circumstance, if a character's falling towards the ground, the thing that happens is your transform for the camera changes. You take the view frustum and the transform matrix of the camera to multiply the world into it to rasterize it. But that's not where you work out where things are or collisions. That's done in a 3D world, like the other guy said.
But what basically me and Kosho, I'm assuming, are saying is that like with that render or whatever, that render is technically still drawing it like up, it's still moving that those things
it's not
in the renderer.
Stop lying to yourself. No, it's not.
So
there's no relativity in the video game programming. There's no rising ground of 9.8 meters per second in video game programming.
But we could use a video game to make the analogy of relativity, and I think that's what we're trying to do.
You can apply the methodology for sure, but it's not what's programmed.
Well,
it's not even thought of.
Well,
when something falls to the surface of the plane, it falls to the surface of the plane. The coordinates of the object is going to the zero base, not the zero base going to the coordinates of the object.
I'm saying aside from the coding, at least from what I was talking about earlier, what I was kind of bringing up to Kosho, because I brought up the video games, was the idea that if you're playing like a multiplayer video game with a couple of people on the same screen, like the reality for each screen is different. So therefore, like the relativity of the guy who's jumping down, you know what I mean? His world view in that screen is going to look a certain way versus the guy who's watching him jump down. That's what I think Kosho was trying to get to earlier.
Yeah, that's a good way to think about it. Like if you're playing,
they were talking about the ground rising up in video games to meet the object in the air. That's what they initially
technically
stated. Again, it's not technically. No, you're flat out wrong. None of it's done. None of it's equated for zero.
I mean, I think it depends. I think it depends on how you look at it. Honestly, like yes, you do have global coordinates, and obviously those aren't moving. I'll give you that, but like the renderer is bringing that thing up, though. I mean, I don't know how to.
For any of it to work, you need a planar surface. For any of it to work, you need a zero base. For any object to move towards, move away, you need a zero base. That zero base never changes based on your philosophy. Try again.
Yes, so saying the renderer brings it up is an incorrect statement. All you do is you take the camera frustum, the extents of the field of view laterally and thing, and you have what you call a viewing plane. You have the camera transforms and rotations that you apply to the world in that viewport. That doesn't move anything in 3D. All that literally does, all that practically does is inverse project it to the camera to give you a 2D screen coordinate system in order to be able to rasterize and do screen buffers and all that kind of stuff.
Oh, maybe you're right. I mean, you obviously, you worked on that, but I mean, I just from like my experience from like what I built, like it seemed to like at least the map that I'm thinking of it seems to like kind of like in a way relatively move things whatever. But maybe I'm misinterpreting like what I actually like coded or whatever. I'll have to look into it though.
There's
Yeah,
no
Stingray,
coding
you're talking.
for 9.8
You're talking about a
meters per
top
second per
level.
second.
You're talking about a top level aspect of it, where if you did anything top level, and let's say you're just coding, basically from let's say like I don't know, it's an old system, like the N64 game, without one of these 3D rendering software, and you're just doing the visual code, you actually have to draw. You have to draw everything as it's going to appear in the viewport, just directly.
So
like I'm talking about like the very base level, not any top level renders or anything.
So I'm old enough to have at least 3 titles on the N64. And one of those was a fully 3D title as well, by the way. But the other 2 were sprite based. And one of those sprite based had a parallax sprite engine in it, where it was never 3D, but it gave the impression of 3D from parallax calculations based on depth from the camera. And you moved things around and you drew them, and yeah, you're correct. But in rasterization or true pixel ray tracing or a voxel rendering engine, then that's not true. You actually just flatten the world via doing a camera projection to get to screen space to render it. So relationships between 3D at that point, it's no longer 3D once you've done that. You can have what you call deferred renderers that take 3D depth information to be applied to like 2D screen buffers after the fact. But at the point of you flattening that world from 3D to 2D, distance is irrelevant because you've already got to how am I constructing these pixels. So, but just before that point, just before that inverse projection to screen space, it's a fully 3D world, like the other guy said, with distances and depth that you can calculate, mathematically represented with polygons.
No, yeah, I mean that's correct. That's why I try to move away from the modern way of doing it, because I'm strictly talking about like the base level. If you were coding it from scratch, not not using any sort of rendering or anything modern.
Let me see if I can get Bacon in here, because I know Bacon built the thingy. So
I mean, even if you're not using it, we don't have to use a 2D game, a 3D game to do this. You can use like a 2D game, like the classic like side scrollers. Most of the time, like when he's moving across the map, I mean, your character seems like he's moving across the map, but it's really the map that's moving. It's to fill the screen. So it's like, your character's moving across that part of the map, but as I'm trying to think of a game that has like the constantly moving map. Like I think it was Mario 2.
I mean, to be fair, honest, in something like Wonder Boy, which is a brilliant example, you have both character and background moving because you have lateral latency on the movement. So Wonder Boy would start buggering off to the right hand side of the screen, and then the background would start moving to give the impression that you're recentering on the character, and then the character would move back to the center of the screen, even though he's not stopped moving going right. So it depends on what games you're on about, really.
Right. We went down this rabbit hole, but the point is, and the reason, I mean, I thought Issa's example was decent, only because I used it in a different way. But anytime you use like the principle of relativity, if you're using the principle of relativity, you can consider any person or any observation point. You can consider any reference frame to be the stationary frame, and describe all the movement in reference to that frame being stationary.
Well, I'm trying to wrap my head around that. You wouldn't necessarily do that in a game because that would be complicating things.
Yeah, of course.
Yeah.
Not in any modern game. What's that game, Flappy Bird? Flappy Bird is another game like that, where it's like it looks like he's moving through the map, but really the map is moving. He's just going up and down.
Yeah, I mean, okay, yeah, I guess. I mean, I'm not disagreeing with that. Like some games where you're literally just gonna put in the code, move background, but like I feel like still at the end of the day, like this, whether you're moving the background or you're moving the character, the background is still gonna be moving just differently. Like obviously, one is with global coordinates, and then one's with like relative to the screen or whatever, or something. I don't know the terms. I'm not that, knowledgeable. I just know I built like a 3D render kind of thing once, like a really shitty one, by the way, but I mean, nonetheless, still one. So maybe I'm out of my league, talking about this. Maybe. But maybe Bacon could, Bacon.
What is this? Just out of interest, because I only came in because I was listening. You're talking about 3D engines, and I'm like, oh, yeah, I like that. But what was the point of this besides talking? What was it leading?
The point is the young man discussing right now thinks that in video programming you program the surface of the plane
I'm not saying
up
that.
to the object.
No, dude,
I'm
that's not what he's
saying
asking, man. I know,
But that's what his argument was. That's what his position was. That's what he stood for.
I know, but
that's
dude,
what he's still humming. That's what he's still humming on over.
Copernicus, whatever your name is. All right. That's
Hold
not
up,
what
dude.
I'm
Hold
saying,
on. Hold on. Before you respond to him, that's not this. This isn't what Stingray's asking. He's asking what is the point? What were we talking about that brought that up?
Yes, the relativity, the 9.8 meters per second was caused by the Earth rising to the observer, or the observer falling, the observer being stationary, and the Earth rising to that observer. And the young man that's speaking says that video games programming, that's what you do. That's not what you do at all.
I never. Okay, you're misinterpreting me. All right, don't fucking put words in my mouth. All right. So what I said was, all right, that at least with the the thing that's rendering the stuff on screen, whatever that is bringing it up. I don't deny that there's global.
Bringing it up.
Well, I'm not denying there's global coordinates, because I've worked a little bit with
Nothing is
Unity.
being brought up in the video game, dude. Nothing.
Let him finish. Let him finish. Go ahead, Arma.
All I know is that with the thing that I built, all right, once again, it's pretty shitty, but nonetheless, it does have 3D, code in it and whatnot. That, you are kind of like bringing things, like it's all relative to the camera in that aspect, all right? And with that, I can't even talk right now, but in that render that I built, it's like relative to the camera, whatever. There is a global coordinate system, but yeah, I don't know. I feel like we're kind of getting off topic, though.
You're either moving the camera or you're moving the body. That's it. That's what the programming. That's what the programming facilitates.
We're trying to move back.
You don't program the camera to be at zero space and then have the ground rise to it. That's not what you do in programming for video game.
Actually, you do. When you're rendering, you use CSS.
Okay, so now Bacon just conflicted with Stingray. Stingray says no, you don't do that. Now Bacon says you do. So who's correct?
Why don't we let him finish? Dude?
Yeah.
Let's let Bacon finish.
It depends on how you're rendering. And for example, if you're using OpenGL only renders a cube that goes from like -1, -1, -1 to 1, 1, 1. So you have to put all of that into the cube for you to render. And that is centered at 0. So what you can do is you can have a matrix for the position and orientation of the camera, and you apply the reverse of the matrix to every single point. So instead of moving the points to their actual position, you make the opposite motion of that the camera did. And then you put that in that cube and then render it. So you can do exactly the opposite. And that's how that's the standard.
You can transform, sure, but at the end of the day, you're looking at video programming. If an object is left at 0-point plane, it doesn't have the inverse coordinates to make the object 0 and the plane change the coordinates into 3D space. That's not done. That's extra work.
No, actually, that makes it easier. If for example, depending on what you're doing, they don't usually do that by default because they use like libraries, and if you want to deal with like position of the characters and you want to use like something that is general, then you don't do it like that. But when you're doing like specific renders, it's actually lighter to do like that. So you don't have to inverse the matrix, because that's one of the most computationally expensive operations. It's to inverse the matrix. So if you, instead of, for example, if you're that 3D render that I created for the Celestial Navigation app, when you click and drag with the mouse, it doesn't rotate the Earth. I'm sorry, it doesn't change the position of the camera. It rotates the Earth, which is exactly the same, but it's easier because I don't have to have a position for the camera and then inverse that later.
We're talking about relativity, having objects rise up to the observer. So, for instance, in relativity, you have an observer appearing to fall, but it's not falling; it's the ground rising to it. We were talking about programming that into video
Just
games.
describe that.
That is not. Yeah, but that's not taken. If we're gonna play what do you call it, Grand Theft Auto, and we're gonna take a guy and he's gonna jump from a plane, that object, that character has a coordinate system in 3D space relative to the plane. The plane doesn't have a coordinate system relative to the observer. It's the opposite of what you're conflating to be true.
No, that's true. Yeah, but that's what the physics engine do. That's not what the rendering does. The rendering is something else. I was talking about the rendering, not the physics engine of the game.
We're talking about physics.
Any of those
we're
engines,
talking about reality, not something that is conjuring falsehood.
We don't know.
That's what those. That's
we
what
don't know the
use.
programming of reality.
Well, we know that objects fall because it's in a disequilibrium state due to the fact that it had pressure applied to it. It's gone from its point of rest, let's say that's the 0 point, and now it's changed its coordinates. That there is applied in reality. Now, if you're going to emulate that in reality, you're going to look at the plane of the Earth to be 0, and the object, whatever force applied to it, is going to change its coordinates. That's what we emulate in these programs for reality. We don't do the inverse of that.
Yeah, because that's the easiest. It doesn't have to be what reality is. It's just how we do it, because that's the easiest way.
As I stated,
for video games.
As I stated.
Well, I mean, anyway, all I know is that I'm looking at my code right now. There seems to be two set of like coordinates, if you want to call it that. There's like the on-screen, like at least for mine. All right, I don't know. Once again, I'm not too knowledgeable on this, but on mine, I have pretty much a global, position, right, which I have as X pose, all right, as X position. And you also have Y pose for Y position, and then Z pose for Z position. And then I have like some other ones. I have like the vertices that are being drawn on the screen as their own little, what is it, X, Y, and Z, I think, or whatever. So like, yeah, I do have two sets of coordinates, at least in my 3D render or whatever. So I'm not arguing that there isn't a global, coordinate system. All right, when you're, doing a game, I'm just saying that, you can have multiple, and for when you're, when things are moving up or down on a screen, whatever. Technically, the second coordinate system is sort of, at least for mine anyway, for my little renderer, it's moving, that thing up, in that second coordinate system, in my renderer. Okay, I don't know about other renderers. I'm not that knowledgeable.
Yeah. The problem is when you build that 3D, like the person who built it from the bottom up, the 3D viewport, the one where, like in Blender, you have the 3D and, you can zoom around it and do all that kind of stuff. When you're actually coding that in there, just like Bacon had described, you could do it where you, have you map out the entire place, and then you can move the camera around in this world, or you can have it to where you the scene is moving with the stationary view. But in either case, in order to even create that, you have to map each of the points so that they're on the screen in the correct way. You know what I mean? Like
right,
you have to have the, when the camera's angling at the 3D viewport, whatever scene is going to be projected onto the 2D screen, it's got to be first. I mean, that's not just like a, an automatic thing. You have to code that in there, what appears on the screen, and how you move through it.
Yeah, exactly. So suck it, Copernicus.
Wonder how Kerbal does it.
Kerbal.
Yeah, again, you don't normally do that in practice for any relativity. You don't rise the surface to the object ever. It's always just the natural state of 0 and returning to 0.
Right, but there's no reason you couldn't do it that way. So I mean, it's not.
Well,
I guess,
you would.
If it's not the standard for programming, that's one if it's not the standard for programming, that's one
Not
thing.
at all.
But would
Not
it
at all.
would it make any essential difference?
Well,
Could you simulate? Could you simulate the planet?
If you want to emulate an observation, and then you have a cost of that observation, you want to use a program. Sure, you can make an object move through space however which way you think it's moving. But essentially, we're looking at empirical reality for what it is, and the most simplest way to program it would be to have a 0 point and an object leave that 0 point to get its coordinates.
Well, Bacon said when he made the Earth that he rotates and it finds the position of stuff, that he has the Earth rotate and move and view the camera because it was easier for what he did.
Well, not to be pedantic, he said he inversed and multiplied every point through the matrices of the camera, which isn't exactly rotating the Earth.
No,
I'm saying that
have...
he has to where the.
Yeah. Oh, sorry. Yeah, I don't have the matrix of a camera. I don't have a camera at all. I only have the Earth and the transform of the Earth. So when I click and drag the mouse, the camera is fixed, looking to the negative Z, and then the Earth just rotates. So there's no need for having.
How are you witnessing the rotation?
Because I'm rotating the transform of the camera, which is rotating all the vertices of the sphere. Sorry, I said camera, the Earth. I'm rotating the transform of the Earth.
How are you witnessing the Earth?
What do you mean?
You have a 2D plane to observe it from, right? So you have one set of coordinates that are stationary to see a second set of coordinates that are rotating, right?
What do you mean second set of coordinates?
Well,
okay, let me.
If you to notice any transformation from one section or one coordinate to another, one has to be fixed and one has to be in motion. How else do you show the deviation, or how else do you show change?
Well, I'm multiplying by a matrix that describes the orientation of the sphere. So
you're
initially,
it with a stationary camera, which has a set of coordinates that are different from the rotating body.
Sorry, what was the question?
To get any kind of deviation, rotation, any kind of movement, you always have to have one set of fixed coordinates.
Yeah,
how do you measure deviation or a measurement from those coordinates if it isn't?
What do you mean how I measure?
Well, that's
I'm not measuring
or a
anything.
distance or a height is a measurement, right?
You can measure height, but
height, distance, length,
okay,
width, whatever, width.
Isn't it better that I just explain what I did?
So you're not applying reality, though, right? You're assuming that you can have things in motion but be stationary, and then the object that is in motion but stationary, it's only relative because the other object is moving, but the other object that you're saying that is the stationary one isn't moving. But in the theory of relativity, the object that is apparently stationary is actually moving through. Like if we were to model relativity in the sense that you had a body that was stationary and the object was being attracted to it, it would fall at a certain rate. You could model that. Well, in the theory of relativity, it's the object that is moving that is stationary, and it's the object that's stationary that is moving. In other words, the Earth is moving upward at 9.8 meters per second, but the object that is falling is actually stationary. If you were to program that in your, that's not what we
I have no idea how that relates.
We observe an object moving towards the body of zero. So the object that has left the zero reference frame is.
But you arbitrarily set the zero.
No, the observation comes from just looking at what it is, which is the surface of the Earth would be zero, and the object leaving it.
But if I was on an aircraft carrier just cruising along, or an airplane that was in totally non-turbulent air, I could be mistaken and think I wasn't moving when I actually am moving with reference to the ground.
Again, so you're just using an ad hoc an example. You know that you're moving because you're going from a zero position to another position, and the only way to do that is to leave a reference point. Well, that reference point has to be zero if your transform or your equation gives you a distance between that point, those 2 points. You can't say that you're not moving, but then yet move from a 0 position because you don't feel movement. Like, that's ridiculous. You know that you've
Well,
left the 0
not even
position.
that. It's you've chosen arbitrary standard, which is the ground. It's a great reference. I mean, it's no problem choosing it, but you have to admit that you're not proving anything. You're not saying that ground is not moving because you wouldn't be able to tell. So I mean, it is arbitrary that you're associating
that's where your
coordinate motion.
That's where your ad hoc example comes in to conflate the idea that how do you know the Earth is moving by using an ad hoc example such as that I'm traveling at a constant rate. Therefore, how do I know I'm not moving? It's an ad hoc example to negate the fact that you have to have a 0-point reference, and then any object from that 0-point reference will have different set of coordinates. And the only way to deduce that is to look at reality, which the Earth is stationary, and any objects moving from a point of reference will have its own set of coordinates from that zero position. That is what is at the first primitives. Everything else beyond that is only demonstrated by a thought experiment or ad hoc explanation.
Right, but that thought experiment is solid. Like if I woke up on a submarine and it was cruising at 3 knots, that's probably the smoothest moving object I could think of. You would have to start with the submarine as being your 0 in order to determine anything.
No, you
So
would have. You would have you would always have a position or a reference points to put you somewhere on the map. Position that
you woke up on the submarine. You don't know anything about the map.
That position that you're referencing and that you're getting your position from would be your 0 base.
No, you woke up on that submarine, and now you have to now decide. Or in this room that's underwater, you don't even know you're underwater. You woke up in this room, but it's moving 25 knots, and you can't sense that motion, so you have no idea that motion's happening.
Example,
You're
just using an ad hoc example.
Yeah,
another
that's
ad hoc
wonderful.
example.
Now tell me why it doesn't work. You're saying with
first
an
of all,
absolute
you're begging the question that you're moving but you're stationary, and you wouldn't know that you're moving because it feels stationary. But in reality, you know that you're in a submarine and you're moving at a certain distance.
I don't.
And you just said it was moving at 3 knots.
You just said it was
moving at 3 knots.
25 knots.
You just said it. So you said it was just moving at 25 knots, but you couldn't feel it. Therefore, you're stationary. It's just an ad hoc
Yes, I'm taking the God view of it. I know it's moving 25 knots, but me personally, as the guy who woke up on that submarine, I have no fucking clue. So I'm going to make my judgment based on, I toss a ball in the air. Nope, that ball drops right into my hand where it did. Oh, my pendulum is swinging. It's swinging nice and evenly. Okay,
it's
I'm
just
not
another
emotional.
ad hoc example, dude.
To the best example, I am not moving. There's no way to tell that you're moving.
In reality, there would be a way to tell that you're moving on the submarine.
How?
You would use reference points. You would use.
You don't have any reference points. You're just a guy who's sitting there on the submarine.
So you do have
access to the tools.
You do have reference points. If you have if you have a telescope, you can look at a particular star.
I'm in a compartment.
If you have radar, you could particularly map out the surface of the Earth.
I don't have any access to any of that.
Well, then you're not being realistic, and you're not being realistic, and why your ad hoc example is highlighted as ad hoc is because you're not willing to apply reality to your example.
No, I woke up on this submarine. I'm being kidnapped.
You're trying to remove reality for it to strengthen an ad hoc example.
Oh, it's an ad hoc example that refutes your reasoning.
Absolutely.
This is actually the same example that Galileo used originally when he came up with the idea.
Submarine?
No, he used a ship. He used a ship, but it's the same idea. You wake up underneath the ship, and you just have no. You do these different tests to try to see if whether you're moving or not, because it's stationary and smooth. From your experience, you have there's no distinction between you moving and the outside frame moving. Of course, you can do more tests that would isolate things that are going on outside.
Well, that's what we do.
Exactly.
Because what you're doing is you're saying we can use radar, we can use all this stuff to tell how far, or sonar, I guess would be more appropriate for sub. Yes, you could. And that's what we do with the globe Earth. We use additional tests to prove it. But just from your inputs that you're getting from sitting in that compartment, unless you go and build yourself a sonar that will connect up to the lavatory on the submarine, you can't tell. You have no idea till you start gaining more information.
Well, when he said that you need some reference points, I think that sounds like an ambition that you're only moving, you're referencing something else.
Mm-hmm.
What you're saying is that in that example, you're contained, right?
Yes, in submarine, I'm.
What would happen if you had no container?
If I had no container, I'd be crushed.
So your example about Earth and you is incorrect then, right?
No,
there's
we have an atmosphere. The atmosphere would stay on the Earth, at least according to the model, based on gravity.
Well, I mean,
You have to
that
deny the model
atmosphere
to
is
say that
contained.
doesn't happen.
Yeah, but that in that example you gave us is still that the atmosphere is contained.
Right. Well, the Earth is contained, yes.
But yeah, after you point to the container.
Yes. I see air has weight, therefore air would not just go away willy-nilly.
Air has
Would tend
weight.
towards the ground for
How do you weigh
some fashion.
Well,
See,
How do you weigh it?
The guy talking about his ad hoc.
with air and something without air, and without air, it's lighter.
You know, your ad hoc example of not being able to detect motion and you're moving at a constant rate. Well, if you were in a submarine, you wouldn't have to use propulsion. All you'd have to do is submerge the submarine and have the Earth rotate. Have the Earth rotate underneath it, and therefore you could just.
That wouldn't happen because the water is moving at the same speed as the Earth.
So you could cut through aerodynamically. Could cut through the water that's moving over the surface. Like in other words, you just tether the submarine to. Well, you wouldn't be able to tether to the bottom of the Earth because then you would rotate with the Earth, right? So you basically you'd have a way to move through the surface if it was rotating, if you were aerodynamically sound, and you would give enough momentum or enough propulsion to compensate for the opposite rotation. So let's say if you wanted to go against the rotation, all you'd have to do is apply enough power to counteract the rotation, therefore the Earth moving underneath you. So that it would feel like you're stationary, but it would be the Earth that's moving underneath you, right? That's what your example is about. Is the Earth is moving at a rate that's constant. You can't feel it, but therefore this is the result. Well, that would be the same in your scenario with the submarine. Is that the Earth would be moving independently of the submarine that was in water.
Well, it kind of is. I mean, when you put propulsion on the submarine, it is actually moving independent of the Earth.
Well, there would be no need for propulsion, right? But the reason why we have for propulsion is so that we can independently move in all directions, independently of anything that's going on.
Where would my velocity go? Where would my velocity go? I mean, I already have.
You're changing acceleration.
Momentum.
You're changing acceleration would come from the change in direction. So if you were to change your direction of your submarine, you would change your acceleration, right? Which is just another bullshit ad hoc example of your Earth rotation.
Well, let's see. Would I move like that? I'd have to think about that one to see how much I move. I mean, I'm not going to say that you don't.
And apparently, in your globe model, this is what's going on. The bodies of the water are rotating with the surface of the Earth.
All right.
As it goes, the water is going around your ball. That's why you have this bulge, right? The Earth is spinning, creating this bulge of the water.
Well,
right?
It's full of land and water, but yes.
No, it's mostly water. If you go look at your example, the land isn't bulging; it's the water that's bulging.
The land is bulging. Otherwise, the land would be underwater.
Well, wait a second. Your moon turns to the tides. It's bulging. You're getting this bulge due to the gravitational pull of the moon, and you're getting this bulge because of it. I mean, Neil deGrasse Tyson has a great video. You should go watch it. He shows you the bulge, and he shows you the Earth rotating. He shows you what happens to the water when it's doing this, right?
Yeah,
It's
but
not the
that's
land that's
Right.
bulging outward; it's the water that is.
No, and that's true. That's true. It's when you talk about that bulge is tiny. That's like I think at best is like 10 feet, but I think the average
It's
for the tide
it's so
tide
tiny, right?
is
Everything's so
minuscule.
tiny.
It's like a few inches.
3%,
yeah, but that
0.003%.
that's caused by the centrifugal force.
Oh, the bulges now. I thought it was the
Yes.
centripetal force
No,
capping
why
on
would you
the
think that?
centrifugal. Well, the centripetal is the acceleration of gravity towards the center. This is how you
Yeah,
only
that's
get a
right.
limited bulge.
So why would that create a
Right?
bulge?
It would
It's
create
centrifugal force. The force
it would create
acts
an
outwards.
offset of the centrifugal force. So in combination of centrifugal force pushing outward, you'd have to have the centripetal force of gravity holding the bulge at a certain rate, right? I mean, this is obviously based on the center of mass and the extent of the rotation and the velocity of it. And here's another thing: if the Earth isn't
Centrifugal force.
rotating at a constant velocity, which it's not, then how would you get all of this bulging, this consistent bulging, when we know that the 15 degrees per hour is only a constant derived from the oscillation. The oscillation doesn't show the 15 degrees. The oscillation shows a pattern that shows a speeding up and slowing down.
By how much?
It
That's
doesn't
like, isn't
matter.
that?
Again,
Well, it does matter. It
no,
absolutely
it doesn't.
matters. You can't just ignore the fact that it's
No, it doesn't.
inconsequential.
It only matters. Exactly. It only matters in your model that it's inconsequential. But the reality behind it is that the oscillating is there, and your mathematical quantification of the oscillating removes the physics from it, just like Kepler did with the true anomaly and the elliptical path, the apogee and the apogee, or whatever, of the elliptical path. In real life, if you had an object rotating at a constant speed, but it was moving upon an elliptical path, the wider path versus the shorter, or the narrow path versus the wide path, there would be a rotation change. This would be natural physics affecting it.
Yeah,
so
his
in reality, that's not accounted for.
Yes, it
And
is.
that's why
It isn't.
In reality, it's not accounted for, and that's why
in
it's a
its third
mathematical.
law.
It's a mathematical description. It has no physical reality.
Yeah, it
In other
does.
words,
Newton took that
you can
law
put it on.
and he gave it to he applied the centripetal force to it, the formula for the centripetal force. He applied it to the third law. That's how he developed the universal law of gravitation.
Yeah, and it fails. It doesn't work, right? So we also know why it doesn't work and it fails. It's because the predictions for the orbits are due to center of mass. Well, that's been thrown out the window due to Mercury, because Mercury doesn't rotate based on a center of mass. So you don't have the original center of mass gravitational attraction according to Newtonian when it comes to the orbital path of Mercury. So that's another bullshit story. Again, you have an oscillating pattern that's been quantified into a constant, which negates reality. In other words, the physical reality that comes with the oscillation is not apparent in our existence. And that's what gives credence to the idea the mathematical description is not reality. It's just a description mathematically.
Nobody
It doesn't
claims it's a
apply to
constant.
physics. What are you talking about? The 15 degree per hour is considered a constant in the globe model. What are you talking about?
No,
Do you have any idea what the change is? The rate of change is?
So again, you're missing reality. You're missing reality. If the Earth is spinning, if the Earth is spinning at 15 degrees, if the Earth is spinning at 15 degrees, if Earth is spinning at 15 degrees per hour, like your model dictates, then it negates the actual reality of the oscillating sun.
Okay. Now, thank you very much for you're not answering my question.
Let me finish. Either the measurement comes from the oscillating sun movement or it's the oscillation of Earth. Which is it? Because to devise a constant, you need to look at measurements. And if the measurements aren't a constant, that's why you have to derive one. What is the story of the oscillation telling you? It's not a constant. It's telling you that there's an oscillating pattern that we can quantify as a constant.
This is taking a long time, dude. Come on.
Let's look at reality. Reality shows
You're
that
repeating
it is
yourself.
not a constant. It is an oscillating pattern. That's what reality dictates. Now your argument
Great.
is
Can somebody else speak that, or you're just
how
gonna
much
babble?
how much of that reality is real? That's what your argument is. It's so real that they had to devise a constant from it.
Are you done now? Thank you so much for babbling for a half an hour. Okay, it wasn't a half hour, I know, but long. Okay, so you keep on saying that it doesn't matter. It doesn't matter that the amount of change is totally insignificant. If you
You're
can't
saying it's
perceive the amount of
insignificant. You're saying it's
okay,
insignificant.
yeah.
I'm saying it is
Hold on,
significant.
I
Go ahead.
got
No,
you.
You're
you
saying
got
it's
it. Yeah,
not.
talk to
Moyak,
yourself. Talk to yourself.
I got you, Moyak. Hold on. Moyak.
Okay. So
Hold on. What's Data's screen name? I got it.
yeah, ignoring the simple fact that some things are very small motions, and the magnitude of motion or acceleration does matter. I can just use little examples, like if I was on a boat and the current takes that boat away, you won't know that you started to move. It's a nice gentle increase in speed. You're not going to notice. It's too small in magnitude to notice. Over time, you might be able to measure it, but to say that this 15 degree, the variance from the 15 degrees per hour, which is minuscule, way below the ability of human perception, and to say that that's somehow relevant for argument, I don't get it. So I'd like you to respond to that.
I didn't even mute him. He might have left. I don't know what his screen name is.
So the point is
but,
the point is that
oh,
the
there
point
it
is the constant is derived from the oscillating pattern. That's the point. You understand, which means the Earth isn't constantly rotating at this degree. It can be quantified as such, and while there might be an error in and out of this 15 degree, the reality behind it is that it's not a constant. That's my argument. So you're claiming that the oscillating pattern that's measurable doesn't. I'm saying that it's measurable, it's quantifiable, and then we've developed a constant from it. Why does that matter? It's because reality is dictating that it's coming from an oscillating pattern, which means, according to your model, it's either caused by the rotation of the Earth, this oscillation, and therefore we're going to devise the oscillation and quantify it, or it's the pattern of the sun. Those are the two options we have. Well, you claim, your model claims that the rotation of the Earth is 1,038 miles per hour at the equator. This is a constant speed, but we know that it's not a constant. It's only been derived, which means that the Earth has to speed up and slow down to match the oscillating first measurements. So which
What
is
is the
it?
cause for? Hold on, Data. Let's hear what their cause is for that. You're talking about the equation of time, where throughout the course of the year, the sun doesn't go at 15 degrees an hour; it goes at 14 point. No,
it's measurable anyway. The equation of time is measurable between the two periods of spring and summer and fall. It's measurable.
Is this because the sun changes the amount of degrees it moves through the sky per hour?
The argument would stand that if you're going to have a constant rotation, you're going to, anybody researching the globe model will actually believe the Earth moves at 15 degrees per hour. But that's not truly the full story. I'm not disagreeing that it can't be quantified into 15 degrees. That's not what I'm saying. What I'm saying is
it changes throughout the year, right?
Well, the oscillating pattern changes throughout the year, and it has a discrepancy with clock time. That's hence the equation of time.
Data, real quick. This is the easy question, bro. Does the sun change how many degrees it moves through the sky throughout the course of the year?
Yes, it does. Yes.
All right. I knew that, but I don't know why you weren't answering me.
The equation of time shows that it doesn't match this quantified constant, the 15
Nobody
degrees.
claims
It
it's a
shows
constant. Why do you keep
15
saying
degrees per hour is a constant that's used
it's a
in celestial
shorthand.
navigation.
Hold on,
It's constant.
Kosho. What's the
Listen,
reason for why it happens? Let's see here the Glober's reason for why that even happened.
There's several reasons. One of the reasons would be that the orbit, there's like a 4 million mile difference between the aphelion and the perihelion, right? So when it's closer and it's moving faster around the sun, you're gonna have a shorter, how do you say it? Like shorter angles between each day, angle change between each day, right? So even though it's making 365 degrees throughout the whole year, some of those degrees are going to be they're going to be slightly angled differently than on the other side.
And
So
time's
it's because we
dilating.
get closer. So it's because we get closer and farther away from the sun.
Closer and faster and farther and slower. Yeah.
We're getting actually faster.
Yeah, 2,000 miles per hour faster.
And this happens gradually over the course of the whole year, day by day, or what?
Every single day, every day.
Every second?
Every second, sure, yeah. But
And then we slow down?
So
then we slow down?
Yeah, we slowed down. This is what I was saying about not Newton's, Kepler's third law. It describes, no, I'm sorry, that's not his third law. It's his second law. But use the second and the third law. That describes the speed of the orbit.
Yeah, what's the mechanism that makes it slow
you're talking
down,
about
though?
you're talking about a true anomaly in
real quick, Data. What's the mechanism that makes it slow down?
The same thing. It's the best way to think about it is when you throw a ball up in the air. Imagine that as being an eccentric orbit, because as it moves further from the Earth, it's slowing down as it's going to be attracted to the Earth again, and it's going to speed up to its fastest speed as it's approaching the Earth. But of course, if it's in an eccentric orbit where it's looping around the Earth, then it's going to do the same thing. It's going to be faster as it's going towards the Earth and slow down as it's moving away from the Earth.
So, Kosho, just to clarify, if you took a sphere and you took an elliptical orbit and you had a wider base and a shorter, let's say, a apogee and apogee, right? Is that the correct terms?
The sun's gravity.
A perigee. So hold on. Without a center of mass, we're just going to do a practical demonstration with a sphere. We're going to put it on an elliptical path, and we have the course that the circuit that it goes upon. We have a wider base and a smaller part of the ring, part of this elliptical path. You have a wider base and a shorter base, or a shorter top and a wider bottom, if you will. If we move that spherical object and we rotate it, we move it along this elliptical path, it will speed up and slow down regardless of any center of mass of any gravity. It will speed up and slow down upon its eccentricity of its course, its circuit. So again, it's another this is a demonstrable fact. So and you're claiming, or Kepler claimed, that everything is due to the center of mass orbiting around things, but it's actually the path that it's on. It has nothing to do with the center of mass. In other words, I take that sphere, put it along its circuit, I can show the speeding up and slowing down of that sphere moving upon its circuit that has nothing to do with the gravitational attraction to an object.
So the rotation of the rotation of the object.
So if I had a circuit, if I had an elliptical path, and it was it had two ends of it, one end was wide, one end was short. The sphere itself, as it moved upon its circuit, would change its velocity. It would change its acceleration based on the eccentricity of the orbit, if you will. Nothing to do with another body being attracted to it. Zero. It only gets its velocity change based on its eccentricity. That's the point of the exercise. Nothing to do with attracting mass.
What you're missing is the entirety of its route is based on the attraction.
Not in the demonstration that I just described. I can take a physical ball, a physical orbit, have the eccentricity showing you that at two ends, there are two opposite ends of the eccentricity. One's a wide eccentricity, one's a narrow eccentricity. If I have a rotating object travel through that circuit, the effect on its acceleration is due to the eccentricity of the orbit, not anything to do with mass attracting mass. That's what the demonstration. That's what I'm talking about, because in Kepler's example, he gives you a definition of why there is no speeding up and slowing down upon its eccentricity. He gives you what's called the true anomaly, which is a mathematical description which leaves out all physics and all exchanges of energy. It's just a mathematical description. That's it. It's another philosophy described mathematically.
Okay, the speeding up and slowing down that Coach was referring to is not the change in velocity. It's the change in the magnitude. It's traversing.
Let's look at a practical demonstration. You and I have created an elliptical
orbit.
Hold on,
let him finish.
And we're gonna have a sphere move along.
Were you done?
We can.
Maybe. I mean, I could let him respond. I already made a claim there, so go on.
I mean, are you going to address the velocity and magnitude thing, or
Bacon wasn't?
Let's address the true anomaly.
There's no way Bacon was done. He
There's
said
no way he
like
was
two.
done, right?
Yeah.
Data,
Yeah,
go ahead. Are you going to address the
So-
magnitude and velocity thing or what?
So you're talking magnitude and you're talking velocity. I'm looking at a practical demonstration that would put a spherical object upon an orbit or an elliptical path. I could show you by demonstration that this object will speed up and slow down. It will oscillate, if you will, not really, but speed up and slow down, essentially, I guess, the form of oscillation. It will speed up and slow down based on its eccentricity, nothing to do with its mass attracting mass. And
That
if you
has
look at
nothing
what,
to do with what we're talking about.
but if you look
Because-
at Kepler is saying that a body, the way it moves, is in reference to another body, and the way that the ratio works is in proportion to the distance from the center to whatever. I can't remember exactly how he described it, but according to the bodies, I'm saying that's false because I can take a practical demonstration and show you the oscillation comes from the eccentricity, nothing to do with the center of mass, nothing to do with the interference of other planets. Right?
But
You're saying that this
that's
orbit
still
is.
not, oh my god. That's still not the response that Kosho was giving. It's not about the change in velocity because the thing is eccentric. Like any circle, even if it's a perfectly circular path, the velocity is constantly changing because it points to a different direction. Right? And if it's an
No, if I took a circle and I put a rotating body on it and I kept a constant of that rotating body upon the circle, it won't change. It won't change acceleration. It will maintain its velocity upon its circuit. It's only
maintains
changes
the magnitude.
Well, Kosho just told us that the speed. Kosho just told us the speed's changing.
That's reality. So
different.
reality dictates
Exactly.
the reality dictates there has to be a speed change. And if there, because that's what the oscillating pattern shows us. And what have we concluded when you use a demonstration is that we can conclude as an object, if it is rotating, moving upon an elliptical path, will by natural physical law speed up and slow down based on that path that it travels, if it's not perfectly circular, which in the case of the pathways of these elliptical paths, we don't have a perfect constant velocity. We have these changes. So the Earth itself, depicted by your model, says that it's rotating at a constant rate at the equator. That has to be false. Can it be quantified and suggested so? But that has to be false because that doesn't match the actual measurements.
No idea what you're talking
about. The change in throughout the year of the sun's movement through the sky slightly is due to the Earth changing speeds, right? Hello.
Yes. As it orbits faster, the solar day gets.
But your model's dictating that due to the center of mass, that the gravitational attraction. I'm saying you can demonstrate that it has to do with the elliptical path. In other words, if you put an object on an elliptical path and you have it rotating at a certain velocity, it will change its velocity based on the elliptical nature, whether it's a narrow or a widened pathway, as
Okay, so
opposed to
if it
having
has
something perfect circular.
an ellipse has two focal points, right? An ellipse is symmetrical. Why is when the Earth is one of the focal points? Is it faster than when it's the other focal? If it has nothing to do with being attracted by the sun, why isn't that symmetrical too?
So this is the argument. Your model doesn't dictate that by the 15-degree constant. We're saying that your model doesn't represent that by taking the constant and saying that this is true. But if it was moving along all of these paths, that you would experience all these other physical attributes to do it. That's why the Earth has to be stationary, and it's the sun that moves along its elliptical path, because none of these effects of speeding up and slowing down that you claim exist are measurable here on Earth. And this is why Kepler called it, I believe he called it the true anomaly, which is the idea is that if you are moving upon these paths that are elliptical, you would have these speeding up and slowing down, the speeding up and slowing down, which would then conclude the Earth is not rotating at a constant.
the orbit has nothing to do with how constantly the Earth is.
We're talking about Earth rotation, bro. Earth rotation and the oscillation and the quantification of the oscillation to give a 15-degree rotation.
The orbit has nothing to do with how fast the Earth's rotating. Those are independent.
Again, like I said, in a demonstration, if I put a spherical object on an elliptical path, that object, if I put it at a certain constant speed, would change the velocity of it based on the nature of the elliptical path, whether it be a shorter or longer path. You would actually
right, but it's a constant speed, right? You just said it's a constant speed, right?
If you took a practical demonstration and you had certain amount of revolutions per minute or per second, and you had the device calculate that, as you move this sphere upon an elliptical path, you would show that constant would change if the Earth was rotating. That's the point of the exercise, is to refute the idea the Earth is rotating because of the oscillation. You can't have the Earth speeding up and slowing down without any physical repercussions of it, as displayed in the demonstration. In other words, if the
Data,
Earth was
are you saying the change in the orbit should change the rotational speed? I don't get what your argument
okay, so
is.
again, I'm just going to give you a practical demonstration, which you can go search up. They've already done it. Take a spherical body with a constant rate of revolution. If you move that spherical body over an elliptical path, and the path goes from a wide base to a short base, it will speed up and slow down in relative position to either of those points. In other words, you will get a change in constant speed or constant velocity. You'll get an acceleration change due to the nature of the elliptical path. I'm saying that the Earth can't be doing that, because if we were having all of these positions of change, there would be other consequences, other physical effects.
Like what? Name one.
Well, the Earth would be speeding up and slowing down.
That's what they say is happening. Kosho just told me the Earth is speeding up and slowing down.
But that's not happening, right? Because if it was,
can we measure it?
You would actually have physical attributes. This is what Kepler acknowledges, and why he calls it a true anomaly. I think I've been loosely on the true anomaly, but it's the idea that as these objects move upon their course, there's actually no physical effects here on Earth. So it doesn't matter how you mathematically describe it. You don't actually have any of this speeding up and speeding down. It's just how it's mathematically described. And I'm saying, through practical demonstration, if you did have a rotating body upon elliptical path, you would have these changes that would affect our reality, which is shown in the demonstration. You're telling me that the Earth speeding up.
How would you measure? Hold on, Data. You say so many things at once. How would you measure, or how do they claim to measure our speed going around the sun? Because that's what we're trying to figure out, the speed around the sun, right?
Well, and to the thing Data's saying, he's saying, when you say affect us, didn't Moyak admit that it does affect us? It's just very tiny.
How do we know it affects us? Well, how do you measure?
We don't. There's no effect. That's what I'm trying to say, and I'm saying that even Kepler, in his model in mathematics, would understand that an object moving along an elliptical path that's rotating, and it went upon its apogee or whatever, I can't remember the names of them. These 2 points, there would be discrepancy in velocity or speed change due to rotation. This is a physical thing that you can witness in reality by taking the premise of an elliptical path and an object rotating along that elliptical path at a constant rate. It will change the rate of speed.
We hear you. So we don't have a way to measure how fast we're moving around the sun?
I'm not.
That's for the Globers. Dave.
I don't think so, because that's free fall. Like, in no orbit could be measured by the own body that it's orbiting, because it's all free fall. You can't
measure it. All right,
you're not free falling. You guys don't get to keep claiming you're free falling when you're pretending it's the geodesic thing and then admitting it's spatially not.
No, it has nothing to do with the geodetics. This is Newtonian. What I'm talking about is Newtonian. No geodetic, no relativity.
Right. Well, it's only Newtonian if it's perfectly circular, right?
No, Newtonian mechanics can also have elliptic orbits. Elliptic orbits are not exclusive to relativity.
then, right? It's not going to be a pure free fall then, right?
It will. In Newtonian mechanics, an elliptical
What am
orbit
I
is
missing?
as free. Well, you tell me. I also want to know that.
What am I missing about it not being measurable?
Because
Like,
it's free fall.
okay, how is it free fall if it's not constant motion? That's what I'm saying.
Because the whole motion is simply being derived by the gravitational attraction between the star and the planet, right? So the whole orbit is free fall. It's just inertia
Okay,
plus
so
gravity.
I thought
all right, if we were free falling, and then we started free falling faster, we wouldn't be. There's no measurement we could take of that.
No, because the thing about free fall is that the acceleration is being applied to the whole thing at once. That's the difference between free fall and someone pushing you. If someone pushes you, it only pushes you in like one part of your body, and the rest of it gets accelerates later as a consequence of that, so you can feel it. But if the acceleration is being applied to every atom of your body, like gravity does, then there's no way to detect it. And all orbits are like that, even the elliptical ones.
But you're changing direction.
Yeah, but you're also changing direction based on the acceleration that is being applied to all the atoms in your body.
So there is an amount of acceleration happening here. So how minute of an acceleration is this, and how much acceleration do humans have the capability of measuring? Would be my next question.
Well, if it's free fall, the magnitude of the acceleration doesn't matter.
Okay, so how
No.
much
Get him like this. May I one time, Jeremy?
acceleration can we measure? How much acceleration are we doing with this whole orbit thing?
I don't know.
That's like a repeat. Jeremy, if I can ask him, are you not able to measure when you go from rest to motion?
That depends on the situation. Give me an example.
Wait, you are.
What do you mean?
If you're at rest on the cliff and then you remove the cliff and you start falling.
Okay. Yeah, now I'm free fall. Wasn't free. I can tell the difference between not free falling and free falling. If when I'm not free falling, I'm in the presence of gravity.
Do you think you could detect it with the not optical thing, just witnessing it? Do you think that there could be a force detection from you having no movement to having the movement, even though you're moving into free fall instantly?
Yeah, that depends on how. That depends on what's changing.
I mean, look, man, I'm talking about hypothetically, if you teleported to a place in space and then you just started you went from 0 and then you turned on your machine and you started moving. Well, I guess you had the machine on from the beginning.
You are accelerating, Don. You went from that to movement.
No, that depends. For example, if I'm just floating in space at rest. So at rest, there's nothing pulling me. I'm just in a fixed position in space, and then I'm teleported close to something that has gravity, like a planet, and I start falling towards the planet. I'm not gonna feel that.
Because you were the whole time you're saying it was free fall. Now, what if you were on a cliff and you just took the table out from under you?
Yeah, because before you did that with the cliff, you already had your weight, right? So you weren't free falling. As soon as you remove the cliff, now you start free falling. So now you feel the same as if there was no gravity. And before you couldn't because you weren't free falling. So if you go from not free falling somewhere that has gravity to free falling, you would feel that.
Right, but why do you think that is? Because
when you're not free falling, there's a force pulling your bodies towards the ground, but your body is being prevented from going down by the ground.
But Bacon, we know the simple answer is like you can measure the acceleration. Then there's a special
That's not the answer.
claim. Right. The special claim is though you can't measure the free fall acceleration. That's a special claim. Right.
Mm-hmm.
And you don't have any, consistent variable to attribute that to. You just say, oh, it happens special in nature. And then you want to you can't have your cake and eat it too on both of them. You know what I'm saying? If it's like, then you could say, okay, well, there's okay, your magnitude and velocity is involved in the acceleration, right? And so you can say, okay, well, if we have the constant motion, maybe that's the special situation, right? Which means you have to have everything uh uh everything exactly the same, universal, right? You can't just sit there and go, oh well, now I'm gonna say it's not universal, not constant motion, and I'm gonna pretend because it's in this other scenario where I said, oh, we're free falling, we're doing this special thing. I'm gonna extend the special thing to even more special now, and say now, even though I'm changing direction and I'm changing speed, I still can't measure it. It's just ridiculous.
It's actually pretty consistent. Just think about how we feel acceleration with our body, right? We have a liquid in our ears. How do you call it? The vestibular system or something?
You're just trying to eliminate inertia, though. I'm saying,
No, I'm
it's
not.
like
Follow. Just follow me for a second.
all right.
Okay, so we have like tiny crystals inside of that organ, right? And once you start moving, your ear moves first than the crystals that are inside of it. So they move later. They get displaced inside of your ears, and you can feel that. And that's where your sense of orientation and acceleration comes from, right? So if you're in a situation in which your ear and the crystals are moving differently, you can feel. If you're in a situation in which they move together, you can't. So if you're at rest, the crystals go down in your ear, so you feel that. You feel that downward force. You feel the pressure of your body towards the ground.
Bro, but you're getting into. I grant you this situation, an example of the sensitivity of humans. Why?
It's not about sensitivity. It's let's say that's infinitely sensitive. Let's just say that's
uniform motion.
sensitive.
I was going to elaborate to give you more. I didn't mean to downcut you right there at the beginning. I mean, I'm saying I get your point that you're going to have uniform motion. Whatever device you have is going to be with you. Blah blah blah. Dude, but you're getting to a point where you're acting like you can't measure any acceleration or you can't do any verification of position in 3D space. And you know that we can with things like gyroscopes and stuff like this.
Yeah, well, that's a change in orientation, right?
Can I ask him about the inertia and the free fall?
You
See,
silly
the idea is that you're not having a force acted upon you, hence why you're claiming free fall, right? And then you don't feel
free fall doesn't mean there's no force. Free fall just means there's.
If you
free fall
actually does.
If you had no inertia, you would have no weight.
Yeah,
if you have no weight, if you had no weight,
if you're talking about general.
If you have
Einstein people will tell you that it is no force acting on you when you're free falling, and that's why they want to get away with that one. Also, the change in orientation is a thing y'all are talking about when you're talking about measuring the fucking orbit in this and that. You're orientating differently. You're orientating from a different perpendicular. You're closer, farther away. You have an elliptical orbit. Okay, you're gonna have. My point is, like, the orientation will change with the circular orbit, right?
No. There's
it's going to change fluidly.
No, the orbit tells you the position, the change in position. So if you're in a perfectly circular orbit, right? You can very well not be rotating. You can have the stars fixed in the sky exactly where they are, and that will make the day as long as a year. So there's no rotation there, and you're in a perfectly circular orbit, or even in an elliptical orbit. You can. There's nothing that prevents that from happening. Like each planet has a different
you could
rotation.
gravitate, you could gyro yourself, dude, and you would feel the torque as you were orbiting, dude. Come on, man.
No, I'm saying that you can be orbiting without spinning. You can orbit without rotating. Those two are independent. Orbit tells you how your position.
Can you measure it? Jeremy keeps asking you, can you measure it? I know he's asking
how. I keep answering no.
But you know that you can.
No, I'm saying you can't. You can't measure. You shouldn't be
So
able to
what
measure that
exactly?
within auto mechanics. The auto mechanics doesn't
Measure
provide
what
you any
exactly?
way to measure that. Oh, sorry, go.
But to measure what, Bacon?
The difference in motions that you have in an elliptical orbit. You have no way to measure it. You can only measure that referencing, let's say let's say we're orbiting the sun, so we can see that we're getting closer and further to the sun, and the duration of the days are changing. That's how we know it. We can't detect it in any other way.
We can't perform any terrestrial experiments, but we could like fire something at the sun and see how long does it take for that signal to bounce back to us, for example. They are things we could do, but yeah, to just perform a terrestrial experiment to roll dice on the surface of the Earth, that wouldn't do anything for us, definitely.
The weird semantics of feeling it, of measuring it, of touch. Are you feeling it? Is there the force? It's like we act like different categories of instruments are completely standing on their own when it's really just they're all different sensitivity levels of the same thing, in my opinion.
Wait, are you guys talking about feeling it with your body or using tools and observations?
Whichever, because the tools that detect acceleration are not that different from how your body does it.
In fact, the accelerometer comes from the vestibular system. That's where we get the accelerometer from, is the mimicking of reality.
Right. So does that what you mean by
Yeah.
feel? You know what I mean? Or it's crazy, man. Because to me, optically measuring it, that's feeling it.
Oh, really?
That's all those mathematicians
measuring
did was
is measuring.
that's all those mathematicians did was measure things optically, like Kepler.
If I see a car accelerating, I wouldn't say I'm feeling the car accelerating. I would have to be in the car, right? Because to me, feeling would be the same thing as measuring from the perspective of the car, not from.
If you watched it in a movie, or if you watched it from a street any reference, if you were watching it, you would understand the car is accelerating. You could feel it in your mind.
I wouldn't call that feeling the car accelerating. That's
Right.
that's why
So
I'm
get
not
to the
using
define. I don't even know what
What does that even
get down
mean?
to the
Feel
point
it
of
in
like
your mind.
what this argument is even about. You're gonna get into like, is it doing a thing? Or are you
Originally, it
arguing
stems
about
from
will it be measurable on this device or that device?
Originally, it comes from the eccentricity, measuring the eccentricity, whether it's an oscillating or whether a device is a constant, which Kepler uses the true anomaly to describe these three types of positions through its eccentricity or its elliptical path, calculating the eccentricity. The whole point of the argument is if you're going to have an object in physical reality move about a path and it has a rotation to it, that this rotation is affected by the eccentricity of the orbit. In other words, whether it's a wide path or a shorter path, if an object is rotating along that path, there is obviously a physical change due to the speed or velocity of that rotation. And in essence, if that is true, if Earth is moving upon an elliptical path, well, we would have these oscillating patterns. That's what's attributed to Earth rotation, but then it's quantified at 15 degrees per hour. The argument is that if you had those physical changes here on Earth, the speeding up and slowing down of the rotating body, there would be physical results of that as demonstrated by a practical demonstration. And this is acknowledged in Kepler's writings. He acknowledges that an object moving upon an elliptical path would have these eccentricities, but you wouldn't be able to detect them. Henceforth, the true anomaly, quantifying these three types of. I'd have to go back and look what these three positions are. But you don't have any of these effects of oscillation, none. So which on Earth.
You're talking about dilation, though, right, or whatever.
No. Talking about actual. If the Earth was actually rotating, it would have to match the math, to match the actual measured math. It would show that the Earth is speeding up and slowing down in rotation. If we were to assume that this pattern that we're recognizing is from the Earth rotation, I'm saying that it's not.
Right.
It's solely from
What
the sun.
properties and two? Tell me, get them on the true anomaly or whatever. I don't know if I know about
Don't
that.
you mean it's orbit data, or what do you mean by rotation? Spin it
So
on
the
its
Earth,
axis.
it doesn't
So,
change
so
its axis.
like I said, if you had a rotating surface, a rotating body move upon a pathway, and that pathway is anything but circular, that rotating body will have the physical will in real life will be subjected to that that pathway, and that pathway that it goes through, the rotation won't be constant. It will speed up and slow down relative to those two positions, whether it's the narrow path or whether it's the wider path. That rotating body would have to speed up and slow down. Well, if we had any object on that ball that would, for instance, let's say we'd had a container, and that container was rotating on the surface of the body, and we created a centrifugal force to that water, and we contained it, and then that body that was on top of the rotating surface would move along its elliptical path. You would actually see the effects physically based on the eccentricity of the orbit in real life, that is. And the greater the eccentricity, the greater the force that would be applied on the rotating body. That is what's not that's not what's measured. That's not what's observed. What's observed is just the pathway without any of the physical attributes associated with the eccentricity.
Did anyone follow that?
So you have an eccentricity of a path. You have an
So
eccentricity of a
yes,
pathway.
I
If
did.
it's a greater eccentricity, you should have greater
I think
forces
he took
upon
that
it.
as a challenge. Oh, you fall to here? Let me
I
see
mean,
how
what's
far you
the
can go.
difference if you have a fucking string on a ball, fucking, you're spinning the fucking ball around, and then, you know what I'm saying? But you make the orbit eccentric. Is there not going to be different amounts of fucking force on that ball compared to if it was a
Exactly.
fucking circle? I mean, what's the, Bacon, you got to sell us this if it's so easy. Like, how are you not hearing him? Like, I
Dude,
don't get it.
there's no difference in the rotation rate. The difference is what you're seeing.
Because we're not
Difference.
rotating.
Hold on, sir.
That's the whole point.
Hold on, dude. Hold on, guy.
It's the sun that's moving.
Hold on, guy. Difference is what is in what you're seeing, as in the day is 24 hours because you're moving slightly more than you're rotating, in order for it to be a little bit more than the actual rotation day. And that difference that it changes by is going to be different depending on how close you are and how fast you're moving on that orbit. That's the only reason why there's a different length of day. It's not because it's not because
Can you if that is true, describe a stellar. If that is true, describe a stellar day for me, Kosho. And why is it 366 days for a stellar day?
Because, like I just said, because a solar day it is when it's catching back up to where the sun is in reference to the sun's position in the sky, right? But it's going to be a little bit longer than a stellar day, because a stellar day would be 360.
No, stellar day is longer. Stellar day is
No,
longer.
stellar day is shorter.
A stellar
No,
day
366 days encompassing all
That's
of
a
stellar
solar
days.
year. Exactly. So if he has more
No,
days,
the
1 second. Let me answer you.
the ancients say the stellar days is 366 days. That means the point of return from what they're concluding is either the Earth is rotating or the sun is moving. It's just the return to that one first measurement. You don't have that when it comes to your other calendars. You don't have that first return.
What do you mean
That's
by
why
stellar
you have
day?
different. 366 days is 1 year according to the ancients, and how do they equate it per stellar day. It's 366 days in total to make a full rotation
you take a
for a
break,
seasonal.
dude?
Well,
I'm
that's what
trying to respond to you.
Yeah, it's just one
That's stellar
rotation, Bacon. That's stellar day. Like a 360 degree rotation in reference to the fixed stars.
A
But
day,
the stellar
not
day
a
is
year.
300.
So,
300
Mike,
no,
let me.
it's 300. It's 366 days. Is every stellar day added up over the years 366 days to get a complete full body rotation from point one. But that again, that has nothing to do with the rotating body of Earth. As I expressed, if it is a rotating body Earth, you would have an oscillating pattern of the rotation, which would have physical effects. In other words, you would have you should have a bulge change, but you don't have that. You have no physical effects of
Rotation
this
rate doesn't
eccentricity
change.
of. You have no physical effects of this eccentricity of the rotation of the orbit.
Yeah, the rotation of the orbit, the rotation, what's eccentric is the orbit itself. The rotation is not going to change the speed. The difference
does in physical reality. If you took an object,
the difference is the stellar rotation, the stellar day. You're right. There's 366 of those in a year because those are shorter than a regular day.
Exactly. I mean, if you have more stellar days and solar days in a year, obviously they gotta be smaller. They're gonna be shorter. How could you fit more stellar days in a year if they were longer?
So again, this goes to against the rotation of the body of the Earth, and Ptolemy uses
No,
this
that's
as an
fixed.
argument. It's not fixed. That's the whole point. The celestial bodies, the one celestial sphere is fixed. The stars that are infinitely distant are fixed, but the local planets are not fixed. They move independently. They have their own center of mass. That's why they go in the opposite rotation and they do whatever the fuck they want. They do not work in a uniform manner.
How's it
Right?
related? Because the claim was
Well, here, how's it related? It's again
I
due to
was
rotation.
not-
If you have according to Ptolemy's argument, a rotating body that's supposed to move in uniform would have effect on other bodies.
gonna
This is
speak
the whole
louder.
idea. This is the whole idea of center mass attracting mass. Is that center mass of the object is the driving force to the elliptical paths or orbits, whatever the other previous bodies. Well, if they don't conform to uniform motion due to the center of mass and they have their own motions, well, then you don't have uniform motion based on rotation. It conflicts the rotating model because nothing is carried along with the rotation. So there,
I think we're into the 30-second thing from now on.
that's why Ptolemy said the Earth is not rotating, is because you would have all these other bodies affected by it, and they're not affected by the rotation.
Okay.
They move independently and they have their own center of mass,
We're gonna do
irrelevant
that
to the shape of
30-second
the
thing.
Earth
We're
or the
doing that
size or the
30-second
center of
thing now,
mass of the
dude.
Earth.
Because you don't stop
Yo,
talking.
real-
You just don't. You just decide to never stop talking. So we're gonna do 30 seconds, man.
Yeah, 30 seconds, no doubt.
Is that necessarily 1-on-1?
No, it doesn't have to be one-on-one. Anybody can jump in. It's just just don't interrupt anybody, and then the person
Definitely
gets
30 seconds.
Yeah.
Put the timer on them. Can anyone do the timer, or do I need to count
Yeah,
it
hold
in my
on.
head? You gonna do it, Coach O?
Yeah. I'll post the thing. Yeah.
About fucking time you did something. Man.
Yeah. Well, I'm tired, dude. Anyways,
Yeah, some bad Chinese last night. You got wild excuses, bro. You always got an excuse. You're that guy.
Yeah, dude. We're arguing about all of this because of you.
I don't even know where I was going with it. What happened? What did I say?
Witsit was complaining about something that nobody said at all, and then in response to that, you were complaining that Zanuck and I were arguing that things that the ground does accelerate towards the observer for different reasons.
No, Zanuck said. Hold on, bro. Witsit said that people were running around debunking flat earthers so easily because we're claiming the ground accelerates up at 9.8 meters per second squared. Now, Zanuck, for the last week, we've been very clear on what acceleration meant. All right, it meant change of speed or change of direction. Okay, we're very clear, and he's telling me, yes, the ground is in fact, in reality, accelerating upward. Okay, you can argue with him. He's definitely not running around debunking flat earthers with that, because that's what he thinks is happening. Okay, was that 30 seconds?
That's 30 seconds. Anyway, dude, the point is, I don't even know if that was like. I think it's so weird that you guys are holding us responsible for something that you heard somebody else use an argument. I don't hear people use it as an argument. I hear people.
I
who
wasn't
don't
worried
know what they're
about that
talking
part.
about. What?
My bad. Go ahead.
No, I hear people who don't know what they're talking about use what they may have heard from Flat Earth Society. Like they'll be like, "Oh, what they think that," but those are just people who don't even know what they're talking about. And generally, I'm not having conversations with them about the flat Earth because they're somewhere else talking to someone else. So I don't know.
I hear you.
The whole thing was kind of ridiculous. Like asking us to freaking, I don't know, like dismiss it or something like that, or speak out against it.
Well, he was just asking if he thought it was fucked up that we're getting censored and straw man all over God's creation. Listen, that's not the part that worried me, though. I know how this works. The part that worried me is when he said flat earther or globers are debunking us so easily because we think the ground's accelerating up at 9.8 meters per second squared. And your boy, Zanuck, has been telling me that that's exactly what's happening. So he's definitely not going to be debunking that, is he?
That's true. Zanuck aside, though, that idea of that's why people are beating flat earthers so much in arguments is a fever dream. And this is like, I mean, we're in this community all the time that we hear arguments all the time. We rarely hear people thinking that they're defeating flat earthers in arguments because of those straw men. Like that might be something that, you know, I don't even know where you would hear that, to be honest with you. You'd hear somebody who doesn't know anything about flat earth, but has happened to be arguing about the flat earth.
So Zanuck's definitely not going to be debunking me if I think the ground moves up at 9.8 meters per second squared like the Flat Earth Society, right?
I think Witsit tried to correct you and say that that's kind of a different, like that's an idea of what's happening on the flat Earth, right? Like that the flat Earth is accelerating upwards. That's not the same that's being described in either general relativity or principle of relativity. Yeah.
Listen, Zanuck's been telling me, okay, the Flat Earth Society says the ground's accelerating upward at 9.8 meters per second. Do you know what Zanuck's been telling me for the past week and a half?
Yes, he's been talking about general relativity and how
he's been telling me that in reality the ground is accelerating upwards at 9.8 meters per second squared. Okay.
I've heard
same exact thing. Same thing.
You didn't know that,
Nothing
Jeremy?
different. So Zanuck's definitely not going to be debunking me because he thinks that exact nutcase shit that the Flat Earth Society thinks. He's probably the one that wrote that shit. I bet you Zanuck's third cousin, step cousin, fucking wrote that shit.
Said I'm not arguing the same thing as Zanuck because it's
stupid. I know, we know.
There's a fundamental misunderstanding that's way less confusing as that is, and it's about relativity in general. Nothing to do with special or general relativity. And so there's no point in even discussing that if it can't even be agreed upon that all motion is relative. I mean, it's just there's no way to describe motion without it being.
Holy crap, dude! There's 75 people over at that other server, that Cosmology Tartaria.
All right. Yeah. Did everyone just get a DM from someone from over there?
No, I didn't get a DM. But I just decided to look, dude.
All right.
I think it's because Witsit is battling FTFE.
Yeah. Oh, is he? Oh, I'm gonna go check it out. I'll be back in a little bit.
He said Fight a Flat Earth was going to be there.
Thanks for that.
I'll teach you more later about flat Earth, guys.
Yeah, geez, we 70. Holy fuck, 72 now.
I don't know. Was that a dig? I don't know why he did that.
No, I was the only one that got a DM about that event starting. Really?
No, I did too.
No one else got one, just me.
I did too.
Oh, you did too?
Yeah.
I think I did too. I don't know. Maybe. Let me check. Actually, no, I didn't. Never mind. Wait, no, hold on.
Anyways. So, anyways.
Wait, I did.
Where were we? Yeah, they probably ran through our whole list. Yeah, I know.
About relativity. My point is that, and I mean this sincerely, that there's a fundamental disagreement, and that's why I love Zanuck. He's my brother for reasons you don't yet understand, but he's my brother. But when he jumps in on that, he's continuing his argument with you, and it's just different than my argument, which is much simpler, and it's only about how motion is always described. Like I don't like you. Like do you at least agree with that? That there always has to be a reference frame that is decided on anytime you're describing any kind of motion, velocity, movement.
Yeah, you could. I agree. Listen to me. I agree. Yes, you could describe it as you're not falling, you're sitting still, and the Earth is rising up to meet you. You could describe it like that. We know that's not right, though. That's the thing is we know that's not right, and that's not actually happening.
Can you describe to me
especially
why?
if you live on a ball with a static radius.
Describe to me
Can't
why
be
that's
happening.
true. First of all, there's a
On a
big.
ball with, if you're on a ball with a static radius, that literally cannot be happening, or you have a major issue with what you think is going on in reality.
Well, but both sides of the sphere are accelerating towards you in the same rate in your reference rate.
Exactly. It's not that.
Yeah, there's
it's not
one
that
guy
the
falling
surface
on
is.
one side of the ball. There's one guy falling on one side of the ball. Then there's another guy falling on the other side of the ball. So the ground's accelerating up towards both of them simultaneously. The ball
Not
has to get bigger.
simultaneously. No, it's depending on which frame of reference you're picking. If you're picking the frame of reference of the guy in the other side, then it's accelerating in that direction. If you're using the reference frame of the guy in this side, then it's accelerating towards his frame of reference.
You're never going to describe both
And
at
then
the same time.
Yeah.
And then we're going to try to figure out what's actually happening in reality. Or do we
There's
want to
no
walk
actually.
around thinking that the ground's accelerating up?
Well, I think that when Zenix talks about this, it's because in relativity, the space is bent towards the Earth, and space would be the reference frame. If you take the space as a reference frame, if you're not going towards the Earth, then you're not inertial. You're being prevented from going towards the Earth by the Earth. So in that frame of reference, the surface is constantly accelerating upwards because the reference frame is going inwards.
I think Bacon.
Yeah, I'm just going to explain this one. Hold on, one
Yeah.
last time, just for the audience, in case people don't understand how balls work. I thought you guys would understand this, but if
What
you
do
have
mean,
a,
how balls work?
I'm gonna tell you right now, if you live on one, and there's one person on one side and one person on the other side, and they're both free falling, and the ground, meaning the surface of the ball, is accelerating upwards, which would be towards each of the people that are in different directions from each other, then you would have to have an expanding ball, and that can't happen if you live on a ball where the radius is static.
Or you can have a shrinking reference frame, right?
Sorry, what?
Or you can have a shrinking reference frame, because that's
A
what
shrinking reference frame.
Yes, if the space is being bent towards the Earth, then all the surface is accelerating upwards just by the fact that the space is being bent inwards.
I feel like Kosho's thing does a really good job. Like Kosho's he posted it earlier, and I was like, "Ooh, that looks really cool." But
I'm just saying that I know what Bacon's saying is valid, and it's what Zanuck is saying also. But I think that's I think it's way too past where because the issue is not even just about general relativity; it's about relativity in general. No pun intended. But
well, I get that. Like, if you want to describe it, what you're describing, then yeah. But I'm trying to make Jeremy make sense out of what Zenix's saying, which is not what you're saying.
Okay,
not.
Okay, here we're gonna go through what Xanax. Xanax is the ground that you're standing on is accelerating up. So we have a direction. We know which way up is, right? He also has a number for how fast it's accelerating up. Right? Are we all clear so far? It's pretty simple, right?
Yeah.
Did I straw man
him? Probably not.
Oh, that's what he's been saying for a week and a half now. The ground is actually accelerating up in reality at 9.8 meters per second squared. So we know which way up is. And we know that if the surface of the ball is doing that, whenever you drop something, the radius can't be static. It would have to be getting bigger.
No, because you're thinking about that with a non-bent reference frame.
Yes, it's about the reference frame.
Like that's true. That's true. That would be completely valid of an argument within
but what you guys are doing is compartmentalizing physics. You're trying to compartmentalize it. Like, from your perspective, this thing's happening, but it's not actually happening in reality. It's like compartmentalization. That's not actual physicality.
No, not even doing that. I mean, I'm not even necessarily believe that. I'm just trying to explain how that works within Zenix's explanation.
But
and I think, sorry.
I was saying to respond to what Gio said, though, this is what I'm stressing is a very fundamental acceptance that this is why I've just disagreed with the part about the general relativity going into that just yet, because this fundamental acceptance, like if this is not accepted, then none of that is going to be accepted. And the truth is that what you just said about what we're trying to do, compartmentalize reality, this is what Galileo had described as what reality was, that it can only be described in that way. You can only describe movement by deciding on what reference frame to decide the movement from. So it doesn't, there isn't a way to say this is how this object is moving absolutely, because there's no absolute reference frame. You can only describe how this object is moving in reference to some other frame or object. And
yeah, but there is a way
that is the actual. That supposedly that is like the way we do physics. For this whole time, 400 years, is actually what's happening.
Yeah, but there is an absolute reference frame. Like if we're standing in a field and we have a soccer ball, and someone kicks it into your face, there's an absolute frame of that ball went from that dude's foot and smashed you in the face. Like if you had a third person camera 40 feet up above the field, that's what you would see.
Yeah, but if I hit the ball with your face in the same speed that the ball hit your face, the damage is the same. The fact that the collision happened isn't what we're talking about.
Yeah, but what Gio's saying though is what he's saying is the absolute frame though is basically the Earth's frame, because in the Earth's reference frame, you could describe that whole event. As if something was moving with the stationary Earth, like some camera or some observer with the stationary Earth. The Earth is stationary, and the field on the Earth is stationary, and everything moving is moving in reference to that stationary frame. All those movements can be described in ways that we are familiar with and understand. And so I can see why you're saying that's the absolute frame, but the idea is that Earth isn't, Earth is moving in reference to some other frame.
But that's just a story. That's not what reality is. And by the way, I wasn't really saying that the Earth has to be the frame. It's just reality is the frame. Like the air, the physics, the things that are happening.
Oh yeah. I understand that. That's kind of what I mean. Is like there's even like it's not a case of not understanding. It's a case of not agreeing on that fact that there is like I said in our paradigm.
Sorry.
I was saying in our paradigm there isn't that frame. There isn't an absolute frame. But even as recent as the people who believed in the ether, doing like the Michelson-Morley test, they used that ether as a stationary frame. And so it's just a disagreement on whether there's a absolute frame or whether there's no absolute frame. Yeah. And we just
and it's not even about whether or not that's reality, because well, at least from my part, I'm not even trying to argue that that's true. I'm just trying to explain why there's not an inconsistency.
But what are the things that makes us think that the Earth is not the reference frame? What are the things that makes us think that it can't be for some reason? Is it the imaginary movements?
It can. It can
be.
It
doesn't matter. Go ahead, Bacon.
Right. Oh, it can be. What we're saying is that other things can also be the reference. You don't get only one. You have like multiple different frame of reference that can also work.
It doesn't matter which reference frame. You know how balls work. You know that if you have the surface of the ball, one surface, and then you have a surface on the exact opposite side, accelerating up, in the opposite way and the way up is the opposite direction from down, which is towards the center, then we know that the ball would have to be getting bigger. Because we know how up and down works, and we know how balls work, right? You guys love balls. Don't tell me you don't know how balls work.
I think I can explain that with an example. It's not a perfect example, but I think I can explain how that can work if you have a bent reference frame. So let's say you're driving your car northwards from the equator. So you're at the equator and you start going north. If the Earth is flat and latitude and longitude are like grid lines, then as you go towards north, the longitude of the left of your car and the right of your car don't change. And you can tell what's the width of your car based on that difference in longitude. But if Earth is a globe and you start going north, now the longitude of both sides of your car are going to increase and increase as you go northwards. So in the reference frame of latitude and longitude, the both left and right of your car are getting away from each other, but only in the sense there is more and more longitude between them. So because the longitude lines are trying to meet each other, and your car is just ignoring that. So within the reference frame of latitude and longitude, the sides of your car are accelerating outwards, right? But the car isn't actually getting bigger. It's just not following the curvature of the frame of reference. Did that make sense?
No. Do you understand that if you have a ball, we're holding a ball. Bacon. You have a ball in your hand.
Well, if you're going to repeat your point, I think I already get
ball
it.
in your hand.
Go
Can you
ahead.
walk through me with this, please? You
I'll
have
listen,
a ball
I'll listen
in
to
your
you,
hand.
Jeremy, but then I got to respond to what, because I know it. Go ahead.
Well, whatever. I mean, if you guys wanted to go on to something else, go ahead.
No, I got your ball. I got the ball in my hand, but I'm saying I want to hear your thing, but then I want to respond to you because. But go ahead.
You have a ball in your hand.
It's
You
not
have
what
a
he was
ball
saying.
in your
I
hand.
didn't understand it either.
Nobody got that shit. You just listen. You had a ball in your hand. Okay. You have the surface of the ball. You know which way up is on the ball is every direction away from the center of the ball. Right? You know which way up is?
Yes.
Yeah, the normal.
Yeah, every direction towards the surface, the opposite direction towards the center from the surface. That way is up. So
Get there.
we're going to have the surface of the ball accelerate up both sides of the ball. We're going to drop something everywhere on the ball, and the ball and the surface is going to accelerate up at 9.8 meters per second when we drop something on the ball. Okay, we know which way up is.
Yes.
All going to get bigger. Yes, the ball's going to get bigger, of course. So we know that that's not really, no matter what reference frame you want to use, we know that that's not happening in reality, right?
Okay, so this is what needs to be explained specifically to you, because this is a totally different idea of what's happening. What you're describing is not an explanation and it's not even said to be what's happening. That's why I made the gift like I made, is because in the gift that I made, it's happening exactly what you're saying, right? Like when they say the surface is moving towards you, they don't mean it's moving. They don't mean that the ball is staying still and the surface is moving off the ball closer to you. You know what I mean? They're saying the entire Earth is being accelerated towards you. So the Earth's not changing its shape or size. The entirety of it is being accelerated towards the observer. Okay, and if
I understand.
So if there's another person on the other side, and if from their perspective the Earth is being accelerated towards them, then from your perspective, the Earth and that person is being accelerated towards you. That's just it.
From your perspective, but we know what's actually not happening is we know that the ground's not actually rising up to meet the people. Otherwise, the ball would have to get bigger. And this is exactly what Zanuck is saying is happening. We made it very clear on what acceleration was and which direction and how fast it was going. Even though he'll tell me it's not moving but changing direction after. Dude, he's wrapped himself up in such BS. I don't. He's cracking.
Bacon just described what Zanuck, is described with general relativity, and I totally agree with what Bacon just said. I agree with what Zanuck is saying. I just don't agree with even attempting to get somebody to agree on that or accept it or something when, like I said, there's a much more fundamental disagreement on, how motion is even described.
So, I don't think that's where the disagreement is. I think it's only sure, because Jeremy is insisting on the why isn't the Earth getting bigger? So his contention is specifically, I think, when relativity comes in. I don't think it would apply to the gifts you're saying. Like your gifts you're saying are fine. I mean, you can understand it based on Newtonian mechanics, but you wouldn't be able to say that all the points on the surface are accelerating upwards at the same time. You can't say that within Newtonian mechanics, but you can say that within relativity because of the geodesics of space-time, which is what the example. Sorry, go on.
So we live in.
When Zanuck saw
live
this,
in this space. Go ahead, Coach.
When Zanuck saw this, he had a problem with the acceleration, and then I said I could change this whole image. Instead of it accelerating, I could just have everything moving at a constant velocity, right? And everything moving at a constant velocity and have the same thing observed, right? And it would be the same effect. So I think the acceleration is where it's like it's getting tied in with general relativity, but he's disagreeing with the fact even if they were moving at the constant velocity towards each other, because of the fact that like if you whatever reference frame you choose, everything else is going to be moving in reference to that being stationary. So
no, the problem with your thing is there's always a third reference frame where somebody could watch both of the people and see that the Earth's not getting bigger, that the people are actually just falling down towards the ground. Like you guys are acting like we don't know what happens in reality, that the people are actually just falling to the ground.
I posted 3 GIFs, and the first one I posted was the one where there's a third observer watching this whole scene play out because he's orbiting the Earth from some distance.
Okay, did the ball get bigger?
No.
People in his thing were falling to Earth, right?
Yes, but they weren't falling towards Earth. The people were moving. So all 3 objects were moving closer to each other, and it was all moving to the side in reference to that third observer.
Okay.
Yeah, so they are accelerating towards the Earth. That's what you're saying.
Yeah, they are accelerating, but like I said, I could redo the whole thing and just make it constant velocity.
We know Earth's not getting bigger, and that's what would happen if you had a surface that was expanding away from itself on either side. We know that's not happening. What the fuck? You guys are weird.
I think if you got the example of the car, maybe that would make sense.
Does it make sense that the Earth's getting bigger, or no?
Yeah, the Earth wouldn't be getting bigger, no.
Yeah, because the ground would have to be accelerating up for the Earth to get bigger, right?
That depends on the space-time thing. Like if we're
Jeremy, what are you talking about? The Earth getting bigger? I don't understand that point.
I get the point. Well,
They say the
get it.
ground's accelerating up at 9.8 meters per second squared. This is what the Globers are saying. So I'm saying, well, that's ridiculous. We know that's not actually happening. Yeah, you could be in a reference frame and observe that maybe, but we know in reality that that's not actually happening and that people are just falling to Earth at 9.8 meters per second squared. They're going, no, it's really happening. The ground's really raising to meet them.
I get that point, but where does the Earth have to get bigger part come from?
Because if you have 2 people antipodal to each other, right? Start free falling, and now the ground on the ground beneath one guy is accelerating up, the other guy is accelerating up. They'd have to be getting farther away from each other on a globe, right?
Oh, okay. I understand. I think I get the confusion. I think
the surface would be getting farther away from each other, and Earth would have to get bigger.
I get it. I think they're trying to describe like the physics, the math of it, and you're trying to literally describe like the ground lifting from both reference points to catch up to that. Shit make no sense.
There's never going to be like a comparison or like a physical analogy or whatever that makes it make sense. It can only.
I think I get it. I have it.
It can only be told as it is, because making sort of like familiar, relatable comparison to something else is just missing an entire part of something at play.
It's like trying to describe yawning with some sort of mathematical formula. Because what I just understood what Jeremy's talking about, right? He's talking about 2 different reference points, but I don't think this particular equation that Bacon and Kosho is talking about, there's space for 2 observers. Maybe they could explain it with 1, but adding another observer would completely distort. It would destroy the whole equation. Because now Jeremy's talking about the Earth would have to grow in size. That doesn't make any sense.
Well,
yeah, you're on a globe.
On the bent space-time, we wouldn't have to. It's not easy to grasp that. I get it. It took me
a while. Do we not live in bent space-time? Don't we live in bent space-time right now?
I don't know. I know that. I mean, I don't know, but I think that
that's your claim. Is that this whole thing revolves around us being in bent space-time? What do you mean you don't know?
Well, I know that relativity has to be wrong. I heard that from many physicists that they just can't find where it doesn't work to know how is it wrong, but they know it has to be wrong because it can't explain some things. So it's relativity is just a very good model. It's a model that seems to work very well.
Okay.
No, but might not be true. You know, might
All
not
right.
be.
So if we live in bent space time, then and the ground's accelerating upwards, because that's what Xanax thinks. This is his whole claim, is this bent space time thing, that this is why it's happening. So we live in bent space time. The ground's accelerating up, which would mean the surface would be getting farther away from each other on a globe. If there was antipodal surfaces of Earth, both going up, they'd be increasing in distance from each other, and then you would have a giant, massive, huge Earth someday.
Only within the reference frame of the bent space-time. I understand. I completely understand your point, Jeremy. Repeating that is not gonna do anything. I understand that you see that as a contradiction. I completely understand. It won't help to just keep repeating that. What might help is if you follow me in what I'm trying to do to explain you how that can be possible.
Yeah, we're on the surface of Earth. Space-time is bending. Let's go.
Right. Well, I think we have to make a much simpler example for. At least that's the one that I can explain.
You don't need an example. Use the example of the ground accelerating up, please. I don't need a different analogy. Let's use this.
Well, I don't know how to make it easier to understand within it. I have to make a simpler universe for the concept to be
Where's
clear.
Is the dispute on which direction up is, or are we not on a globe? What's going on?
No, it's just how bent space-time. It's just how bent space-time can allow two sides of the same thing to accelerate in opposite directions without it actually getting bigger. Because that's what your position
so we're
is,
confused
right?
about what the word up means then.
No, we have in the example that I want to give you, we have the opposite sides of an object accelerating in opposite directions, and the object doesn't get bigger. That doesn't get bigger.
That's how reality works. Yes, we have two. You have a ball, it accelerates up away from the center of the ball. The ball gets bigger. That's how reality works, right?
Yeah, I understand what you're saying. I'm trying to say
is that how reality works? I know you understand what I'm saying. Then answer the question: is that how reality works?
Yeah, because we use
the ball gets bigger.
Yeah, because we're working within just in the simple Euclidean space there. I mean, if you don't want to,
we live in,
if you don't want to follow me in the analogy that I purported here, that's fine. But I don't know any other way to explain it.
I want to be able to understand a little more the whole concept of time, space-time bending. I want to be able to understand that more. Because when I think about it, it's like I don't know if you guys see that example of that guy throwing that round thing in that blue fucking material and it just sunk down. The blue thing will be, I think, representative of the space-time, right? But nothing happened until he put the ball in it. So space-time is only a consequence of forces. It's not a thing in itself. Am I right or am I wrong there?
You might be right.
That fabric thing is a bad analogy.
Yeah.
All right, but it's the only thing pretty much the only mainstream concept of it that we have, right? And if you can understand it that way, the material bending will only be a consequence of the guy putting the ball in it, right? So if no ball, no forces, no time bending. So I don't understand how it applies here.
That analogy is meant for gives just a grasp on the whole space-time. It's not meant to be a strong case for debates. It's not.
No, I get that.
That's why stop with the analogies. Use the Earth, the surface of Earth, or a ball we have here on Earth. Forget the analogies.
But I have a good one. That one sucks. I got a good one.
Listen, I'd hate to break this to you, Bacon. I don't know if you're new, but all the Glover's analogies suck.
Well, try this one. I mean, if you're open. If you don't want to hear this analogy, that's fine. But I'm just saying that's all right. Okay, so if you know that on the sphere, on the globe, if you are and another person are side by side at the equator and you both look north, you're both looking parallel to each other, right? If you're at the equator. Right? Can I get a yes for that?
No, that's wrong. You're not looking parallel
How's-
to each other. Your points are going to intersect at
Well,
some point because you're
no,
both
no.
looking at the horizon, so your lines are going to intersect.
Yeah, if we no, that's only if we start walking and we leave the equator. Then at some point we're going to intersect each other. But the
Listen to
direction
me.
that we
Listen.
one second. If we are both side by side and we both point 90 degrees from each other, those have to be parallel.
You mean 180 degrees?
Like if I'm looking towards you, we're face to face, and we both raise our arm. I raise my right arm, and you raise your left arm. There's a 90-degree angle between our arms and a straight line between me and you. So those two our arms have to be parallel. Does that fall? Does it sound like that falls?
Yeah, if two people are holding their arms straight up, their arms are parallel.
Yes, like we're
So
face
you're
to face.
saying plumb lines are parallel. Plumb lines are parallel.
No, those aren't plumb lines. Those are just directions.
They're hanging them straight up, right? Vertical?
No.
Is up
No.
vertical? Does up mean vertical to you?
Yeah.
Okay, so two people have both their arms straight up. Literally, none of their arms are parallel.
No,
to your
not
paragraph.
up.
They're all,
I wasn't. Sorry, I didn't mean up. I meant like towards the side. You're pointing right. You looking at me. I point to my right. You point to your left. We are both pointing 90 degrees from my direction to you.
Bro,
So
is
we
this
both-
still part of your analogy? Because I gotta go do some things real quick.
That's one of the fundamental. That's one of
Is
the
this still your
fundamental things about it.
analogy?
That's not the analogy. That's one of the basics of the analogy. Like if we can't agree on that, then the analogy is not gonna work. Why I have to find the common ground necessary for the analogy.
You
All
just
right, why don't
tried
you just write
starting
this
over.
down in some kind of coherent fashion and then get back to me?
Yeah, I mean, there's a bit of a language barrier there, but that's why I like drawing, because it helps. But I wasn't talking about raising your arm up. It's just like raising towards the side, right? So me and you, we face each other. I raise my right arm pointing right, and you raise your left arm pointing left. Face to face, me and you. The line between me and you have 90 degrees to our arms. So our arms have to be parallel. That has nothing to do with plumb lines, because you're pointing towards the sides, not up and down.
Yeah, that's fair.
Right. Okay, I'll try to explain funding then. Okay, so if we are on a globe and we do that, looking at each other from the equator, so we're both in the equator, but I'm towards east and you're towards west, or whatever. Okay, now if we start walking towards the direction that we were pointing towards, we're pointing at, if we both start walking in those directions, at some point we're going to meet. We're going to meet at the North Pole, right? But the closer we get to the North Pole, the closer we get to each other. Right?
You're starting the people off antipodal.
No, we are at the equator.
Yeah.
Let's say there is
but on opposite sides.
Let's say there's 50 miles between you and me in the equator.
Oh.
So 1 degree. So I'm in latitude 0. We're both in latitude 0. My longitude is 0. Your longitude is 1. There's 1 degree separation between me and you.
Okay.
And we both point north. As we point north, our arms are parallel to each other, right?
Like not quite, but close, I guess.
No, they are parallel. Why not quite?
So
I mean, if we're not at the equator, then no. But if we are, then yeah, they will be parallel, right?
I'm not sure this is going, but I mean, I think I understand your picture. We're both standing at uh, 0 degrees latitude, and you're at 0 degrees longitude, and I'm at 1 degree longitude.
Yeah, we're facing each other, and we're both pointing north.
Okay.
And our arms are parallel.
Oh yeah, that would make sense. I think. Yeah.
By north,
Yeah.
and you don't mean pointing at the North Pole, just like the GP. You're just talking like we're both like point. You're pointing. Up. You're pointing. Your arm is level.
Yes,
but
exactly.
it's pointing
Our arms are
up your longitude line, or in the direction of the longitude line.
exactly. So we are pointing to 0 azimuth, both of us. And those arms have to be parallel. Like if we just go a bit towards the south, what would happen is our arms would spread or they would diverge. If we go towards north, they converge. If we're exactly at the equator, they would have to be parallel because that's right between the point in which they diverge and converge. Right.
Sure. Yeah. Well, at the equator. Yeah, you're right.
All right. Okay, so if we now, instead of facing each other, we just turn our body towards the direction we were pointing at and start walking in that direction, at some point we're going to meet because we're both going towards a straight line on the surface. I mean, it's curved because the surface is curved, but there's no left and right curve. We're not curving either east or west. We're just going straight. At some point, we would meet at the North Pole, right?
Just so you know, I hopped in here in the middle of the conversation, but I hopped in listening to you talk about the car, and I mean, you don't need to explain your example to me. Like I understood you. Are you just doing the same point, like another way of saying it?
Yes, because I don't think
Yeah,
you
okay.
heard
I'm
that.
the wrong guy to. I'm probably the wrong guy to. I don't know. It's not useful to me. Like I already understood you.
Okay, fair enough.
I don't know. Maybe someone else needs to hear this though. You can carry
Yeah,
on.
that's Jeremy.
Whatever.
That's Jeremy. But I don't think Jeremy's this. He said he had to do something. I think he isn't. He left.
Yeah, I got a question for you. So if there's like a funnel, like a giant funnel in the ground, like yeah, like
What
a
is
pit, like not quite a hole, not a hole, but like a pit, like a bowl in the ground. Funnel really is the best word. Like you got a better word, Arma?
Well, I mean,
I think I know what.
Funnel's like that little like cone shaped thing with like it's like, and you
Like
kind
a
of like
hole
you
made
can
by
like
a
if you want to
cone.
like.
Like if you subtract a cone out of the ground, you get a funnel, right?
Yeah.
Well, I mean, I guess. I mean, but I mean, like, yeah, sure.
You could just envision something like a sinkhole, like like one of them sinkholes.
Exactly.
Something like that.
Yeah. Yeah. Exactly, man. Exactly. So
wait, hold on. We talking about like funnels, like the thing you use to like pour like a thing in a thing.
The shape of the shape of a funnel, just in the sense that you're gonna fall down into it. Like a depression in the ground, right?
Fair enough.
So
like a funnel cake.
Wait, hold on.
Right.
Let me see what a funnel cake looks like. I forgot what this
Well,
looks like.
no, yeah, not like a funnel cake. That's a whole different thing.
Funnel cake.
Anyways, so if you got a depression in the ground, if you got a depression in the ground in the shape of a funnel, and it's like made of ice, real slippery. So if you took a knife and put it at the top of the ridge of the funnel and let it go, it would fall down to the bottom. And so it'd be falling into this depression in the ground. But if that knife somewhere inside the funnel was stabbed into the side of the wall, right? It's like firmly fixed and like stabbed into the walls or the funnel's like wall. It won't fall anymore. But would you say that because the funnel is trying to draw it down, and that it has been fixed in one spot, like lodged itself there, is the knife accelerating upward just because it's not accelerating downward or falling?
Oh, that's a good.
Yeah, I wouldn't say that, but that would be the case within relativity. But that's only in the reference frame of the space time that is being bent by the Earth towards itself.
Because I don't get it. It seems like the Earth itself would be being like accelerated downward into its own gravity well, but then like clogged the pipe with its body, just by the nature of it, like its body, it can't like the surface of Earth can't go any closer to the center of Earth because its own body is in its own way, right? And so it would be accelerating towards the bottom of that gravity well, but obviously it stops heading that direction and stays in place. But to me, that's not accelerating upward. That's, in a sense, yes, but that's only like half the story. Wouldn't it be being accelerated downward, but also like neutralizing that downward acceleration with an upward acceleration, but really resulting in zero acceleration?
I think that they have to describe it that way because it's probably the only way it works mathematically. Because I don't think they can get anything from net zero, right?
To me, it seems like the Earth would just be still, not accelerating. Well, sure, like the Earth itself would be accelerating downward and upward, and because it's doing both equally, that results in its fixedness.
It cancels the motion, right? Because if it's
right
pushing up the same as it's pushing down,
right. And if something came along and also fell into the same pit, I wouldn't say the thing that's already found a steady position. I wouldn't say that the thing that's found itself in that steady position is accelerating upward just because one additional object has found its way, falling, accelerating downward. But of course, like the two bodies will become one at that point. But still, I don't know. It just seems like it isn't the Earth that has anything to do with a falling person. Like, I don't think it's right to say the Earth is accelerating up to a person because the person is falling down towards the Earth, because the person isn't actually falling down towards the Earth. It's falling down to a depression in space-time. The Earth has nothing to do with it. The person would do the same thing with or without the Earth there. All that really matters is the depression in space-time. But then the Earth does get in the person's way, which is the other part that has to be described, I guess.
Megan's been talking for 30 minutes and said nothing, and then you continued that.
I didn't get that. I thought there would be a question somewhere, but it didn't came. So, yeah, I have no response. Get Jesse here. What's up, Jesse?
Oh, hey, I just stopped in briefly. How's it going?
It's going great. You know why? Because Brazil just beat South Korea by 4-1.
Oh, let me guess, soccer?
The World Cup, obviously.
Oh, I don't really follow too much of that. But I knew if it was Brazil, it had to involve something with soccer.
Hey, I thought about a conversation about propulsion some more, Jesse.
Oh yeah.
So I was looking for the limit, right? I told you I just there's some sort of limit that's gonna cap something's maximum speed from like propulsion in free space, and I think I figured out what it is.
Relativity.
No,
Sorry.
on a more basic level, the cap is gonna be referencing the final weight of the object that you're trying to claim a speed for, like because if the entire like body of something is fuel that can be expelled for thrust, just like you could just dissolve any part of it and convert that to thrust, it's all going to come down to how much you leave left, that like you're the smallest capsule you could put people in, and how much that weighs. You know what I mean?
Uh-huh.
As like there's some equation that's going to have like 4 factors involved, but the way I was thinking about it, that led me to what I understand now, is just the idea that if you weigh 100 pounds and you have 100-pound weight and you can throw it at 100 miles per hour, the weight is going to go one direction at 50 miles per hour, and you're going to go 50 miles per hour the other direction, right? So then, what if you could repeat that process, and that the what I just called you versus the weight? Well, imagine that thing that's already in motion. You just think of it now as you and another weight. Just like divide you into halves, right? As if your torso, or if your upper body could detach your legs and throw your legs, and you could keep on taking a half of your body and throwing it behind you over and over again, just splitting it in half and throwing yourselves away from each other.
Right.
Well, that'll continue, and you'll both split the speed of the 100-mile-per-hour throw. Of course, the molecules leaving a rocket engine is probably like way faster than 100 miles per hour. I was trying to do the math yesterday, but no one in the room could agree on how fast molecules leave a rocket nozzle. But I'll be able to do the math once I figure that out. But yeah, all it really comes down to is how many times are you going to divide yourself in half and throw one side one way and one side the other,
Yeah,
and
that's basically why they make the rockets bigger and bigger, so that the ultimate half weight is small compared to the amount of mass that gets thrown out.
Exactly. Yeah, exactly. And also, what stinks about the rockets, why they would come in stages, which makes sense to me now, is because a lot of the weight involved is just there to hold the fuel,
Yeah.
And once it's done holding fuel for you, it's just weighing you down at that point.
Yeah.
So get rid of that. You don't need that. You don't need that adding to your weight you're trying to propel anymore. But yeah. Overall, I still agree with the correction you made, that from what I said, where it's like, yeah, like you can go faster than the speed at which you can throw something. Although getting to that speed may not be possible, depending on how heavy the thing you're trying to propel, right? Depending on the size of the capsule with the humans in it, depending on how much that weighs, you may not be able to exceed the speed of your throw. It just depends how much you're trying to get up to speed compared to the size of the fuel.
Right. Yeah.
Because the thing about like well, no, never mind. Yeah, that's it.
You would basically need an infinite ratio of fuel to payload to reach an infinite speed. Basically.
Right. Huh. Yeah, that's really good. That's really good, man. Yeah. The smaller the smaller in proportion you are to the, what do you call it, payload? What's the payload? Is that the fuel or the thing you're trying to propel?
What's that?
Is the payload the thing you're trying to propel, or is that the fuel?
No. The payload is the paying passengers. It's what you actually want to get to wherever you're going.
Right. Okay. Yeah. So you want the payload to be as small in proportion to the fuel. If you're going for speed, which is common sense when you think about it, of course, but still.
Yeah.
How you been doing since last time we talked?
Oh, not too bad.
Getting some good arguments.
No, not too many. I had a nice one with Bev and 3DP last night, though. Right here, actually.
Was it an event, or was it just kind of spur of the moment?
No, it was spur of the moment. I saw him in there and popped in and checked up on him.
What were they saying?
Bev was still foaming about some event he had with Big Blue, I guess. I didn't watch that, but I guess they had some sort of face-off or something. And 3DP was still foaming at the mouth about the debate he and I had a month ago, actually. So.
I've never seen that guy even show the slightest of emotion. I can hardly believe he was foaming at the mouth.
Well, it's not an emotional type of foaming, but it was desperate anyway.
Doesn't sound like the guy, but I'll take your word for it for now. I guess it is recorded if I want to see.
Yeah, I think so. Well, I'm assuming so.
But I mean, what got them so riled up? What was this big thing, that hard pill to swallow?
I don't know what the thing with Big Blue was. I didn't watch that.
Oh, I thought it was with you. All right. I see.
No, a month ago, I was in a debate, and 3DP was one of my opponents.
How'd that go?
Oh, I thought it went pretty good. It's one of those cases where we both think we won, you know.
They let you down gently? It wasn't too humiliating?
Well, not to me. But then they feel the same way.
Yeah, it's funny. It goes like that sometimes. Often, actually. What does it really surmount to, though? I don't know. A lot of fun. A lot of entertainment, at least. I have a great time being a part of this community. Some interesting talks happening here, man.
Definitely.
It's a good time. Can't get too invested, though. I've made that mistake. So then you need a little reality check. You think Kanye West is going to go flat Earth within the next 2 weeks?
I don't even know who Kanye West is.
Good on you. So yeah, don't waste your time. Just a celebrity that you don't need to care about at all.
Roger.
I think Neil deGrasse Tyson was on the Joe Rogan podcast within the past week or something. You catch that?
No, I didn't.
I saw some clips getting uploaded in my feed. Some, minor little, minute-long clips or something. So that usually happens when they've, when he's done an episode with someone, a full-length podcast episode. So, yeah, I might check that out. I've always, you know who Neil deGrasse Tyson is, right?
Yeah, flat earthers told me about him. I never heard about him before that, though.
Well, let me ask the room real quick. Would anyone who's familiar with Neil deGrasse Tyson consider him the largest or the biggest celebrity scientist in pop culture?
Neil is designed to keep all the normies in line and away from flat Earth.
I mean, I was gonna say Bill Nye, but I don't even think he's technically a scientist. I think he's just an engineer.
Not a scientist.
Well, I mean, isn't he like an engineer dude? Like, I
He's
guess.
jack shit. He's a guy with a children's TV show.
Yeah, so that's what I'm saying. Like, okay, so I guess excluding the guy who isn't actually a scientist, I guess Neil deGrasse Tyson would be, I guess.
And we're not talking about like how profound his ideas or inventions or discovery. We're just saying famous, just well-known household name status, right? Like he's
Sure,
the most
yeah.
he's the most famous scientist in pop culture.
Yeah, sure.
And he just happens to be an astrophysicist, but it's easy to see why an astrophysicist would be able to, gain popularity as compared to other field scientists may be in, aside from astrophysics.
Neil deGrasse is like the MJ of science, yeah.
I've always found his Joe Rogan episodes to be like detrimental to his reputation for anyone who cares to judge people on how they treat others. Because I don't think Joe's ever had a guest that interrupts him more. I think on their third episode together, you can just visibly see the frustration in Joe's face whenever he tries to talk, and Neil interrupts him for the 100th time, and he just takes it and just looks over to the side and just does a deep sigh,
But that's just Neil, though. He just likes to interrupt.
I mean, that dude's an arrogant jackass, and this is one of my this is one of my biggest clues I've ever found to say that Joe Rogan is not being honest, especially with Neil. Joe was asking Neil was like, "You used to be a moon landing denier, right?" And Joe was like, "Yeah, I saw some things that made me question it. I'm over that now. That's behind me. I don't doubt it so much anymore. Times are behind me." And Neil says, "Here's how you know, Joe. You can measure the amount of fuel that would fit inside the Saturn rockets, and that is the amount of fuel it would take to get to the moon." And Joe says, "You're right, I'm an idiot." First, that's not even a point. It's like, okay, there's 3,000 miles between me and Hawaii. If I have enough fuel in my car to drive 3,000 miles, does that mean my car went to Hawaii? I mean, it's not even a point.
Well, I think from Neil's point of view, it's people are thinking that we don't have the capabilities, you know what I'm saying? So the fuel, that argument would be, well, we have at least the enough fuel to get there. So what else would be on the table for why we didn't do it,
Oh, no,
That's why I said keep the normies in line. Stupid ideas.
No worries about Neil, man. I'm even though Neil didn't make a good point, I can understand someone making a bad point or whatever. That's fine. I don't really care that he made a bad point. It was dumb, but it's whatever.
I don't think it was bad.
It was a very bad point. He said, "You know how you can be for sure and never doubt we went to the moon, there was enough fuel in the rockets to get to the moon. That's how you know it really happened. And Joe says, and this isn't about Neil, like I said, this is my opinion. This is what shaped my opinion about Joe. When Neil says, you know how we really went to the moon? Because we had enough fuel in the rockets to get to the moon. Joe says, you're right. I'm a complete fucking idiot. That's such an overblown extreme response. I mean, it doesn't follow any sort of way humans actually speak to each other. Like that was some sort of moment where Joe could have made Neil look stupid, but he's been told by his handlers, don't resist any of the things Neil says that he thinks are points or something. You know, like he had a talking to before the podcast started to be like, if Neil says something, just go with it.
I mean, if you want to look at it that way, once again, I don't think like that was Neil's like final end all be all argument. I will admit, like, yeah, if that was the only argument, then that'd be stupid. But I'm pretty sure Neil was going to follow up with more stuff. It was just if Joe was going to fight it. But
that's all. That's all that was covered. That was his big like, oh Joe, you used to doubt the moon landings. Well, guess what? There was enough fuel in those rockets to get to the moon. So ha.
Yeah, because where would the doubt be? Like, if the doubt isn't that we don't have the technology to get up there, then where would the doubt be? Like, does the moon even exist? Like that would be the only other doubt. Like, okay, flat Earth, right? The moon isn't actually a giant rock in the sky. That you know what I'm saying? That would be where the doubt is. But if we assume, right, that the moon is a giant rock in the sky, then what would be stopping us from actually getting there? Besides, you know, like maybe the other stuff, like the Van Allen bell and all that other shit. Like, besides that, what would be the doubt?
Well, I don't know. I don't appreciate. I don't think you're trying to be deceptive right now, but you know that people have made plenty of documentaries, written books, and it's been a whole thing before Flat Earth became popular again, where people were doubting the moon missions for a whole plethora of reasons before Flat Earthers took the scene. So there's lots of reasons. One big one you already named, just our level of harnessing technology at that point, you know, and all the examples when you look into it of all the untested equipment that never had any like test flights on Earth or were never tested, and just even just the fees, even just like the lander.
Lunar
The
lander
lander.
had an atmospheric simulator. That's wrong. It was called actually Neil Armstrong almost died in it.
Well, okay, that sounds like it never had a successful testing.
It did. That one got destroyed, but they had to rebuild another one. They tested the landing mechanism as best as they could, and the lunar lander got tested in low Earth orbit before it went to the moon. Do you have another example?
There's only one land. I mean, how do you? I mean, about landing.
They landed stuff autonomously before the lunar lander.
Really? Tell me about that.
Yeah, the surveyor missions.
Tell me about it.
Yeah, it was just a scientific mission to put a probe on a stationary location on the moon before the Apollo missions, just predecessors. That's all. Actually, one of the Apollos landed really near one of them. They were able to control their distance.
Remote controlled?
No, it was autonomous.
Autonomous. They didn't do it autonomously with the men inside, right?
It was actually mostly autonomous. Neil had to take over manual control at the last second because it was targeting a bad spot.
Really? How would he know it was targeting a bad spot? Didn't they land next to a big ass crater?
No, that was the dramatization in the movie. You're talking about the one with Ryan Gosling?
I know, I've never seen the movie. It's just what I've heard.
No, I don't think they landed next to a big ass crater.
Yeah, maybe not. You ever heard that story about the guy hanging the lemon?
No.
The guy, I'm not the right guy to tell you the story. I've heard it in detail several times, but as far as like names go and specific missions and equipment, I'm not. Maybe someone in the room has probably heard this just as many times as I have and retained it better.
Yeah, the guy said there's no fucking way we're gonna be able to get to the moon. We can't even communicate from one room to the next, or the shit wasn't working or something. He hung a lemon on it. He ended up exploding in some mishap where they filled the capsule with something, and he ended up dying.
With pure oxygen, and then he died in a giant fireball a week later.
Yeah, wires. There were some wires that had rubbed bare and arced and ignited the capsule.
It was a tragedy, actually. It was Apollo 1.
Yes, it
is what you
was.
guys are talking about.
It was a tragedy.
Don't you? I mean, just from from my point of view, you can imagine it coming across as just a little suspicious that the guy who like publicly made like a demonstration of doubt in the missions and was calling it out for their
Publicly.
capability. He was
Publicly.
done what? Well,
That
how would
wasn't
I know
public.
about it?
That came out like well after everything. You're talking about when they're doing a checkout test, where he made the statement about the bad radio signal. No, that wasn't a public announcement. That's just ridiculous. Just some baloney that someone posted on a Facebook profile.
No,
to
I
try to
was talking
connect
about
these
hanging the
dots is
lemon.
nonsense.
Talking about hanging the lemon. I thought you said you didn't know about that.
I don't know anything about hanging a lemon, but someone talked about the
Yeah, that's the one I'm
the
talking
thing that
about.
preceded.
Talking about the guy who hung the lemon.
Jeremy talked about the guy who said, "How do we get to the moon if we can't talk from building to building?" So I don't know if that's the same
Yeah,
event.
the guy hung a lemon for a reason on the top of the thing. And whether it was he couldn't communicate or the stuff didn't work right, whatever the case may be, the thing didn't work. The guy knew it. He hung a lemon on the thing. So like, yo, this thing's a lemon. It doesn't even work. Then he dies a little bit later because they filled the whole cabin up with oxygen or something.
Jeremy, every Apollo capsule was full of oxygen, not just that one.
Okay, whatever they did is a coincidence that he just happened to die right after doing the lemon thing.
Astronauts were like boisterous guys. They were like hotshots, pilots, and like test pilots. So it's not surprising they would like do something like that, like a prank. So you guys are just like drawing some kind of correlation that's not there. It's just
Are you
absurd.
talking about the astronauts who died before the real astronauts went to the moon?
The what?
There's a batch of astronauts who burned up right before the Buzz Aldrin.
Yeah, all three. Not right before.
Those guys.
Apollo 1, Gus Grissom and the other two guys.
Exactly. Rest in peace, other two guys.
I'm sorry, I forget their names. I should know it.
Yeah, it's not sad, but I mean it's sad, but regardless, yeah, there was a short circuit on. So they weren't even supposed to launch or anything. I think they were just doing a test in the capsule.
Yeah.
Yep. Some sort of test in the capsule, and yeah, it was pure oxygen, just like normally, and there was like one short circuit that fucked up the whole thing. Yeah.
They went back to the drawing board on the wiring of the vessel.
And nobody saved them.
But they had no idea what was happening.
It was like, yeah, it was just kind of like an explosion type situation.
Yeah, if you listen
to the whole thing, but the whole thing was OSHA violation.
I don't know.
But hey, it was those
standards for space flight. When you're the ones
they were setting standards for OSHA.
Yeah, I don't know if OSHA existed back then.
It's a good thing that they died because that paved the way for safe space flight ever since. It had never had an incident since then. It's awesome.
It is awesome.
It's not true. It hasn't been an incident, but it's not good that they died. It would have been better if they didn't, and to to spurn their memory to
yeah, that was Gus
Grissom.
Grissom. Wasn't it Gus Grissom? And who was the other guy? Is that right?
They didn't advertise that part, did they?
Which part?
I want to keep that part quiet.
Which part?
About the first group of astronauts who burned up suddenly in the capsule.
Apollo 1? No, everyone knew about it when it happened.
Okay, first off, what's your favorite color?
Shut up, Jeremy. Jesus
First
Christ.
of all, you
I'm never
say
gonna do that.
it's just the way you talk.
I don't care.
So you
Shut up.
don't think it's a coincidence that the guy does this and then dies a week later?
It is just a coincidence. There's no connection between them. There's no indication of nefarious activity because of that. That's just nonsense.
There are no coincidences in life.
Yeah, there are.
How many coincidences need to happen before you guys realize something's going on?
How is that a profound? First of all, why would you kill somebody just for doing that?
Makes no sense, Jeremy.
Because obviously, if the guy's like,
give me a fucking break.
Obviously, if the guy's protesting it like this, he's not going to go in when you tell him, "Hey, guess what? We're not even going." Obviously, he's going to say something then. Very outspoken gentleman, such as himself.
You're so full of shit.
I think
you have no
Jeremy's
idea
on-
how these decisions are made or how
You guys
these
just like
activities.
Jeremy. He's on to something.
The decisions of when to kill someone when they hang a lemon on the thing. Yes, I don't know how those decisions are made.
Well, that wasn't a decision that was made. That's just
I,
something you're
I would
making up.
imagine. I would imagine it stimulated the engineers to do better.
Yeah, and what if his sticking a lemon on there was an accurate description of the quality of the craft by evidence that he died a couple days later because of the same craft, right? So
Or
it's either a coincidence, or it's either like he got killed because he was offending them, or maybe he was criticizing, rightfully so, the quality of the craft at the time.
Or he got killed when they were like, "Shit, this guy ain't gonna play ball if he's criticizing our shit like this. Wait till we tell him we can't even go. He's gonna blow the lid off of this thing. Let's get rid of him now."
Knock him off.
And consider he was the first astronaut.
Then you also set an example for the next guys who are like, "Oh, you're not gonna play ball. You've seen what happened to Gus and his boys." That sends a hell of a message.
But why would they want to kill him? Because what motive would they have?
To fake the moon landing.
Why they think
Shit,
why would they kill
damn.
people?
Dude, Jeremy just laid it out right there. You guys better pay attention.
Dude, listen to what you're saying. You're saying that it makes more sense for them to kill him because they wanted to fake the moon mission and they would have gotten in the way. So let's make a very public killing of these people, and that's not gonna put some doubt in people's minds or whatever. You know what I mean?
Yeah, it's
Doesn't
not
make
like
any
there was a
sense.
9-month delay because of that.
Hey, did you ever
Right.
watch The Wire? There was one point in The Wire where one gang hired another gang to kill some people for him. And the guy who was killing the he's like, "All right, I'll kill these people for you." So he's killing them, but he's hiding the bodies. Nobody even knows if they went back to New York or whatever. So the guy was like, "Yo, you need to do something public so heads know not to fuck with us." That could have been NASA's move, like, "Yo, look, don't fuck with us. We'll take you out." Boom.
Right, but that's my point, dude. Let's say you're the mafia boss who's in charge of NASA, dude, and you just found out that Gus Grisham might fuck up the mission. How? Because he's publicly criticizing the mission, and that public fucking criticism is going to shed light because your ultimate goal is to not have people aware of any funny business. And so your fucking solution is to send a public message to people not to fuck with them. It doesn't make any sense.
Right.
Dude.
For the next group of astronauts that might not want to play ball and just go with the program and do what they're told and keep their mouths shut, the next group of astronauts are going to be like, "I'm not hanging no lemons. Look what happened to Gus."
Makes no sense. Dude.
That doesn't make sense. What I just said doesn't make sense.
Okay, think about it. He did wrong because he was doing something public that would have shown that they were less than official, or that there's possibility somebody could have caught on that they were faking it. And so your solution to it is to kill them publicly because that's going to inspire the public to not think that it's fake. It doesn't make any sense. If their crime was to publicly sort of
It wasn't very public. It was kind of like a hush hush because I never heard anything about these guys dying until I looked. All I know is that the first astronauts included Buzz Aldrin. Nobody with 4 until I looked into it, so probably not.
Point is, The point is, these guys knew the guys at NASA knew that these astronauts weren't going to play ball. They're very boisterous, outspoken individuals, right? They're like, fuck, we need some guys that are going to keep their mouths shut and fucking play ball and just do what we say so that we can fake this moon mission. Now, these guys aren't doing it. What do? They fucking take them out, send a message to anyone that walks in their shoes later, like, hey, don't fuck around, keep your mouth shut, do what we say, or you could end up like Gus and his boys.
So why would they deliberately delay their own program by doing this?
They just took out all their fucking the whole main crew.
Because the whole thing would have been blown up if the guys told the truth. That's why they had to kill him.
So they put themselves behind schedule to fake the moon landing in order to fake the moon landing.
They give a fuck about the schedule. They've been telling us we're going to go back to the moon for the past 3 decades.
Why not just drown them in the fucking big giant pool they have?
That would have been too obvious. That would have been too obvious. They didn't even have the ISS.
Burning
back
them
then.
in the capsule isn't obvious. Jesus Christ. You guys just like make shit up. Jeremy, by your logic, I could say you're a plant from a foreign entity to make Americans dumb by pitching flat Earth. And everything you say is confirmation of that. Does that make any sense to you?
That's not analogous at all. I told Bacon earlier, you guys have the worst analogies. Right after I said that, he couldn't even finish his analogy. We ended up arguing about what if up was vertical and if verticals were parallel and all kinds of weird shit. You guys have the worst analogies ever.
Isn't it a coincidence that you're like always here saying things that are wrong? And it just seems to me.
Okay,
like
name one thing I've said that's wrong. Name one thing.
Earth is flat. Earth is flat.
It's not wrong.
Yeah, it is.
No, it's not. Kosho, tell him about the babies analogy, just for anyone that thinks I'm wrong.
First of all, I was messing around with David, okay, dude, and that's not even a bad analogy. It's just a
tell him that. Yeah, tell him about the babies.
Sounds like it's a dumb topic.
We're discussing air pressure, atmospheric pressure, okay, and how there's little pressure up top and a lot of pressure down below. And I was just explaining it to David, and I was saying if you imagine instead a giant pile of babies, like very highly stacked, a whole, and the giant fucking pool of babies.
Fucking terrible.
Yeah, but anyways, the point is that at the very top of the stack, babies could be crawling around. They could some of them could be jumping a little bit. But you go a little bit below that first layer, and there's more and more pressure. Yeah.
I don't think the babies on the bottom are suffocating. The babies on the top are jumping.
Wait, I have a question. Well, the babies on the bottom.
Terrible analogy.
It's not terrible. It's just funny.
After so many, because they were just kind of like crushed into liquid, like a liquid soup.
Jesus Christ.
Baby soup on the bottom. That's right, Godric. We got baby soup on the bottom, and on top there's just babies jumping around all happy.
Jesus Christ, Godric.
This is what Kosho.
Am I right, though?
These are the Glober analogies.
Was never going to get that explicit about it, man.
Because I heard the same example with grapes, and in the bottom is a grape juice. On the top there's like regular grapes. On the bottom is grape juice because all the pressure. Am I right?
Perfect. The late and the great Litchwink, a great friend of mine who's passed away recently. He had an argument where he would describe, and he's got a German voice, and so it's very calming to listen to. He was like saying, it's like a pile of feathers. If you have like a bag full of feathers, maybe, or a pile of feathers, and the feathers on the top, they can, you could blow them and they would float and move across the pile, and then at the bottom they'd be, broken. The stems would be, cracked and stuff because of the pressure. I mean, there's a lot of analogies you can use, and the point is,
no matter which analogy you use, though, it's not even close because in one instance you're talking about a solid, and then in the other instance you're talking about a gas.
It's still mass.
Not analogous at all.
It's still
mass. Hey, Coach, how many feathers would you need to crush a human skull? Can you do the math on that?
I don't know the amount, but whatever weight would crush your skull of any other material. Just make that with feathers. And
not really, because the feathers would be kind of bouncy. It won't be like bricks. It would be kind of bouncy feathers, right? So it would take exponentially more weight of feathers than, let's say, bricks. Am I right?
No. Balls are bouncy, and if you get a very large ball and you put it on someone's head, it's gonna crack their head. Doesn't matter.
You don't even know how balls work. Listen, after us talking about the Earth, the ground accelerating up at 9.8 meters per second, you don't know how balls work. You don't have any balls, okay? No more
You're the
balls
balls
talk
expert.
for you.
How many balls are in your mouth, Jeremy?
No more balls for you guys, okay?
Okay, you got balls on your mind a lot. What else is on your mind? Wieners? Sorry.
Jeremy's whole thing is reference frames, and the one thing that we can't get past is you can't accept that there's no absolute or preferred reference frames, and you can describe an event from a reference frame or a different reference frame, and then neither one of those two things are less valid if there's no specific context.
It is less valid if we're trying to figure out what's going on in reality.
Well, first you have to understand reference frames if you're going to try to use them to understand reality, Jeremy. So
They're not describing reality. Their reference frames are describing the ground accelerating up at 9.8 meters per second squared. We know that's not happening.
What?
What do you mean, what?
What reference frame describes the ground accelerating up? A reference frame is just a coordinate system. And
Well, I don't know.
Kosho
Kosho can tell you. Kosho will tell you which reference frame it has the ground accelerating up at 9.8 meters per second.
I'm not using general relativity, just the reference frame where you're stationary and when you're falling to the ground, but your reference frame and your reference frame.
The inertial human first person perspective reference frame, then
whatever you want to call it, the reference frame that is using your position as its origin of the coordinate system.
Yeah, that would be an example of a non-inertial reference frame.
Right.
Right, and in that reference frame, you can describe it as the ground's accelerating upwards at 9.8 meters per second squared. We know that's not really happening, and you're actually falling towards the ground. It doesn't matter if you have an absolute reference frame or not.
You've got it.
Yeah.
You got it, Jeremy.
Yeah, that's
These
true.
You guys are saying it's actually happening in reality. The ground actually is accelerating up.
If you're describing things from that reference frame, but here's the kicker, dude.
Nah,
the reference
happening in reality. Which we know he's trying to sneak that by real quick.
No, dude, listen.
Which we know is it happening in reality, right?
No, dude. If it's valid or if it's use that reference frame, then that's perfectly fine. It's almost never. It's never relative. It's never relevant. I mean, to use that reference frame and describe an event, right? So the reference frame you use is going to be completely contextual, but it doesn't. Neither of them are invalid. It's always valid. It's just there's never an invalid reference frame, and it's just there's an irrelevant reference frame. There's a reference frame that doesn't make sense to describe an event happening in, but that doesn't mean that it's invalid.
It does mean it's invalid because the ground's not accelerating up. It's invalid to say the ground is accelerating up. We know that's not happening. It's invalid completely. Totally not valid at all. Nonsense. Utter nonsense. Don't make me get the rumpus in here and have him spit off like 20 utters for me. Is that what you want?
Yeah, go for it. I'm making another GIF. Hold on.
No, fuck the GIFs, bro. There's no GIF alive that's going to save you out of this nonsense you've backed yourself into.
I'm changing the GIF so that it's not accelerating anymore. It's just constantly.
Bro, you can change it, rewrite it, color it pink, put a unicorn in it. It doesn't matter. Nothing's going to save you.
Well, I mean, I feel like you're sort of denying reference frames or whatever the fuck. I mean, I think the whole point is that, you know, if you're in a vacuum, like let's imagine a void, right? I throw a ball at you, right? From the ball's point of view, you're moving towards the ball, and vice versa. From your point of view, the ball's moving towards you, and that's just kind of how reference frames work. I mean, it's, you know, like
that's not where Xanix's coming from, though. I understand what you're saying, and that's the limit of where Kosho is taking it when he's trying to make his like separate point from Zanuck the other day. But really, the beef is between Jeremy and Zanuck, because I mean, what Zanuck says it's ridiculous, and it's not even anything.
Yeah, but the thing is, I mean, Kosho kind of showed an example of that in his little GIF.
Yeah, that's a whole different story. like Kosho and Zanuck are not making the same point. That I made them admit it the other day. They're making two separate points.
Sure.
I just admit it. I've been saying that to Zanuck ever since he brought it up, because he's talking to Jeremy about general relativity. And his point's valid. It's just not the same.
No, it's not. It's totally invalid. I just told you how it was completely invalid because the ground's not actually accelerating up in reality. Totally invalid.
Yeah, I hear Zanuck get tickled when he's talking to you about it. And
Yeah,
he's
you
like,
know
"Oh,
why,
I know it's
Lefty?
hard to get your head wrapped around. I know it's crazy sounding. He's doing that on purpose."
Why it's hard to get your head wrapped around? Because it's not happening in reality. And Kosho has been distancing himself from what Zanuck's been saying this whole time, because even Kosho knows that shit is bullshit. Why do you think Kosho's distancing himself from it?
I agree with him. I just don't agree. It doesn't help what I'm trying to express to you. That's why I have to make sure that it's clear that we're talking about two different things.
Zanuck's talking about some sort of fourth dimensional acceleration when all of us are right here. This conversation are just talking about 3-dimensional mechanics. But Zanuck takes it to this.
Zanuck talking in circles the other day. He said the ground's accelerating up when you're free falling. I said, all right. He said, well, it's actually not moving, but it is changing direction. And then he was telling me up's not up. Like, you should have heard the shit he's been saying over the past week. It's fucking gibberish.
We'll cut him some slack. Maybe he's
spiraling out, bro.
Maybe he's just refining his argument.
Bro, he's spiraling out of control. I don't think he's even good for Globers or flat earthers to spar against anymore, because he's just saying nonsense.
Yeah, he's great.
The thing about relativity is it took away any sort of foundation to base anything upon. I mean, that's why it's called, like, the namesake. It's all relative, right? It's relativity. Except for they didn't just take away the foundation which anything could be based upon. They actually just replaced, like, a coordinate system of, like, absolute movement and location and stuff, and they made only one thing certain in the universe. They made only one thing constant: the speed of light. So that they all it is a replacement of, like, a universal coordinate system where things are moving up, down, left, right, and just replace it with the speed of light as the new foundation to base everything upon.
Yeah, newsflash, the speed of light is not even constant in a vacuum.
What?
Oh, you didn't know that?
That one. Can you explain that?
Yeah, they've done measurements inside of a vacuum and found that single photons were moving at different speeds through free space in a vacuum.
Did anybody confirm this? I don't trust his word on this.
They've done
He's talking about the difference between
He's
talking about the difference between group velocity and what's it called?
Single photons.
But he does not understand that it's not talking about the speed of the photons themselves. It's talking about I forget what the term is called. Not group velocity.
It was talking about single photons, bro. Don't try it, dude.
I gotta
what are
remember
you doing? They did single photons, different speeds in a vacuum in free space.
Why do you interrupt him when he's answering?
He's wrong.
So what? I think you're wrong all the time. I'll let you talk.
All right, fine.
I think it's called phase velocity. What's it called when you have a wave?
What the heck is group velocity?
Well, there's a description of the wave, it's just kind of hard to describe. So I'm trying to describe the distinction, but I forget what the other term is called. But you can think of it like this: like if you imagine describing the speed of the wave as the speed that the troughs are traveling. So this is like if you were to follow a trough and watch that traveling, as opposed to it's hard to describe. I can show you a GIF of exactly what it looks like. It's hard to
just to begin with. Is it an average or a mean?
No.
It is okay. It is okay. Good to know. Group velocity isn't an average of any sort.
I would say it's the velocity of the group.
Right,
except they did single photons. Except for the fact that they did single photons.
Okay, I found the GIF. Here we go.
There's no group. Single photons.
This GIF is a perfect. It shows you the difference between all of them. Hold on.
Let's see.
Yeah, so yeah, wave velocity and group velocity is the difference that we're talking about here. Let me post the GIF.
Not yet.
I'm surprised that it doesn't come into this conversation more often. The observation with that billion frame per second where they actually photographed the speed of light through water.
That's cool.
That was pretty crazy.
Yeah, that was neat, but that's going through water and
That's not showing up as a GIF. Let me post the GIF. Hold on. There we go.
Have you guys ever seen the video by a channel called Numberphile addressing
love Numberphile.
Yeah, they have a video describing the 3 or 4 different theories of why there's like a delay or a slowdown of light while passing through glass, and they explain in great detail. Like I feel I fully understand all the options, but then they do this really cool thing. They point out how even though there's 4 different ideas out there, there's 4 for a reason, because none of them hold water at the end of the day, because there's one glaring flaw in each of the approaches of explaining it.
Are you talking about what's it called? 42 symbols, or what's it called? 60. I forget what the channel's called. But it's like
yeah.
physics version of
They're
this
like
game.
They're like partner channels. Yeah, it was one of them. True.
Yeah, I've seen that video. But I don't think it said that though. It didn't say that it wasn't accurate. It just said that there's like a easy way to describe it, but the more accurate way is the
they give you 4 options and 4 different reasons individually to why each of them is wrong.
They think they got this shit all figured out, but I mean, they can't stand not knowing. They'd rather guess at shit than not know, which is worse than not knowing. Because now you're fucking wrong.
You guys, do you think, like, even if that's the case, that we don't know the fundamental nature of everything ultimately, don't you think they have an infinite more understanding than any flat Earth idea? Like, you guys can't even explain seasons or sunsets or objects falling or helium balloon rising. You guys can't explain any of that. You can't even have a map. You can't even build a bridge.
We can
you can't
explain
do anything.
all that shit.
Oh, really? Yeah, you got an accurate map that's used for navigation?
I feel you're taking away from where we're at, man.
This is what Gambino does. What's your favorite color?
I just think it's silly to say, "Oh, you guys don't understand anything," because
it was a pretty
we're still
interesting
peeling back the onion.
I'll have to take a good hard look at each of these. This is really interesting GIF. Thank you.
I didn't say you didn't understand anything. Didn't say that.
That's kind of what you said.
No, didn't say that at all.
Oh, okay.
We do understand some things very well, like what up is, what acceleration is, the radius of the Earth, right?
Yeah.
You guys got a glaring flaw in your own shit.
Where is the flaw?
The Earth has a set radius, a fixed radius, right? It doesn't change in any one spot.
Well, it's not a perfect sphere, but whatever. Go ahead.
Not a perfect sphere, but if you're standing in one spot, the radius is the radius. Move to the center, right? That doesn't change.
That's right.
Okay, cool. That doesn't change. And we know what up means, right? What would you say up is?
Up is the opposite direction that objects will fall, or it's along a plumb line vertically.
Vertical on a plumb line, yeah. So you have 2 people and a pod on a globe.
Okay.
All right. And the ground's accelerating up. We know what accelerating means at 9.8 meters per second squared. And you don't
agree with that last part.
You don't agree with it? Well, a lot of people wouldn't, because it's silly, right? Because that's not what's happening in reality, is it?
Well, that's the Flat Earth Society statement.
No, that's what Xanix's been telling me for a fucking week now, bro. That's not Flat Earth Society. That's Xanic Earth Society.
He's just illustrating coordinate systems. I don't understand why or what his point is. So that's fine.
His point is
just
that
don't get it, man.
Yeah, his point is that in reality the ground. Yeah.
Sorry, man.
So whatever.
A lot of people just don't know what conversation was Zadig, man. A lot, like everyone in here is, besides Kosho. Kosho understands the difference between what we've been talking about versus the conversation you had with Zanuck. But the rest of the people in here, they don't know what Zanuck said.
Yeah, and every time I tell someone what Zanuck said, they say that shit is dumb.
Yeah. Yeah, no one else wants to repeat Zanuck. You know that interview with Alex Jones and Kanye that Witsit was coming in here a couple of days ago telling us about?
Oh, Jesus.
Yeah.
I decided to try to watch it. It's pretty boring. I think I'm about halfway through, and it's pretty obvious Kanye's had some like some tutoring. You know, I don't think he's clever enough to approach whatever he's doing like by his own design. I think it's pretty clear like he's been given some lines and some tutoring on how to like make a sort of impression by some sort of marketing expert or PR expert or something. It seems to be that there's an entire team behind him sort of supporting him on whatever the fuck he's doing right now. It's definitely not all coming from him though. He's playing some sort of role or script or whatever, you know.
Are you trying to say Kanye's not a normie?
He's an actor. He's an actor. I don't know if there's a larger agenda. You know,
Kanye's an actor. What about Alex Jones?
I'd say the exact same thing.
But did he really get sued for $1 billion?
I just want to know, Fundy, is Pete Shea in the room with you right now?
Did Alex really get sued for $1 billion, or is that all just propaganda made up?
Let's talk about this, Jeremy. Do you think this is just Kanye being Kanye? It's all coming from inside his mind, all his actions he's been taking?
I was just fucking with you, bro. I was just fucking with you because you called him an actor.
Let me tell you what you guys are observing.
Kanye has, a mentor. He has the money to not look stupid, right? So yeah, he does exactly what you say. But the question is, are they on the up and up?
You know who also says things that they want to say and doesn't get stopped? Donald Trump. Okay, and it doesn't matter how sane or whatever you think he is. What you're witnessing, and it's not going to sound pleasant. Maybe it's not. It's not supposed to be offensive. But what you're witnessing is the evolution of somebody who's on their journey to be where some of you guys are right now. And that's not a joke, dude, because you said that someone's coaching him. One of the people he was quoting directly that he's getting direct,
material.
Yeah, is from Owen Benjamin.
And
Carly, the basketball player.
All right, tell me, Kosho. Tell me, Kosho.
Kosho, Trump won.
Do you think before, let's say, 2 years ago, Kanye West even knew who Owen Benjamin was?
No, I think he learned who Benjamin Netanyahu was 2 weeks ago. He admitted that on the Alex Jones show. And he didn't even know who Benjamin Netanyahu was, and he has like a puppet or something of him.
No, it was a net in reference to the first syllable of his name.
Right.
It's right, and he said on that interview that he learned about that guy 2 days previous.
Right.
So, but the thing is, go ahead, man. Go ahead.
I would say, Coach, since Kanye knows about Owen Benjamin, do you think he knows about Flat Earth for real?
I've made a lot of bets after I watched that interview, and I'm not excited about too much of them. But Scott Veach agreed to bet me 3 gold ounces that I bet him that Kanye West was going to be the next president in 2024. I also bet
Be careful. Veach got me on that last Trump one, so I lost $5.
I know. I'm kind of worried about it, to be honest with you. But
1 troy ounce of gold.
But I also bet a bunch of people that he was going to be a flat earther. So there's other bets. There's like different odds for different bets. But I said he'll be a flat earther before this time frame. He'll be interviewed by somebody in this community before this other time frame. I think it's far fetched to think that he could be in one of these servers at some point.
Oh, Yeezy?
Yeah.
What?
Do you think it would be? Do you think it would be a big deal? Do you think it would be that far fetched if Owen Benjamin was in one of these servers?
I don't know. If one of them dudes is, I mean, hopefully they're listening to me and not some of these other guys.
Coach, what's the deal with Owen Benjamin? Like, why does it matter?
Why does it matter? Owen Benjamin he was at the last Flat Earth conference. He's a flat earther. He's I mean, I don't know if he's being influenced by Owen Benjamin and he's going spiraling down the conspiracy path. That conspiracy path doesn't end at the flat Earth, but they pick up flat Earth on the way.
Where does it end, Coach? Where does it end?
Wherever Owen Benjamin is right now. Outside of the internet.
If you think about Coach, nobody's safe. If Kanye can find out about Owen Benjamin, it's like everything's kind of be connected.
Huh? What are you saying? Oh, he said he's buddies with Owen Benjamin. He thinks that Owen Benjamin's a better comedian than Dave Chappelle.
You have to admit that that's dangerous.
Nah, hey, Coach, you're lying to people now.
Oh?
No, that's a dangerous connection. Owen Benjamin.
You're twisting things, Coach.
Correct me.
Disaster, bro.
That in the first half, maybe you watched the whole thing. Maybe I didn't watch the whole thing.
I didn't either.
I think I was there for every time. Like you just said that he said, and it came across as something like quotish, where he said, "Owen Benjamin's such a better comedian than Dave Chappelle."
No, I said he thinks Owen Benjamin is a better comedian than Dave Chappelle, and I said
that.
He
never said that.
Yeah, no, he didn't say that explicitly. But what he did say was that he was talking about Owen Benjamin and what he talks about and how he's like I forget what he said about him, about how he was praising him in some way, about how he's an arbiter of truth and this and that, blah blah. So I forget what he said. But then in the next sentence,
that might come later, I guess.
He said Dave Chappelle is a I forgot verbatim what he said about each of them.
Yeah, all he said is that Dave Chappelle has gotten a lot of his jokes from ripping off Owen Benjamin.
Oh yeah, right. So there you go. Yeah,
and that's it. He told 2 Owen Benjamin jokes. He mistold the first one. He pronounced a word. He replaced one word with a similar word, which made the joke completely fall flat. Didn't even make sense the way he said it, because he's whatever. He replaced like an O with an A in a word. And it has a completely different meaning. And then he said, which is actually kind of a funny one. He said Ben Shapiro can perfectly identify how much change is in your pocket just by listening to it jingle, which is pretty funny, but still.
What's he fucking Rain Man?
To a certain degree. Yeah, no, just like a greedy Jewish stereotype joke. But yeah.
Coach, what was that joke I sent you?
I don't know.
In your DMs, tell that Jewish joke I sent you.
I don't check my DMs from you.
Just check your DMs real quick for me. I sent you a funny Jewish joke like a week ago.
Okay, well, I definitely didn't see that. Yeah, fine, dude.
It was right after I sent you. It was right before I sent you the dick pic.
Oh my god! Regardless, I guess that's
just scroll back up, look for the dick pic, and then the joke's gonna be like right before that.
Use that as a reference, like
I'm just curious.
So it's easier to find in your DMs.
Don't believe his claim that he steals Owen Benjamin jokes at all, because I've never heard a joke that that came from
that joke.
So.
That joke Dave Chappelle tells about the L's and the B's and the G's and the T's and the Q's all riding in a car together. It's almost verbatim from a joke Owen Benjamin told like 6 years ago, and then he told practically the same joke in his Sticks and Stones special.
Yeah, I remember.
And great minds think alike or whatever, but it is uncanny the similarities in it did come across to me because I had already heard Owen Benjamin tell that joke, and then it was so incredibly similar. The first thought that crossed my mind is like, wow, he must have heard or stole or kind of through the grapevine somehow, like been inspired by Owen Benjamin, because that is like the exact same joke.
Here we go. I found it. Right. It was right above the dick pic in our DMs. The only Jewish superhero, who's Magneto, just happens to have the perfect superpower for picking up loose change.
That is fun.
All right. It was right above the dick pic. You could have found that easily. I'm trying to do work over here.
He's my favorite X-Men, dude.
Quarters and dimes aren't magnetic, though.
I got a whole new like view on Magneto once I saw the new X-Men. They did a really good job on him.
Did he not control all metal, or was it just magnetic metal?
That's a plot hole. How could he control like non-magnetic metals?
He can
I don't know. I thought he could do all metal. I thought Magneto was like just a play on words, and he could actually do all metals.
Well, copper's not magnetic, right? But it slows down when you drop. Wait. What am I talking? What am I thinking of? Is it a steel ball dropped through a copper tube?
Something like that.
It's a magnet through a copper tube.
Yeah, that's right. So
coins have no magnetic material in them. Why are you trying to ruin my whole joke?
Pennies aren't even made from copper anymore, son.
No, it's zinc with.
Remember they shot that guy up with the iron in his blood, and then Magneto. Like all you need is a little bit of magnetism.
Yeah, that was the X-Men 1.
And you know what? There's not a material on Earth that's not affected by a magnetic field. So take that.
Okay, what's
whether it be like Hera, Dia, or Pharaoh, right? Those would be the three options.
The more we talk about this, the more the joke is being ruined. Thanks, guys.
I'm sorry.
I had an argument with fucking Numpty, and he never got back to me, but he was following its argument about the how everything is intrinsically electrostatic, and so a Cavendish, for example, he was describing how the Cavendish, even if you have two completely non-ferrous and like no charge on either of these, like there's no charge. So there's an intrinsic charge, and somehow he's describing that there is still some effect where the intrinsic charge wants to attract each other. It doesn't make any sense. If it's got a net zero charge, the intrinsic charge is not what it doesn't matter. It's already accounted for in the material.
And why is this intrinsic charge never repulsive?
Well, I mean, sure. There's that, and then there's
you ever seen the demonstration of one magnet, like one large magnet with being attracted to every side of a ball of a bunch of mini magnets?
Hey, you're talking about like incoherent magnetism?
Yeah, just like it's one giant magnet, and then there's an even larger mass of 1,000 mini ball magnets, and it's a completely attractive phenomena, and it doesn't matter the north or south side of the larger magnet. Either side is still attracted towards the larger mass of the incoherent, cluster of small magnets.
Yeah,
that could be, one thing.
No, yeah, but then actually we were talking about this a couple weeks ago, and there was a description on the strength of both the positive and the negative. But the other thing about that is the problem with incoherent magnetism is if there was an incoherent magnet, like a bunch of those buggy balls, and it was attractive even slightly to some other magnet, The problem with that is when you get up close and like if you were on the surface of those of buckyballs, the incoherent magnetism would not display itself as a exclusively attractive. You'd be able to detect the field, very closely, and you'd see some areas where, the strength was, in the opposite, or there's opposite charge where there was, the strength was changing and where the poles were different directions. The only reason it seems like that is because added together from that distance, it does that. But if you had a ball, because I think what's his name, Jesse even tested this. He had balls that he painted on one side, and he showed that like as he got him close to the incoherent magnet, depending on where he put it, it would orient his other magnet to face that part of it. It's not a valid explanation in my opinion.
Dude, you don't know what's valid and what isn't valid. All right, from our last conversation. So just stop.
Because you don't accept reference frames, which was, like I said,
I accept the reference frames.
That was the Godfather. Like that's the principle of physics, basically. The first principle of physics, principle of relativity.
The reference frame, you can describe it like that from one reference frame or another, depending on where you are. However, that doesn't mean that that's actually happening in reality. That's where you don't understand.
Then what's the point of doing it? That is what that means. It means you can describe any event from a reference frame. Let's pretend that none of the reference frames are accelerating. They're all inertial reference frames with either constant velocity or stationary in reference to something else. Okay, so we're not going to worry about accelerating frames. You can describe any of these objects. You can describe any of these as the rest frame and the other objects moving in reference to that frame. And those are all valid reference frames. All valid descriptions of what's actually happening.
The equations of motion would be different in non-inertial reference frames.
Right.
You can tell something's inertial if you put an accelerometer on it. And if it reads nothing, then it's inertial. But yeah, I mean, I can't think of an example where you would use an object in free fall as a reference frame. Maybe if you're doing some kind of aerodynamics, I don't know.
Well, that's the problem. Is that it's not. It's usually there's usually, like I said, it'd be hard to find a context on where that would be valid, or where that not valid, but where that would make sense. But regardless, if there was ever something that was being described, or I don't know, something that you needed to describe that in that way, it wouldn't be an invalid. It would be invalid to describe. And like I said, the acceleration is probably not the best example because of you get into problems in general relativity and stuff like that. So just describing objects that are moving in linear velocity without changing the velocity, it's not invalid to use any of those reference frames if the context requires it.
That's why the Flat Earth Society idea is better than anything they've come up with here, because that can actually explain objects falling, explains the buoyant force, explains the pressure gradient. Anyone who calls them like paid opposition has to, has a deficit, and they can't explain those things. Like
that's what I was trying
Jeremy,
to explain. Yeah. Oh, sorry.
That's it. That's all.
That's what I was trying to explain to Witsit earlier, because he came in here, he's pissed off at all of us and was mad that we didn't denounce that publicly or something like that. Like, saying that that's what the mainstream argues, that the flat earth is arguing, just as a way to weaken the actual flat earthers' arguments. I'm like, okay, so the way I see it as, and this is what I told them, is that Flat Earth Society, or people who maybe not be really flat earthers, maybe they're fake flat earthers. And just like you just said, that sounds to me like an argument that a fake flat earther, someone who's not a real flat earther, needs to make, because they understand the world not as a flat earth, and they have to make sense of it somehow. And so they would make things up like that, right? That makes sense to me. And that's what I was saying was probably the case. It's probably not someone trying to weaken the arguments of the flat earth. It's probably just fake flat earthers trying to come up with arguments that make sense.
Yeah, and their stance is infinitely stronger than anything Witsit comes up with.
It does take care of a lot of the problems that they haven't satisfied.
Yeah. Mm-hmm. One of the problems with that is the Earth would eventually exceed the speed of light. It actually would take like a month, but it could be going in like a tight circle, gaining 9.8 meters per second squared and never speeding up. I like that one because then people like Witsit or other flat earthers don't know what to do because they can't falsify it. They can just say, no, it's stupid.
Yeah, but they have the same problem with if the Earth is stationary and everything's moving around it.
Yeah.
And once you get past Neptune, everything is going faster than the speed of light.
Huh.
If you accept those distances, though.
I hadn't heard that.
Well, actually, that was Gödel's. I think it was Gödel. Because Mach's principle was what it keeps bringing up. This was Einstein was even enamored by it for a short time. He later denounced his praise for it, but because Mach's principle is one that states like, there'd been, if the universe was rotating around the Earth, there would be enough the frame dragging or something that would give you the same effect as if the Earth were rotating, something like that. People interpret it differently. But anyways, Gödel is the one who he finally countered that claim by saying exactly that. Like, if you accept it to be true, then things that are he didn't bring up Neptune. He just said that stars were going to be moving faster than the speed of light.
Yeah.
Anyways, Jeremy, I updated the GIF, man.
Who was it that said they like the Flat Earth Society because they can explain stuff?
I did.
So you like them? You think they're legit?
They're way better than the things I hear in these other servers that denounce
Do
them.
they have real explanations for stuff?
Yeah, the pressure gradient, objects falling, the buoyant force.
The Earth is moving up,
accelerating in that direction at a constant rate, which doesn't have to be linear. It could be in a circular motion.
and it's a disk in space.
Yeah, matches all observations. Except when you try to do celestial navigation or the solar system or eclipses.
First time I heard that. Just thought it was interesting. Thank you.
Well, you're a reasonable guy, aren't you?
Hey, what does under tittling mean? This is Lightwater saying there's some annoying under tittling going under kosher or something.
He's not even in the chat in the VC.
Oh. Anyways,
Oh man, so how about that Artemis imagery today?
Dude, dude.
Special.
I know, dude. I was just telling my girlfriend about it. She got pissed off at me that I was on the TV. She's like, get this off my screen. What is this? I was like, dude.
Are you kidding me? Everyone should have been watching that. That was unprecedented.
You talking about the crescent Earth?
No, I was just talking about the approach to the moon and then the return.
Okay, well, I was watching different. I actually was gonna make a GIF or some sort of short video based on because you can see them adjusting the exposure settings in a few different times, and people are not really grasping that that's exactly like the reason why the moon looks dim and the reason you've seen those stars is because the exposure settings are extremely low. Otherwise, all that would be just a huge flash of white.
Yeah, that's true. It's amazing what dynamic range our eyes have. Way better than a camera.
Yeah. That's true. Yeah, that's true because you can view multiple different like brightnesses almost like at the same time.
Mm-hmm. Exactly. So your eye must have like local dimming or something.
Yeah. Regardless,
you can also look at one thing in front of you and actually read the thing behind it at a different distance. If you try, which is kind of interesting.
Say it again.
You can like look at two things at the same time. Honestly, a camera can't do that.
I mean,
yeah. I look at your phone, right, and then behind your phone, put like a card or like a book. You can actually look at your phone and read something behind your phone at the same time.
I don't think that's true.
Try it.
You can read your phone and also read something behind your phone. You have to focus on one.
I have one of these Magic the Gathering cards. And I'm looking at my phone at the top, and then I'm putting the card right behind it, and I can see both.
But can you read both?
Yeah.
I mean, I guess if they're right next to each other.
Yeah, right next to each
focus
other.
on
In a
things at
different
once.
different distance. So that's the cameras can't do that. Cameras can focus on one distance.
I thought we could only focus on one distance.
When cameras focus on one item in the background, the items are blurry. In real life, your eyes don't actually make them blurry. You're just not looking at them. So they're not actually blurry. These background distant objects are not actually blurry. You're just not looking at them.
Yeah.
So your eyes are better.
Well, when Gambino, you brought up the Artemis, the one thing that so what I saw also, other than like crazy shots of the moon, like a lot of live footage all day. I just gotta say, I didn't expect this. I would have been impressed by the one time they did the live footage and then not giving anything else back, but they were giving live footage almost the whole time, and that's kind of way more than I expected.
Yeah,
probably more than
awesome.
a lot of flat earthers expected.
Definitely.
But like Gambino, you'll know this. Like how many like Apollo images, like from Apollo 8 and stuff like that, are basically iconic images, like Earthrise, just a bunch of classic iconic images. Well, there's so many still shots from the Artemis mission, which are almost exceed some of those images, like just crazy stuff, like all the time that you never, it's just crazy.
Yeah, and we haven't even seen the full res versions.
Oh yeah, I guess I didn't realize. So they're gonna when they get back, they're gonna check those out.
They may have beamed back some of the full res versions, but there definitely is going to be a hardware storage data dump when it lands.
Okay. Well, so what I was gonna say is today I was like watching, I was like, what is that? And then it was like a crescent, like a moon, but obviously the moon was right in front of it, so it was like a crescent Earth. It was crazy.
Yeah. Awesome, huh? NASA still got it. They still got the magic.
Yeah. People were giving him shit because it took him a bunch of tries, but it almost makes you, realize that's why they took so many tries. They want to make sure they didn't fuck it up.
Yeah, I think it was worth the wait.
Let me try to find this live footage. Hold on.
Those rocket launches, any little thing goes wrong, you've lost a however many dollar rocket.
Yeah, but it's just like,
you might get burned up in the capsule and lose a bunch of astronauts like that.
They weren't even launching when that happened.
I know they weren't even. It was the practice mission. Can you believe it? On practice, not really. Yeah.
Well, they're testing.
Kosher, all those people that supposedly blew up in what was 87 have mysteriously
86.
reappeared in the world except for one of them.
What about one of them?
those astronauts, like remember need another 7 astronauts?
Yeah.
All but one of them miraculously reappeared in the world. One of them had a twin. Two of them had a twin. It was awesome.
Yeah, Scott Veach met both those twins. Before that, he remembers because he said that was the first time he'd ever met a twin in his life. Or
And I didn't realize
in his life.
NASA actually hired, but I think about it makes sense because the one gets blown up in a space mission, then the other one's still around. It makes sense about it.
Yeah, well, if he met both sets of twins, if he met both twins, right? Then the fact that one of them is still alive right now no longer explains the disappearance of the other, right?
Right, unless he's lying. Yeah.
Anyways, the more you learn about that mission, the failure and stuff,
the more people can lie.
Yeah, people lied, and people got in trouble for lying. Not lying about people dying. They're lying or negligence is what got them killed, and then them trying to cover up that fact afterwards. So there were dishonest people, sure, but it wasn't people hiding the fact that they faked their deaths. That's ridiculous.
I remember the first teacher in space. I remember that.
Well, she never made it, actually.
She never made it, yeah.
The first teacher all over the place.
Need another 7 astronauts. NASA.
Dude, these are fucking amazing. This live footage from the going around the moon earlier and seeing the Earth. This is like amazing shots of the moon, dude.
It's incredible.
Yeah, what you posted, Coach Show. You posted Artemis footage in your live stream, in the text chat.
No, I'll post it right now. I'm just looking at the live feed. I went back 8 hours, but I'll post the full live thing.
Now, is there a reason to think that this is not filmed from a Hollywood studio?
Yeah. One, they're claiming that they're in space, so that's reason.
Like they did it on Gravity with George Clooney?
No, nothing like that, actually. Yeah, I mean, I guess the only similarity is they're both in space, but other than that.
Go post it. I'll take a look at it.
I got it posted. I said, go back to like 8 hours and check out some of that footage. That's like real crisp, cool shots of the moon and the Earth.
If you go back 8:30, that's the reemergence from behind the moon, where you see the crescent Earth.
Yeah.
And if you go to
just 8:30, okay. Coach, just wondering. Clicked on the YouTube, came up. Why would the comments be turned off? Something really like awesome event like this,
Yeah, probably because a bunch of people are on there making stupid comments about it being fake.
I really did it, like truth, like freedom of speech, like that.
Because it detracts from it. It's just get like all the bad actors, all the dishonest people. There's no reason to have them. Give them a voice.
I mean, but why does it matter? Because you guys got science, right? So, like, why would it even be threatened, like, the real science?
Well, because NASA's a
like how they really
public-facing agency, and they want their image to be, not cluttered with the nonsense that people come up with on the internet.
NASA wants their image not to be cluttered. I understand.
They don't want to give a forum for people to be assholes. That's all.
Yeah, it's I guess a difficult position because they're catering to the wide range of people, children as well as anybody, and I guess they just don't want to provide some sort of environment where people can say whatever they want, or they have to police it. Sure.
Yeah, they
yeah,
want it to be
and then,
PG rated.
yeah. You know, I was wondering, what's that red thing, dude? Like, what's that artifact in that picture?
I don't know. I see that, and when the crescent is visible.
Yeah.
And I think it's just some kind of lens flare.
Yeah.
It might be a reflection of the Earth.
The sun?
Or the reflection of the camera from the camera guy in the background. Kosho, are they gonna land on the moon? I'm just watching this. Are they gonna land on the moon or just kind of like going around it?
This mission is going around it. Think of this mission as Apollo 8. That's how I would think of it.
Are they
Apollo 1
showing us
to 8.
the dark side of the moon, Kosho, on the other side we can never see?
That's what I mean. You're seeing. I mean, half of what you see with this footage is the dark side. I mean, what you're seeing right now. Well, okay, not what you're seeing. I guess I'm watching it. At 8 minutes 30 seconds, you're seeing a part of the what you call dark side, right? Because the Earth is right in front of you. You know, in between you and the moon at this point, or the moon's in between you and the Earth at this point. So you're on the side of the moon that the Earth doesn't see. Man, I don't know, man. Maybe I
noticed a show about like some of these impact craters the moon supposedly has.
Yeah,
impact craters. If you
I
look
noticed one crater on there that I didn't recognize, that I'd never seen.
That's what I was gonna say. It's like it makes you think like this. What an ugly little mini planet. But then it's also like it makes you think like, you know, a lot of the Apollo missions, they were focused around geology. Like they were interested in collecting and answering questions about, you know, surrounding the geology of Earth and the moon, and there's just a lot of cool shit there.
Yeah, they said they took like a master's worth of classes on geology. Some of the astronauts did.
Oh, wow. Those guys are dedicated. Imagine spending like 2 weeks in that little capsule.
that way they won't have to get fake moon rocks. They can probably find the real moon rocks. So they know a little bit about geology.
Were you saying something, Gambino? 2-week class?
I'm just blown away that they found men with the demeanor to stay in that little capsule for 2 weeks.
Oh yeah, sure, dude. I mean, what was it? There was another mission before that. I forget which one it was, but it was the first time they tested them being in there for 2 weeks. Like there was a 10 days or something. One of the Mercury missions, and
it was Gemini.
Oh, Gemini. Okay, yeah. They said it wasn't any fun.
Yeah, cooped up. I mean, you'd be comfortable because you'd be floating, so you know you wouldn't have any back pain or anything, but you wouldn't be able to like just go outside.
Yeah. Stuck in there with this one dude.
They must have had like loaded them up on mental activity just to keep them distracted.
I don't know, dude. Well, you know that I saw this thing recently about Apollo. Let's call it 17, I think, and I forget which astronaut it was, but he gotten really sick, and he had like a head cold. And was it an Apollo? I think it was. I don't remember. I don't remember which one it was, but they were only supposed to be up there for a little bit. Or they're supposed to test something. I forget exactly what they were doing. They weren't going to land on the moon. They were doing something, and he just got head sick. He just started refusing to do parts of the mission. Like he just started refusing doing some of the shit. And yeah, they told the ground what do you call them? Ground control, whatever you call them. I didn't get sleep last night, but they told him that they were never gonna fly again. I forget what mission that was.
I remember something like that on the space station on Skylab. I don't remember that on an Apollo mission.
Maybe I don't know. I think it was an Apollo mission, but maybe it was like the last Apollo mission, like setting up, like paving the way for Skylab. I can't remember the name of the dudes were.
Okay.
It's going to be on my YouTube. Let me find it.
I like the preceding part of this video when they approach the moon, because you can see how fast it's going, and it's before they have a loss of signal. So it's like live orbit from proximity of another body. Like that is the first time we've ever seen that.
Man, let me see. What's the timestamp or how? Let me see.
I'm looking at 9:21 ago.
Okay, yeah, that's just where I went to. Okay.
Negative 9:24 is really good. You can see them start to change the attitude of the craft and rotate the solar panels, but it's going so damn fast. Like the size of the moon just gets gigantic instantly.
Yeah. That's got to be so surreal, man, to experience that.
Yeah.
Finally, I'm in here.
Howdy. Who is it?
Yeah, I've been seeking voice verification for almost a week now.
I'm glad you made it, man.
Congratulations.
Yeah, it's been a rough time coming.
Except you just joined today.
Yeah, I joined to say hello. Yeah. I mean, I've been trying
Joined
to
the server today. You haven't been in the server for a week.
I've been in the server for a lot longer than that, actually. My old account got nuked.
It wasn't me, I swear. Everyone thinks it was me.
Sure.
Blame it on the Gambino.
Blame it on me. And apparently that's the thing to do.
Dude, the moon just looks like.
I don't believe you're taking the blame shines role by any means.
Okay.
Taking the what?
Hashtag blame shine.
It's an inside joke.
Yeah, blame shines.
Fair enough.
Yeah, I believe the Discord is running off algorithms off what people say and how many times they say it to get nuked.
Like voice recognition?
Voice and text.
Wouldn't be unbelievable. Man, that's a lot of processing though.
No, I don't think that they have access generally to voice.
I would kindly disagree. When I was talking about the Jews over voice chat, I was removed completely.
Was it being streamed to YouTube?
No streaming to YouTube. No.
Maybe
But
somebody reported you.
I could definitely see that happening though if it was streamed to YouTube. But
yeah,
I don't think it's just limited to people to Discord looking at live YouTube streams. I think it's also just voice chat in general.
Well, they can like they put it in their terms of service that they can use outside. They can use outside social media to to do actions against you on here, and I think that they're talking generally, but I think specifically they would use that for YouTube. But I think probably what happened with you is somebody reported you, and they may have checked it out.
I just find it I don't think there's any irony in me talking about Jews before I was completely nuked. I can't even call them that anymore. Actually, I'm probably on my 5th time in the algorithm saying that.
There's no problem with calling them the chosen people.
Oh, people will get triggered over any kind of thing you bring up these days.
I mean, it seems pretty clear to me that my phone is absolutely listening to my conversations. I mean, it's even gotten so obvious that I'll say something and then I'll get an ad, like not even like not even inside of an app, but I'll get a notification from an app I never use. Like there's a Play Store, like on an Android phone. You have the Google Play Store, and then you have this secondary app store called like the Galaxy App Store, right? Like the Samsung version.
Yeah.
And the same apps are on both, or they're the same, applications are downloadable from either app. But of course, I never use one, and I always use the Google one. And so I never use this thing, right? And so then I say, I get in my car and I say, hey, where do you want to go get dinner, girlfriend? And she says, let's go to the let's just say there's a restaurant called because I'm not going to tell you like where we went or whatever, it's local, so I'll just make something up. So I say, let's go to, or she says, let's go to the pizza place, and then my phone just like it was in my pocket, and as soon as she says that, I get a notification from like Samsung App Store that says pizza face instead of pizza place, right? And it's like, oh, you're in my pocket. You didn't quite catch it clearly enough that time, right? But I mean, it happens so immediate sometimes. It's ridiculous. And then another example for Instagram being the app. Yesterday, me and my girlfriend have a conversation about like different desserts we could bring to the next family gathering. And she's like, oh, I'm gonna make this. I'm like, oh, you could buy that. She's like, no, I'm gonna make it from scratch. And I was a smart aleck, and I said, well, you're not really making it from scratch. It's not even possible, right? Like, you're gonna grow your own wheat and mill the flour, right? And so then just like an hour later, and I can send you the link. She gets a notification that links her towards this video about someone making the same sarcastic joke I made, and it even says, "Oh, you're gonna mill the flour yourself." And so, I mean, it's settled at this point. Your phone, I don't know where the processing power actually like takes place, right? Some sort of skyscraper full of servers and supercomputers, or what, I don't know. Or maybe your phone does it yourself and somehow is able to dodge the surveillance of people looking into the code, and somehow not using too much battery and draining it, keeping your mic open at all times. I don't know how they've camouflaged and disguised it so well, because lots of people will deny this sort of thing, but they're just idiots. It's obviously happening.
Hey, you want to do something really crazy? If you're under the impression that the voice is recognized through algorithm through different apps in your phone, try this. Think of something that you want to eat, or think of something that you want to drink, like liquor. Okay, think of it. All right, think of it nice and hard, and then
Without saying it.
Yep, and then wait like 5 or 10, 15 minutes and look at that advertisement randomly pop up. It's not just limited to voice; it's actually voice to skull technology as well.
So that is a tougher pill to swallow, but I don't take anything off the table.
I've experienced that actually.
What, thinking about it gets in? Is that what you said?
Yeah, not just verbal recognition, but thought recognition. He's saying.
Oh,
let me share a story real quick. I was working one time in a stairwell in a building. It's 11 stories, and I was by myself. And every floor I had to take my extension cord and run it through a door, prop the door, run it down the hallway. So my heat gun, I can use my heat gun. This whole time, I was getting annoyed that I was moving this extension cord because it's 50 feet long, and I was thinking about creating an invention, like a device, like a power bank that you can carry with you and plug your stuff in. Not necessarily having a battery tool, but like an actual 110 volt plug-in, etc. I didn't know this was an actual thing. I was merely thinking about creating a device. 2 days later, I get an ad on Facebook of a mobile power bank for your tools. That was weird.
Yeah, man. It's so fucking weird, man. That's a crazy story. That's a good example of that thought recognition. Not to say, not to say I wouldn't ask you, like, did you think about it while you were struggling to use your tools and then go home to your wife and be like, and describe to her your invention? Because it might have picked up on you, like, talking about your idea to someone else, or it could still be like verbal recognition. But if you kept it, you kept it to yourself, huh?
Straight. That was that one instance when I was working. I was like, this is annoying. You should do something about this. And then that was it. And then a couple of days later, boom. But I've had other times, like we spoke about a hammock one time, and we got an ad for the same hammock with like the lid on it, like the zip up cover. But we did speak about that. And there's other stuff we spoke about. Like those always come up with voice recognition. The thought recognition was really weird.
Wow. I mean, I'd like to know, is there anyone in the room who doesn't experience
have you ever heard
this?
Random?
Oh, go ahead.
Sorry, Fundy.
But no, I was going to ask the room, but you go first.
I was just going to mention about that game Randonautica or whatever. I never played it. I've only heard of it. And it works off of your intention.
What? Well,
yeah.
Did we talk about this before?
I think vaguely.
Okay.
I don't really know too much about it. It's like I never done it. I've only seen this dude Chris Geo do it. He did like a live stream.
You should send me a link to that. That sounds fun. I don't even know how that would work though. That sounds wild.
Yeah, I think they go into a little bit of the technology about it, but I don't know if it's like he like knows how it works exactly.
Well, like, is there anyone in the room who hasn't been talking about something and then within like an hour, like had a notification or an ad or something?
I've definitely had it. I've definitely had it. It was on Facebook though, and maybe I had Facebook open, but would talk about like the Sargento flea collar for the dog, and scroll down a couple of pages and there's a Sargento ad. So and it's happened more than once with me. So I know that the phone listening is probably definitely a thing.
Yeah, it's wild. There was this like FBI security agent, specializing in like electronic communications and stuff like that. And Joe brought it up and he said, no, what? That's a bunch of paranoia right there, you idiot, you paranoid idiots. And I was just like, fuck this dude. Like, fuck, what kind of expert is he saying that your phone doesn't fucking listen to you? Like, it's blatantly obvious at this point. That dude's a fucking shill or just a straight up moron. Unless it's not even about speaking. That the world is a much stranger place than any of us imagine, where intention, I don't know, some sort of metaphysics, where like your mental intention, spoken or not, bring you what you were looking for.
See, I think if that was a thing, I don't think it would be something that's hidden. I think that it would be, sort of a prolific thing. Because if it can happen with one person, it can happen with all people, kind of thing. That not just one or two people would figure this shit out.
I don't. Maybe we're not on the same page. What are you talking about? About like one or like more than? Go ahead.
I mean, I think if it was actually something that there was anything to that it would be prolific. It would be actually part of our technology base. That
Oh,
you know, we would
you're
be
talking
utilizing
about
it.
intention. You're talking about like intention creating reality.
And like mind reading or telekinesis or any of that stuff.
I don't know who's to say
Like,
there
I
aren't
can't.
people utilizing this technology.
I mean, there's no physical link that could be imagined that would allow an electronic device to pick up on what you're thinking. You know, I mean, there's just not a connection there that I can put.
Okay, so there's one thing, and I'm not gonna suggest this as it was what's happening, but you know, because I studied hypnosis and NLP some time ago, and NLP can be used for several different things. But one thing that technique in NLP is called eye acuity, and it's where you can observe the eyes and the directions that they're moving. And it's different for different people, but you can, you can get an idea of where their mind is at, depending on what's, they're looking at or what they're reading or listening to. Anyways, I know Facebook a couple years ago, they actually were allowing some research people to secretly test that on Facebook users. And they came out and publicly said it later, but they were getting a lot of heat for at the time because it was not public, or it's not like people signed up to do that, and they were basically
You'd have to hijack the hardware of the users, their phone camera or their laptop camera or something like that. I mean, that's a total like that's a big crime right there.
I mean, like I said, I don't think they got much trouble for it, but I don't think I don't think you don't have to hijack the heart. You just have to basically utilize the camera, which they might already have given permission to do that. And,
right, loophole. You terms of service, bitch. You said yes. I agree to all. Fuck you. Fuck them.
But when I saw that report or whatever, I knew immediately, or at least I was, I had the hunch of, that, if that's a thing, if eye acuity is a thing, then someone could take advantage of it. And that's actually basically what that study was attempting to do, was to sort of read the interest of the viewer, like to basically, what they were claiming was they wanted to see where their eyes were moving as they were reading articles or something, like see where their eyes were focused on. But there's a lot that you can do with that. Although I wouldn't say we could do as much as like reading someone's thoughts or anything like that. But it's a step of the way there.
Right. Yeah. It could. I've seen some YouTubers take tests like that where they give access to some application to camera access to their laptop, right? And and then it just gives them like a set of like 10 web articles to just like kind of scroll through, and it actually puts a circle on the screen in front of them where the camera detects that their eyes are looking at. And of course there's like some sexy lady in a red dress off to the side in an advertisement, and they all catch themselves like as soon as it comes into view, like staring at it like immediately, and then also way too long, and then looking away, then looking back, then looking away and looking back. And because there's like a circle pointing it out and like scoring them on it, they're like, ah, shit, I can't stop looking.
Yeah, you saw that's basically the same research that I saw as well, where they are basically highlighting the parts of the page that they can measure their eyes as focusing on, and you can see how that would be valuable. And actually, like I said,
super valuable.
Yeah, in marketing, the entire field of marketing is actually built
demonic.
It's built on hypnosis, the findings of early hypnosis and and like what psychology was learning about from Mesmer and those kind of people, which is also what NLP is based on. And
hold on. Did you just say one of the leading scientists in hypnotism is named Mesmer?
Yeah, that's where the term comes from. Mesmerized.
No shit.
Yeah, Mesmer, and then the other. So he was probably one of the first, and then what's his name, Bandler, and so there's a couple other people, but yeah, the psychology at that time was very impressed with what they had, basically were fine because they were doing interesting stuff. Like hypnosis still is interesting, but and so marketing, the entire field of marketing was kind of built on that early, research. Even stuff like like Pavlov and all that kind of stuff.
Yeah.
Too. But basically, but still on the hypnosis side, really interesting stuff that is still can be utilized to this day. And I see how it would be extremely valuable if you had the right people studying that sort of eye acuity thing. You really could get a at least better than better than nothing probability of what of guessing what, or being able to tell what somebody's kind of thinking as they're looking at something or seeing where their mind's at. I mean, you probably get some read on it, and sell that to advertisers, whatever.
Oh yeah, that's big data right there. Very valuable information. Hey Kosho, wouldn't you agree that the average person severely underestimates the knowledge that some people in this world have as to like what makes a person tick and what buttons you can press to like really shape a human's like cognitive processes? Like
Sure.
like it's crazy, like the art of propaganda, right? Like it is like a ancient and also like well studied science that is so developed that, I mean, it's way beyond what most people think that any other person would like know how to manipulate them so strongly against their own natural will. Like it's crazy what you can like manipulate, like mentalism or hypnosis or whatever. It's powerful stuff.
Well, you know that I do magic as well, and the magicians and con men actually have the same exact skill set. They just use it for different reasons. But there's a reason why people are so impressed by magicians is because and mentalists is because they're not, and hypnotists for that matter too, but they're not familiar with, like, it seems like it's magic what can be done, but yeah, very impressive things can be done, and I'm not sure that that's being utilized
to the degree I think it might be.
Yeah,
let's just put it. Yeah,
I think there was one.
You know who? You know what I'm about.
Well, like the JFK, no, not JFK. His brother, Bobby Kennedy. I think Bobby Kennedy's killer. He even claims he was under hypnosis, and he didn't even know what was going on. And
oh wow.
So like that was around the time where something like that could have been used in that way, but most, I think for the most part, most of that kind of stuff is utilized by marketing and in that field.
Yeah, it's crazy. It's crazy what some institutions know and how we, in so many ways, are their playthings. Which is just why you gotta really like reevaluate what you're thinking every once in a while and ask yourself where you got these ideas from, because of course the way hypnotism or that sort of field of study is most used is in propaganda, of course, and everyone's governments are doing it to their citizens. Now I don't understand how it all works out, like who's in on it and to what level, or maybe it's only certain institutions or whatever, but I mean, what's going on, right? I mean, the governments are using all this knowledge they have to social engineer, right? To some degree.
Well, like I said, if you first of all, like I said, the entire field of marketing is based on it. So that means that advertisers, people go to school for marketing. These techniques they learn are basically the basic hypnosis and those sort of techniques. And so those are that kind of stuff is utilized by in
Hollywood, for one example.
sure. Anything where they have to market anything, right? And so you would imagine that politically or militarily, things like that are also utilized as far as as much as they can. But I think that given discernment and stuff like that, basically there's a reason why people think most shit is bullshit. Even people who are like nonstop, like CNN viewers or something. Like basically everything seems like it's bullshit, and that's because most of it is. It's like you're being sold something all the time. You know what I mean? Whether it's propaganda or advertising.
I saw this really wonderful video about 8 years ago on YouTube, and it was just someone explaining the different choices of colors for different scenes in movies.
Oh, yeah.
Right? Like how to set an emotional tone with a choice of color palette. It's like if it's action, you're gonna want to use a lot of orange and blues as your main color, and of course we've all seen like the love scenes, and you can see the reds and the pinks and whatever, and or something very scary, you're gonna want to use some whites and blues or something. It's crazy how much of this is just so well understood and so like undeniable that when you know about it, you can just spot it. Like watch any movie, and and you'll just see like, oh yeah, of course that's the like it's something that can be subconsciously absorbed, right? But when you like shift over to like consciously noticing it's in everything you watch.
Yeah, everything you watch, but I mean, every ad you see or every restaurant you go to, or
right.
That kind of stuff is like you said about colors. Like this sort of color thing is used by restaurants to either get you more antsy. Like at McDonald's, they say the colors they use are to get you ready to move. Like so, it's like you feel anxious being there, and you don't want to stay there for too long.
Wow.
Yeah, it's like yellow and red and stuff like that. But yeah, stuff like that certainly is used. Same thing with specific words. And I don't know if you know this, but have you ever heard of the pickup artists? It was like an online thing, I don't know, 10, 15, 20 years ago.
Sure.
Yeah, so there's like it's a thing now that so many people are aware of it that they basically seem like creeps. And what pickup artists actually utilized was it was basically NLP, but specifically used to attract women. But it was used in almost, because I understand NLP, it's used in a disgusting way that worked. Like, I don't know, you know what negging is? Like negging, it's a pickup artist term, but it's basically like where you say something, you give like a compliment to a woman that's supposed to demean her, but it comes across as it's like I don't know, I can't think of an example because I never would use one.
Like I don't know, in a pleasant way, making someone want to making inducing them to seek your approval basically, or something.
Yeah, exactly. And so it's like backhand compliments, or like I said, making it seem the goal is to make someone feel worse about themselves, basically. So anyways, it's things like that that made me think that's using that kind of stuff for disgusting reasons.
Yeah, it is.
Right, but regardless, this was the tool that was utilized like almost entirely by pickup artists, and so there's many different there are many different aspects of society that uses this stuff that people aren't really aware of. But those guys were extremely successful.
I got a question for you, man. In fact, there might be a few people who might be able to chime in on this. It's about the color magenta, right? It's an interesting thing because just to start off, right? Magenta is a color that we're told we can see and identify visually, but it's the only color, I've heard it put, the only color that we can see that doesn't have a corresponding wavelength of light. It's some sort of like, or go ahead. Yeah.
No, I agree. No, I'm listening to you because I agree. Yeah. Isn't it like so? Like if you have like yellow and blue, what that makes green, and then blue and red make
Well, that's when mixing paint and when mixing light or whatever sometimes. But actually green is a primary color when it comes to light frequencies, right? Or when it comes to light, because like the primary colors of, let's say, pigments of like paint is red, yellow, blue, but those are the primary colors of pigment. For some reason, which I can't wrap my head around, the primary colors of light hue are red, yellow, and green, and blue is kicked to the curb. And you can actually make blue light by putting a yellow piece of plastic and a green piece of plastic touching each other and shining a flashlight through them onto a wall, and it'll make blue light, which disqualifies it from being primary because you can combine two other things to make it. So that's weird. And then for some reason, like computer screens have the magenta, cyan, and emerald green as their primary colors or something like that. So yeah, I don't really get it. But magenta, magenta we're told is the one like color you might see like a t-shirt, just like the reflection off a surface. Magenta is the one color you can see something in reality with your own eyes being like a t-shirt or a wall or a paint on a wall or whatever, right? And it's the only color we see that doesn't have its own light frequency.
Yeah, right. Like it was. Is it something to do with like the combinations, like the something about like
some sort of combination that happens inside of your mind.
Yeah,
because I don't think we truly know enough about colors and colors and vibrations and sounds.
Oh yeah, there's definitely more to uncover. But I just want to do you guys know about that thing about like and only tell me if you know a lot about it because I already know the basics, but do you know a lot about the idea of listening to binaural beats?
You talking about the frequency?
Yeah, so basically there's this like you can call it hypnotism or
what
like
hertz is that again?
It doesn't matter what hertz it is. Basically they say that your brain has like different like frequencies of consciousness, or for lack of better words, I'll just say frequencies of consciousness, right? Like there's alpha waves and gamma waves and beta waves of like thought, like I don't know what to call it, brain activity, brain states, brain activity, whatever, right? I'll just say frequencies of consciousness just to keep it simple. And the thing is, your brain has to do it on its own. It has to be the one to decide to be in that frequency, whether through sleep or whatever natural processes, or like looking at a bright light telling you like the serotonin, you wake up, right, enter the alpha state, it's time to be alert and problem solve or whatever, or time to go into theta waves and get some deep sleep and rest or whatever, whatever. So but the brain has to be the one to decide, And so there's the binaural beats are is like a technique to hijack your brain, where the brain still thinks it's the one deciding to be this way. So let's say your alpha brain wave activity is 432 hertz. So the binaural beat technique is where you have a headphone in one ear and a headphone in the other ear, and the left earbud plays 430 hertz in one ear, and then the right earbud plays 434. And just like your vision is coming from two different eyeballs, but your brain synthesizes them into one vision, your consciousness will synthesize the two different frequencies being played in both ears and decide to experience the average of the two. And if you listen to two like equally distant frequencies from one middle point, your brain will follow that rhythm of that average and synthesize it. And if you listen to it long enough, it'll trigger that brain state.
Well, yeah, no, I have heard this, man, because like if you would have said, because I know all about brain states because of I used to fuck with dreams, and then also, like I said, hypnosis is all based around like getting somebody into the, I think it's
a suspicious amount about hypnosis, Kosho. Oh.
Well, I used to study hypnosis and practice hypnotherapy, but it's been a while since I've done that. I'm actually I'm working on a script with Eggshells, because Eggshells got a good voice for it. I want to make some videos or whatever.
Yeah, you got plans, don't you? Okay.
Well, hypnotherapy is quite effective, but like I said, like I'm not.
It's all good, man.
I'm not a bad person, so I don't use things like that. I mean, really, dude. That's
good.
I think that's really sick, actually. If you have the ability to influence somebody like that and you use it in a sick way, it's kind of wrong.
All right, but back to the binaural beats, right? What were you gonna say about them?
No. I know about brain states, and I've heard something about that. Like that's a way to induce the hypnotic state, like an alpha state or something like that. But I think I might have tried it, but I'm not sure if it's. I think I've even seen a study that showed that was effective in some way, but I've never done it myself. There's techniques that work naturally, like you said. Like you can't enter it forcefully. You can you enter these kind of brain states naturally. But did you know, like watching TV, for example, is a very natural way to get into that brain state, because what you're doing is you're isolating two of your senses, like your sight and your sound, and your other senses are being they're just basically being put on hold, and that effect alone, that focus, already takes you out of the it takes you into these more relaxed states.
Yeah. Ready to. What's the expression? Tune in, turn off, and something.
Yeah.
Just take it all in. You're just ready to absorb and believe whatever the TV magic idiot box tells you to think. Yeah, it's a very hypnotic device.
You're in a very
ready to get manipulated by the masses.
Potentially, yeah. I mean, I cried during so many movies, dude. Like, strange movies, like movies you wouldn't. Because I get caught up. I get caught up in it. You know what I mean? And
what strange movie did you cry to?
Dude, I can't even. Dude, I could tell you I could tell you the funniest movies you would think, like, how you cry during that? But I mean, like Independence Day. That's not really that to cry. I cry every time I watch Independence
Welcome
Day.
to Earth.
All right, so when you first watched it, when you first watched it, how old were you? How old were you? And when you watched it the first time, did you cry?
Probably not the first time. Just anytime I see it, the same part. Like for some reason, like whenever the dad, when he goes into the alien ship and he's like about to sacrifice himself, like he gets in like the beam's way. Something about like self-sacrifice in that way just always gives me gives me goosebumps.
You might have some correlation to Jesus. I would look that up.
And we're both Jews.
Oh, okay. There's the connection. Just kidding.
So Chad Bradboy or whatever, what's his name? Chunky Bradboy, Ukrainian flag man, says he said I think he means if magenta didn't have a frequency, you wouldn't see it. I don't know if you listen to the part about your brain synthesizing two different frequencies into a different one, and I get where he's coming from. It's like, how do you see it? But that's the argument. Like somehow, like magenta, and I'm just speculating. Magenta would be where there's like an equal amount of violet as there is to red or something.
Yeah, the other side of the spectrum. Yeah.
Yeah, something like that, where it bridges the gap between alpha and omega, where it's like, okay, A, B, C, D, E, F, all the way to Z, and then you got the Z, and then some A, and it's like, okay, what's in between Z and like the next octave of A or something? You know, I don't know. Like I came here asking questions about magenta because I've only heard it rudimentarily explained, and I don't understand how. I don't understand why people say magenta is the one color that doesn't have its own independent like wavelength frequency or whatever. But that's the rumor. That's the word on the street.
Right. Well, that's what I've heard too. And I think I said this was from my memory from some YouTube video a while ago, but it's exactly like you're saying. Like, you know, you have the three. What did you say? It was yellow, green, and blue. I thought it was whatever colors are. Well, you know, you said
yeah. In light, in light, yeah, it's yellow, green, and red. No blue. You can make blue light with yellow and green translucent plastics.
Whatever the three colors are, I forget what because I'm talking about because there's different. The thing that's weird is in your eyes there's three colors, and then in printer ink there's three colors. Okay, so it says red, green, and blue. So whatever ones are in your
whatever,
eyes,
yeah, sorry.
Whichever one's in your eyes, there's like when you combine two of them. So if you can, so like obviously red and blue are on the opposite ends of the spectrum. So you can connect the two in the middle and come up with the combination, and it's going to be on the spectrum in between. But the combination of, like, if you try to make that cycle go from red and blue, magenta would be the color, but it doesn't. There's not an actual circle. It's actually like a spectrum. So I forget what they say. Like they say your brain makes it up or something like that. I forget what they say about it, like how it's how you end up seeing it. But I think that's what it is. That's what I remember. So yeah, so your eyes see those additive colors, and then there's subtractive colors. That's what it is. There's subtractive colors where it's the opposite, and so you can create it on a computer screen because you can create the subtractive colors for some reason, but to add them together it doesn't exist. Something like that. I forget what it is.
Yeah, I'll get back. We'll talk about this next time. I'll get back to you because I'm definitely going to look into this magenta thing. And yeah, like I said, there is it probably does relate to what you're saying about subtracted colors because primary colors of like a LCD computer screen or something, I think they have their own set of primary colors, which are like emerald, cyan, and magenta.
Right. Yeah. I think those are subtractive colors, but I forget exactly what it even means.
Mm-hmm. I've always found myself. The reason I'm thinking so much about it is because I don't know if you know about this, but magenta as a concept, it doesn't sound too deep, but actually magenta as a concept is actually floating around the conspiracy community circles as actually like a manipulative tool that I don't know, you know, the ones who you know the social engineers are using like the induction of emotions or whatever, based on like seeing these colors or whatever. And I saw a really interesting video today about there's this company. I don't know how they gained this reputation, but there's some company that is basically like the Vogue magazine of simply colors of the year, right? It's like, oh, this sort of like crop tops and jeans with this style of holes in them or whatever is this year's fashion or whatever, right? Well, something equivalent to that, just for colors, as silly as that sounds. There's some institution that is like the the forefront of the fashion world of just colors themselves, and they nominated, or they declared Section 18 version 172 magenta, like a particular shade, as the color of the year. And they went on this like really creepy description, and you don't share like the same sort of minds, like culturally, or like cultural worldview as me, but I kind of read into things maybe more than you do in a lot of ways. And it was just all the speculations that people had thought about like the use of this color as it's been popping up in different places, like Bono throwing a concert in like an underground subway, and he only used one color to light up the entire subway. He painted the entire thing just in magenta. No other color was allowed, but just pure magenta, right? And just some other things like popping up is these weird like publicity moments and staged events or whatever. And the community, like it's actually a pretty big accomplishment, actually, if you take this article as some sort of validation, which when you read it, it comes across to people like me in that circle as like an extremely large validation, because it is the creepiest elaboration on why this color was chosen as the color of the year. It goes into like, this color represents the merging of the physical and the virtual reality. It's like, you're just a color magazine. What the fuck are you talking about, like metaverse stuff? But for some reason they're like, yeah, this color is a velvet covered fist ready to force its way in the hearts of everyone to get them to accept the bridging of the real with the virtual reality digital realm. And it's like, I mean, it was so creepy, but it wasn't me who like discovered this sort of weird popping up and trend and like overusage of magenta just in all these major events. It could be a little bit schizophrenic minded of me to like feel so validated by this, or like a overuse of confirmation bias or whatever. But I'll try to find the article. I'll send it to you later, because it sounds like.
I'm looking it up now. I see something called France 24. I'm trying to find this conspiracy theory thing now. I'm trying to see if I can find a conspiracy theory on it. But
so I think there's, so the person who I heard about this from gives all the credit of like being the first person to notice this trend in culture and this overusage of magenta, like being the background color of every like major event of certain kinds. He said he gives all the credit to a girl named Steffers, like the name Stephanie as like a nickname, like Steffers. And I think she posts on a blog called Piece of Mindfulness or Piece of Mindful or something like that. Like that would be the blog that she's a writer on. And so she's done the most research into this, but I'm gonna have to go watch this video because he doesn't share a link. I already checked if he shares a link in the description of the video. I'm gonna go see if he gives a shout out to the actual name of the website with the article on it, because I'd love to come back and read this creepy ass article about why this color was chosen as the color of the year. It's just ridiculous.
Yeah, I'm gonna check it out too. I'm leaving to check it out too. It sounds kind of interesting. I'm trying to remember exactly what the whole thing with magenta is, but I think it's actually I don't even want to, because like I said, I'm getting bits and pieces from what I remember, so I'm actually going to go try to find what I saw before and check out some of this 2023 color of the year shit.
Back.
What up? What up?
Oh, I just got done reading that. I found that article. I just ended reading the whole thing.
I wonder where Apocryphon is, if he's in a voice chat somewhere.
Apocryphon? Why are you wondering about him?
He's in live stream text right now.
Oh. That's interesting. I don't know. He's been here and there for a while now, for like the past 6 months. Kind of.
Yeah. I don't know what happened to his voice verification in Faco.
Yeah, me either.
I don't know. He might have left. I know that what's his name definitely did. The guy with the penny icon, the guy that talks a bunch of crap.
D-Mock.
D-Mock, yeah. I can't believe how much of a filter that guy gets in 24/7 Tartaria.
What do you mean? He calms down when he's there? What do you mean by filter?
Like this guy gets to say whatever the heck he wants while other people can't.
Oh, yeah. D-Mock is allowed to run wild. Is that it?
Yes, yeah. He's got the credentials in the server per se.
Well, sooner or later, every server moderator team understands there's just no stopping this guy. D-Mock's gonna D-Mock.
Well, I'm not surprised to hear that they keep getting banned off TOS and getting remade like every few months.
Who?
I think that server's been under its third or fourth creation already.
Which one? Fakeologist?
No, not Faco, bro. I'm talking about 24/7 Tartaria.
Oh yeah, that's been taken down twice since I've joined it.
Yeah, there's a reason for that.
What do you think? Why is that?
You're getting people that are reporting the moderatorship in there. There's too many moderators in there doing whatever the heck they want. I never had a chance. I never reported them. So you have it on record that I never reported them. But I can tell you that's the main reason why, looking at it now.
Yeah, I don't understand. Sorry, yawn. I don't really understand the philosophy of reporting servers. Like, a bunch of dickheads in here. I'll go somewhere else. It's like,
well, there's a way around it. It's having a bumper server before you hop in the main server. You get the trolls out of the first one, leave them in the first one, and then have the people who are not going to do that kind of stuff in the second one.
Sure. Yeah, sure. Absolutely.
It's a new concept in Discord that a lot of these Discords had to do based off the fact that they're getting reported at an alarming rate.
I don't know. I mean, everything gets talked about in Geo server, but this place has been alive and strong for a couple years now. 2 years, maybe.
Well, if you notice, there's not moderator abuse in here.
Is that really what gets a server shut down, though?
Oh, dude, you bet your ass.
Okay.
Yeah, I believe it's not just the algorithms off what people say in voice chat and through YouTube and through the text chat. I think it's beyond that. I think it's how many times your server gets reported. It's a culmination of everything. They take everything into their reasoning. Like I sent an email when I got the violation of the terms of service on my first account. They said, yes, you violated terms of service. That was it. And I was like, you're not going to give me a reason? Like, what happened?
Yeah. Medical misinformation. Yeah.
Yeah, we won't tell you where the medical misrepresentation is, but that's what it is. It's like, when did I last even talk about that? Like, I don't even remember since I brought up Convid.
It's crazy that your account, your Discord account, also got nuked. That's never happened to me before, but I know a lot of people who it has happened to.
Yeah, it's neither here or there. You know, I accept it. I'm actually surprised I went however many years without getting nuked. So if you aren't getting nuked, then you aren't doing something right.
Yeah, it's a good thing when you're cooked. It's a good sign when you're kicked out of hell.
Yeah, well, I believe this app is actually written in the Bible too, because they talk about sowing discord in the Bible. It's pretty crazy.
Right? Yeah, it's a funny book, man. Yeah, I'd love to see that verse.
Yeah, I could whip it out right quick. Actually, there's a couple Discord verses, but that one's the most like OG.
I mean, it's clever though, right? I mean, the normie would say, like, if you asked a normie, why is Discord called Discord? Now, a lot of them might even not even put in the time to think about it, but it's been marketed from the beginning as a gamer's social media tool, right? So, because it has all these like integrated features where you can like automatically stream your gameplay footage and hook up with gamers and notify people as to what games you're playing on here, like link it up to your PlayStation account, your Xbox account, or whatever. And so, like the whole idea of like TV consoles, game consoles being like wired and like branching out to other gamers in a non-wired fashion on your phone or your whatever. It's like it's connected but not through a cord, like a physical wiry cord. So it's discorded, but then it has that double entendre where it's like discordance, like unorderliness. And so it's funny what a self-fulfilling prophecy it is. Yeah.
Yeah, I don't think you're supposed to take it in both a literal and a non-literal.
Well, you never know what the intentions of the namers and whoever the parents were who named the child that is this app. You never know what's really going through their mind. But it's funny how it all works out, where this place is mostly, well, yeah, it's mostly discordance, just a pretty wild place. And if you're saying it's a plague upon humanity prophesied in the Bible, I mean that's pretty juicy stuff.
I got it right here. It's
Juicy.
Proverbs 6:19.
Let's hear it.
All right, Proverbs 6:19. I got to push to talk, so I do apologize.
Oh, you're good.
Yeah, whenever you're ready.
A false witness who breathes out lies, and ones who sows among discord.
Well, I mean, what's the context to that? Can you read like before and after?
All right, so let me see if I could get rid of this push to talk. So if I can just read the entire multiple verses that are attached to that, because yeah, there needs to be like some kind of like something before that.
Mm-hmm.
All right, mic test. Can you hear me?
You're good.
Okay, perfect. So I lost it.
Proverbs 6:19 for Proverbs 6:17 something.
Okay, yeah, 16 to 19 I think is the main.
Okay.
Hold on, sorry. There are 6 things the Lord hates. 7 that are detestable to him: haughty eyes, a lying tongue, hands that shed innocent blood, a heart that devises wicked schemes, feet that are quick to rush into evil, a false witness who pours out lies, and a person who stirs up conflict in the community.
I didn't hear Discord.
Yeah, that's probably because this is like NIV or yeah, it's NIV.
I'm also lost when you said there's 6 things God hates, and then you said there's 7 of something else. It seems like it went from 6 to 7 all of a sudden.
This is the same thing, but it's not. The NIV removes discord in its wording. That's why
Weird.
a lot of people follow one or the other.
I find that kind of stupid. Like what's going on with this whole Bible thing? Should there really be an instance where there's a list of 6 that in a different version is a list of 7?
Sometimes Bible verses sound better in KJV as opposed to NIV, and it's vice versa. But for the most part, the KJV is better. Let me reread that but in KJV. These 6 things doth the Lord hate, yea, 7 are an abomination unto him: a proud look, a lying tongue, and hands that shed innocent blood, and heart that deviseth wicked imaginations, feet that be swift and running to mischief, a false witness that speaketh lies, and he that soweth discord among brethren.
Huh. All right, cool. So Discord is like the final, save the best for last there. But I also don't understand why it said 6 and then listed 7, or it says 6 and then says 7 right afterwards. That's a little confusing.
Yeah, I think there's a preface to that. That possibly back in a verse way before that says the 6 and 7. Because in a way that doesn't make sense. I think there was some kind of implying that there's 6 things out of 7 that the Lord hates.
There's
I know that this doesn't really lead to anything special, but I did notice something yesterday that none of the names of the numbers rhyme.
What do you mean?
Like 1, 2, like one, like a rapper, right? A rapper trying to rhyme some bars. Like you can't rhyme 1 with 2. You can't rhyme 2 with 3. You can't rhyme 3 with 4. You can't rhyme 4 with 5. In fact, none of the numbers rhyme. None of the numbers rhyme, and
Who said
which is
they
weird.
had to?
What?
Who said the numbers had to rhyme?
Oh, no one said they had to rhyme. It's just it was just something I noticed yesterday. Like
Okay.
it doesn't mean much to me. I find it interesting. It, like I said, it doesn't go any further. I can't take it any further than this. It's just something I noticed, just that none of the numbers rhyme, and but it is interesting that like so many of the letters rhyme. A, B, C, G, Z, T, V. You know.
I wouldn't count the Bible like more like a spoken word than anything else. It's not supposed to be like some kind of lyrics or rhyming.
I'm not talking about the Bible. I'm just talking about the English names of numbers.
Does this have anything to do with gematria?
No, nothing at all. This is a complete standalone point. I was just noticing. I was kind of surprised, maybe for no good reason or whatever. Like it's not so special. Like what I'm saying right now, there's not a lot of depth to it at all. In fact, there's no depth to it at all. I I just felt like sharing just a random shower thought I had. Like, yeah, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. None of those words I just said rhyme with each other. They're all different.
They could be based on different gods or something.
But have you ever heard somebody, a rapper, go a 1, a 2, a 3, and then a 4? You ever?
Yeah, none of that rhymes, but that's the cool.
It doesn't have to.
But that's the cool thing about, because I was actually listening to a rap song the other day, and I noticed the same thing. Right, I think even in the past day, I was listening to a rap, and he said, a 1, a 2, a 3, a 4. I'm gonna take your bitch and bring her into my house door, or what, like. And then he says a 5, a 6, a 7, 8. I'm gonna lay her out like bacon on my dinner plate, or what. It doesn't matter, right? Like it's actually to a rapper's benefit that he's been given 10 different words that don't rhyme with each other, that are like his individual unique tools to work with. It's like he's got a screwdriver, he's got a hammer, he's got a saw, he's got some pliers, he's got some tweezers, and like he's got all these different tools for the right job. Each of the 10 basic numbers, right? They none of them rhyme with each other, and so they're all very useful in their own way when it comes to poetry or rapping or whatever.
Okay.
It's just weird. I mean, I'm the type of person who like sees miracles in just like everyday things, like one thing I'll say, praise the fucking Lord God Almighty. Not that that's how I view it, but the expression anyways. Praise the fucking good Lord Almighty that air is translucent. It's like, it's nice that I can breathe it, but it's just as equally nice that I can see through it. But there's no good, reason in a sort of Big Bang nihilistic, like non-intelligently designed like worldview, right? There's no reason air should be see-through. It's like if you were living on Jupiter or whatever, you can't see through that shit. You can't even see your hand in front of your face. But thank God, the one planet with the one moon that happens to look the exact same size as the one sun, with the one life forms on it, with the one decent amount of water in the one Goldilocks zone, happens to have air that is translucent. You can see through it. You can look at long distances. You can view beautiful vistas and landscapes in the distance and soak in its beauty and absorb all this, the visual delight. And it's like, I'm just the type of person who finds miracles and deep like enjoyment in the simplest things that I consider like just divine and miraculous. It's like air is invisible. Well, air is translucent. I say fuck yeah, and so is the water. So the fish can see as well. Like there's no reason water should be translucent. It could be like opaque, right? The opposite of translucent is like opaque, non-see-through. And it's like, well then, I guess fish could live in opaque water where you can't see through it, but they'd never have eyeballs. And what a unnecessary fucking handicap that would be. But no, water and air are both translucent, so everything on Earth gets to have eyeballs. Cool. Yeah, I mean, that's awesome. Everyone gets eyeballs. Like Oprah, you get some eyeballs. You get some eyeballs. Everyone gets eyeballs, and they work, and they're useful. It's like you could live in a world if air was opaque, or if water was opaque, no one would have eyeballs because they'd be useless. Evolution would never design a visual sensory device. Like, what's the point of seeing if you can't see past fucking 1 inch in front of your face because the air is opaque? But the cool thing about Earth is that there's not a single thing that inhibits the 5 even theoretical forms or modalities of sensing. Nothing gets in the way.
What did you just say?
What's up, man?
No, what does modality mean?
I don't think he was talking about modality.
Well, I use that word.
Yeah, what does that mean?
It's like
okay.
It's a particular version.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, I think you're trying. I think you need to be more precise, Fundy.
Oh, that's okay. Yeah, I mean, I'll try next time. Sure.
Well, I'm just saying if you could explain it a little bit more in depth than that.
Like, I think I said enough. I'm just trying to express that, like, I find almost in fact, I find everything to be a miracle.
Why is it? What if like your mom dies? Is that a miracle?
Oh, sorry. It was real quiet, and there's some background noise on my part. My bad. What did you say?
Yeah,
what if? Can you guys
you're a little
hear me?
quiet.
Right?
Sorry.
I am?
You're a little quiet. You're not like very quiet. You're just a little quiet.
All right, hold on. Let me fix that.
Is that better?
Yep, it's a million times better.
All right.
Thank you.
Like, what if like your mom dies? Then is like that also a miracle? Or like?
Well, I'm willing to have like a straight up honest conversation about that. And I do think I'll surprise you with my answer, but I just need to know that you're earnestly interested in going through with this.
Yeah, no, for sure. I was just like wondering because like you said, like everything's a miracle.
Yeah.
So.
Well, yeah. I'll stick to that, and I'm willing to go through with this. I just hope you're not like just messing around where you're not actually going to like benefit from hearing my perspective.
No.
Okay, I'll try my best to show you how it is a miracle, and I mean that. And I hope you kind of see it. So, okay, dying is kind of what happens when you're approaching death. In my opinion, dying is the same thing as living, in the sense that dying is approaching death, and living is distancing yourself from the event of birth, which both are the same activity. Dying and living are the same activity. Every moment you're living, you're heading towards death. You're approaching death as you live. So what you're really talking about is
like dying isn't like a process. Like you die, like once you die, then you're dead.
Well, I'd say there's like the transition of living to non-living, and I call that transition death, as I call the transition of like not alive to alive birth, right? So I'd say birth and death are opposites, like come in, come out, like entrance, exit, right? But I'd say living and dying are the same thing. But if you're talking about like the end of my mother's life, right, is the end of my mother's life a miracle? And I'd say, well, was her birth a miracle? And I have lots more to say after that. But, that's an obvious yes, right?
No.
No? All right. Well, if you don't think the creation of like the spontaneous generation of like a consciousness a miracle, then I don't know what you would consider a miracle besides the invention of an entirely new being in reality. That's about as miraculous as things get.
I mean, that's just
like
reproduction.
Welcome to Earth.
I mean, that's just reproduction, though. It's just kind of like have sex,
No.
reproduce.
That's not only reproduction, because inanimate objects can be reproduced. What happens? Can't. Sure, they can.
Like what? Like what two things that are inanimate objects can combine and reproduce?
You aren't familiar with the rock cycle?
They don't reproduce. That's not sexually. That's not reproducing.
What are you talking about? A rock, the same material can go through a igneous phase, what are the other two phases?
But two. You don't throw two rocks at each other and suddenly a third one pops out. Like
that's exactly what a metamorphic rock is.
But you realize that like matter can neither be created nor destroyed, so like that isn't possible for a rock to...
but so here's the thing. Consciousness kind of like is outside of that process of so I mean, if you don't consider consciousness a miracle, I mean, I don't know what you'd do. Again, we get back to this. But hold on.
Let me ask one question.
No, hold on. Matter.
Take your time.
Matter, even though it can be created and destroyed, because we have theoretically, I guess. What you're talking about is, well, I mean, there is a term in physics called annihilation, where one molecule or one atom is destroyed and it results in two ray photons. But of course, I don't have firsthand experience with that. There's a term for it. I don't know. I guess it's theoretically possible, but I'll just go with you that matter can't be created or destroyed or whatever. There is the same amount of matter in the universe since always has been and always will be. We can put it that way, right? The matter that's here always has been and always will be. So, but it's not a fair comparison to what I was talking about, because there can be only 1,000, even like in official anthropology, there was a time where they say there was 1,000 human consciousnesses in existence.
You can't measure consciousness, though.
Well,
like what if you give birth to like? I don't mean to be like rude, right? But like, you could give birth to like somebody who doesn't have.
You're making this way harder than it needs to be, because there's no reason it needs to be. There's no reason it needs to be difficult if we say.
No, I'm challenging your ideas.
No, well, you said there's no way to measure consciousness, and that is totally like derailing from a point that you fully understand. I know you fully understand, what I'm trying to say.
No, I don't, because I don't think like you're saying that matter can neither be created nor destroyed, right? You agree with that, correct?
Yeah, but I never
So
finished by saying that there's 1,000 human consciousnesses,
how
and
do you know there's
now
1,000? What if somebody doesn't have consciousness?
Because there's 1,000 living humans at one point.
Okay, but a living human doesn't necessarily have to have a consciousness.
A human doesn't necessarily have consciousness. Yeah.
Right. You can give birth to.
All
I don't
right.
mean
See
to be like
now
rude, right? But like you
now
can give birth to a mentally disabled person who does not have consciousness.
they'd still be conscious by almost everyone's standards besides you, I suppose. But now I don't think you're being earnest. I asked you from the beginning if you're going to be earnest about this, and what you said just now lets me think the opposite.
Why? I don't think I'm being.
I'm not. If you're gonna call retarded people non-conscious
Whoa! I
beings,
didn't throw out the R word there, dude.
all right, yeah, don't mess around, man. I think I'm done with you.
Damn, I was just trying to have a conversation, man.
I don't think you are.
Why not?
You know what?
I don't. I don't really understand why.
I don't care for you playing dumb act, man. It's over.
I'm just trying to understand like your perspective here with how you are supposed to measure.
Nah.
Like, do animals have
Nah, you're not.
consciousness?
Nah, I'm not wasting time on you, man.
That's a genuine question though. Like, do you think animals have consciousness? Does your dog have consciousness?
You showed your hand, man. I know what cards you're playing with now. I'm not interested.
Well, if I'm gonna challenge your idea with like an actual good point and you can't rebuttal to it, then I just don't think you have a fair argument.
You revealed who you were, and I'm not interested in playing a game with a person like you. It's okay, man. Just try someone else some other time. Not me, not now, not here.
Guy's a badass, dude. Does anybody else here like have any other cool ideas that are not about
How old are
consciousness?
you, man?
I'm as old as I identify to be.
Okay.
You're just making it more obvious, you know.
Making what more obvious? If I want to identify as 27, then I can identify as 27.
You're just making it more obvious to people not to engage with you.
You don't sound like a very genuine guy.
I think you're wrong.
You know, this fundamental. You spelled fundamental wrong, just so you know. Do you know this guy?
Ah, shit, really?
Dang. I guess you did, man. You might want to recorrect yourself, Fundy. Because that's not your That's not your nickname or nothing, Fundy. No.
Mm-mm.
Nah, not at all. For shame.
Like,
for shame.
We're all on the same page that the Earth is flat, though, right?
Yeah, no one's taking you seriously at this point, man.
Well, like, why? I'm just trying to. Like, I
You know
personally
why?
believe the Earth is. I believe the Earth is flat, and I'm just here to have a conversation about it.
I don't think anyone
Yeah.
even thinks you're here for a real conversation.
Why?
I think you took it to the next level and you were pushing Fundy's buttons.
Well,
And
I don't mean to. I'm sorry.
Well, you did, so
Well,
that's
why
like
is
a
this
lot.
called live stream? Is this being live streamed somewhere? Am I being recorded?
Dude.
You know that. Yeah, you know that. I mean,
Well, like, why is there a bot in here that just says live stream 1?
it's fun, honestly. I mean,
Why
now that I know,
Why are you
now that
playing
I know,
dumb? Why are you playing dumb?
well, now that we're absolutely certain this guy is just messing around here and trolling. So at this point, it's just up to us to enjoy ourselves dealing with him. I don't have the power to kick you. I would, but if you're not gonna go, I might as well just enjoy it.
Wow.
I think. Oh, did he go? Yeah, he's gone. That was a pretty piss poor attempt. at trolling.
It's like, dude, get out of here, man. Please. Who would waste their time with that guy? Anybody.
He did ask me one good question. We never got to actually address it, but
Which
I do
one
want
was that?
to. He said, he said the end of the life of my mother. Is there any? He said, is your mother dying a miracle? But with a slight rephrasing, I have no problem claiming my mother's life was a miracle because well, my mother's still alive, and I'm very happy about that. And
But
it's something we'll all have to come to terms with. Some have already dealt with this before. I haven't,
who
but
who is somebody to bring that up when you don't even know this person? It's the first time you're ever talking to them, and they
sure,
have the audacity to even assume or even say anything personally about your parents.
Well, I respect anyone bringing up an extreme example because it does hammer home the point if someone has a point to make. Like I did say, I see a miracle in all things, and so if he was being honest, and the first question I asked him, right, I called him out right from the beginning. When he said that, I said, "Hey, I'll do this with you, man. I'll talk to you about it, and I really hope that I say something of value to you because." I'd love to share my perspective on it, right? But I need to know from the start. Am I going to be genuine about this? Going to be earnest? Or are you just going to mess around? I called him out from the very first moment when he asked that question. But I do want to share my answer with you still because I think it's a fun thought.
And, yeah, we could toss it around a lot easier than tossing it around with that fucking troll, man.
Right. So, luckily, my mother's still alive. But
right.
When I attend her funeral, go ahead.
By the way,
go ahead.
He didn't deserve to know whether or not she was alive or not alive. He did not deserve that key piece of information. Because when you start off a conversation by saying something about somebody's mom, dude, there's no credibility for that person who's having a conversation. You lost all credibility at that point.
Yeah,
you lost the burden of proof. You give somebody the benefit of the doubt at first until they prove otherwise, and that was instantaneous. But anyways, go ahead about your mom. Sorry to interrupt, man.
So, well, not about my mom, but my hypothetical future mom, right? Because she's still alive. It's all good.
Yeah.
It might be a sensitive subject for others, but thankfully my mother's still alive. But I have thought about this. I mean, everyone has, right? And I was actually thinking about this recently, so I was actually kind of excited to share this philosophy I recently came up with about thinking about death and all that of loved ones. And I was thinking, back in the day, it doesn't happen very much anymore with the shitty movies that Hollywood pumps out nowadays. But back in the day, when some really good movies were being put out in theaters, right? Yeah. People would go to the movies, have an amazing experience in the theater. Just incredible, right? The stories they had never seen before, brilliant performances by
about, for example.
Oh, let's just say Shawshank Redemption in theaters, right? Or Pulp Fiction.
Shawshank was early 2000s. That was a long time ago. But yeah, when I first saw that in the movie theaters, I'm pretty sure every single person in the movie theater cried.
Right. And so you go to the theaters in the early 2000s. And a movie is very similar to a person's life because you kind of witness the birth and the life and the death of that story, just like as you might with a person. And if it's a really well produced, well, acted out, well designed, directed movie, you experience it life, and then it's the end of the movie, and you exit that theater, and what do you say after you've seen a really good movie? You say, it's over, it's done, that movie is over. But I'm not sad it's over, because all I'm thinking about is how it's over, and I can accept that. It's time to get in my car in the parking lot and drive home and leave it behind. The movie experience is over. But god damn, that was a good movie. That was a great movie. And when my mother dies, the first thing I'm gonna say to whoever tells me the news, like my brother calls me on the phone and he says, "Hey, I got some news for you. Mom's dead." And I'll say, "What an amazing person. Her story is over, but man, was that not a cool mom? Was that not just a great person who lived? That was a good life lived. That was a miracle of a person. So that was one of the best people who ever lived." And the same way, I'll leave a movie theater and say, "Man, I'm so lucky to have seen that movie. I'm so happy I got to know that movie. That was an amazing movie. It's over. It's over, But wow.
Is that what you got out of Shawshank Redemption?
Well, I see. Well, the thing about movies, I get to rewatch them. But if there were a movie that I got to saw as good as Shawshank Redemption, and I only had the opportunity to see it once or something, maybe more so maybe if I ever went to the final concert of Led Zeppelin or AC/DC or something, right? Like their final concert, I'd go to that concert and I'd understand they'll never play a concert again. But I wouldn't focus completely on their their career is dead, their touring years are over, I'm so sad. No, I'd see that concert, and I'd leave it and I'd say, yes, it's over, and I'm maybe a little sad. Well, fuck that I can't ever go see them again in concert, but I got to see them once, and wow, what a miracle that concert was. My opportunity to witness it and experience the majesty of just everything they had to offer, truly a blessing onto my life. A goddamn miracle.
And I'm sure everybody else that would see the last show would share the same sentiment as well.
Absolutely. And we'll talk about what a miracle it was. And it's there's a book that my girlfriend's always been telling me to read. I think it's a children's book. It's called Things Fall Apart. And just based on the title, it seems like a pretty profound children's book. But I imagine that the message of the story is that things come to an end, but don't be so wrapped up and self-centered and with gluttony or something that you want more and more and more. Don't worry about the gluttony of it all, of wanting more and more. I want more, and really just realize how appreciative and grateful you can be for the interaction and the opportunity you had to experience it even once, because that was a blessing. That was a miracle. Everyone's a miracle. Like I was telling the guy from the start, I'm just the type of person who just sees a miracle in everything. Everything is a miracle to me, because there's no reason anything is the way it is. It is what it is, and I'm not sure there is a reason behind it. It is what it is. But is it a horrible thing, or is it a miracle? It's it's happening. It didn't even have to happen. You and me, you and me, we're happening. We exist. this is happening right now. And it didn't have to. It didn't even have to happen. But it is. Despite all odds of it not happening, it is happening. And it's like there's so much that can be taken for granted when it's like nothing honestly should be taken for granted, because you don't even know why what is it. See, like you got to use really like weird versions of sentences. You don't even know why what is.
Okay.
Like why it's yeah, man, it's so weird to like talk about things in general like that. Like,
well, I'm trying to like 100% get what you're saying, but like I'm like, if you could like narrow it down even more, like layman's terms, then I could be like fully like on it.
huh. Well, it all like there like I can use language as a tool to point towards these really indescribable things.
Yeah.
Or I could invoke God or like the transcendent there, because like those are the only techniques I know in order to express like how I feel about this stuff, because like you know about like the infinite regress fallacy.
Oh, that you're gonna keep reincarnating?
No, the infinite regress fallacy, where
what
like someone tries to explain something with a cause, but what you're asking someone is for the original cause. And so you're asking them to give you're asking someone to explain something that from the ultimate first cause, like what caused this, and you want to explain like why this came to be. And so you say, oh, it happened because of this, but that thing has a reason it happened. So like
can you give an example of an infinite regress fallacy?
So someone might say like and this is just one way someone might fall into this trap. You say, who created the world? God created the world. And then you say, well, who created God? And if someone answers with a higher God created God, well then, who created that God? They'd be forced to say, well, an even higher God created that God, and an even higher God. And their logic, if they're trying to answer it logically, then they're forced into an infinite regress fallacy of saying there's a God behind every God, and it never actually gets to any final conclusion, because the line of logic they chose just ends up backing them further and further, never reaching any sort of conclusion.
That's basically the entire fallacy of polytheism, is that you are going to God upon God. There's no true God. There's always a God after a God. That's the polytheism.
Yeah, it's weird. It's a interesting concept though, because like one of the attempts, because everything kind of leads this way. If you rely on logic, everything ends up this way. And a lot of people attempt to resolve this issue by declaring some sort of divine foundation. So in heliocentric space-time bending, Big Bang cosmology, whatever. It's all infinite regress fallacy until you declare one thing as the foundation of all. And they took away the ether, they took away any sort of like foundation to reality, and they base all of reality on one thing that is constant. So like constant, perfect, fixed, unchanging, right? Like sort of like godly. They make the speed of light the one constant that all physics is based upon. Right. So they were. Go ahead.
Last time I checked, yeah, ether wasn't written in any kind of textbook whatsoever.
Oh, ether's written in plenty of textbooks.
Not in school textbooks.
Oh no, not anymore. Yeah.
Yeah.
But
because they want to preach Big Bang. They want to preach Darwinism. They want to preach heliocentrism. And heliocentrism is actually a new thing that was found in the 16th century, in the 1500s. It's like that guy that wrote that book that automatically made people believe in heliocentrism. Right around when Jesus Christ's face got Caesar Borgia, the son of a priest, was Jesus Christ's face.
Yeah, there's a lot to that story, huh? That's a deep dive right there. I'm still trying to work out all the details.
Well, a lot of things happened in the 1500s, in the like around 1526, 1530s. Letter J, the changing of Caesar Borgia's face, the naming of Jesus Christ, and the transfer of belief between a flat plane to a heliocentric belief that the worship of the sun, essentially. The sun.
I see what you're saying.
Yeah.
I see what you're saying. I mean, it's such a complicated story, though. Those are definitely some major details of how the story goes. But I mean, there's so many stories that have all been like in like all of us are slaves to culture. All of us have these like preconceived ideas about Jesus and cultures and holidays and traditions and rituals and stuff like that based on like our upbringing and stuff. Like like say the Christmas tree or the Easter bunny, right? And like and I was watching this video today about Sol Invictus. You ever heard of that?
What was that again? That was like, is that Roman?
It is, yeah. It's like a Roman sun god, and they never actually. The video told me that Invictus was just a sort of strap-on additional thing that people might say every once in a while, but they'd say Zeus Invictus, Hercules Invictus. They just strap the word Invictus onto the ending of lots of different figures, and
to make him sound like a more prominent figure or something.
Yeah. Like there was Hermes, and then they strapped on Hermes, and then they had strapped on Trismegistus, which means the triple great or the thrice great. And Invictus just means like the unyielding victor, conqueror, winner, glorious, champion or something. And so they just strap that onto the end of lots of things as they refer to it, or they might write it down on like a coin if they have some sort of currency with like the face of some deity on the back of the coin. They might like it has Hercules' face, but they decide on the coin to write Hercules Invictus. And so you'll hear stories about Sol Invictus, but really the name of the god himself was just Sol. And it's even the same word we use in our terminology for the sun, like solar power and stuff like that, right? To refer to the sun. And, Sol was some sort of sun god. And he was worshipped, and he had holidays based upon him. And so the birthday of the sun god, I guess, before Jesus was even ever born, was, December 21st through 25th, somewhere on the varying days of the winter solstice, where the sun is at its lowest part and then begins to rise. When the days begin to get longer, the birth of the sun, or the conception of the sun. And so a lot of people will propose that like Jesus is either hijacked or conflated, or maybe intentional from the start as like a solar god, figure, as like a mythological invention, or hijacked or conflated or whatever. And that the only reason we celebrate Jesus Christ's birthday on December 25th is just because the Christians wanted to incorporate their religion to the already pre-existing traditions. So they combined him with the pre-existing sun god Sol, and his birthday of the 25th of December. And they just kind of incorporated him to kind of integrate the worshiping of Jesus more like easily into the tradition of the people. They kind of not that the December 25th has anything at all to do with Jesus' birthday, but there's already one God being celebrated for his birthday on December 25th. So why not just kind of hop on that bandwagon?
Yeah, it's actually, I believe, Nimrod's birthday on December 25th.
And Nimrod would be what? The king, the Persian king in charge of building the Tower of Babel?
Babel, but also Babylon.
The king of Babylon during the time allegedly stated to be like he was in charge of the construction, the Tower of Babel. Think.
Yes. And also he had incest with his mother to have a baby named there was Nimrod, and Semiramis was a mother/wife. And then let me see here. Tammuz is the baby.
Mm-hmm. I'm actually really like sick of all this. Like I've researched into so many topics, and the more I look into it, the more it seems like almost everything is intertwined. But of course, for things to be intertwined, one thing has to come before another, and there has to be like a succession to it all, where like one thing latches on to a pre-existing thing, and then two contemporary things combine, and there's this whole complicated story of how all of these things like combine and separate in marriage and divorce, and are like just propaganda, and it involves like the etymology of words and language and the traditions and words I speak on a daily basis. And it's such a intertwined just knot of strings, just all just knotted together where it's, to me, it seems so hard to figure out like what came first, who's borrowing from what, and it's all so brilliant. It's actually really incredible, the effort and the poetry involved in all of their connections, that it's simultaneously the most intriguing and interesting like puzzle I've ever come across. And I have a desire to like untie the knot and piece together the puzzle, but at the same time I'm like, give me a break. Like why does all of this that I like was forcibly involved in have to be so convoluted and mysterious and hard to understand and decode? It's actually a big pain. It's simultaneously the most amazing, brilliant adventure, and I wouldn't have it any other way. But at the same time, it's like, why is it all got to be so complicated? I kind of hate being a truther researcher because it just gets more and more complicated the more I look into it, and it doesn't seem like you'll ever get to the bottom of any of it. You'll get further, but like why are things the way that they are today? There's such a complicated history to it all, and it seems like all these people like it almost seems like they purposely made it as difficult for me as possible. It's like there's no book out there that just explains all the fucking borrowings and mixtures and hybrids and you know what I mean? It fucking sucks, but it's also really fun. It's also the funnest thing ever.
Okay.
Like let me ask you this, right? You're definitely, like, I already know this, but you're definitely familiar with the 12 zodiacs.
Yeah, I'm also familiar with the 13 zodiacs.
Okay, yeah, or the 13 or whatever, right? Or or the 10 or the Egyptian or whatever, right? So we have some like ceilings, like carvings inside of an Egyptian temple that have and we got some Babylonian carvings as well, where it is the zodiac that people popularly know nowadays. We got Aries and Taurus and Cancer and Leo and Gemini and Virgo and Libra and yada yada, right? This seems to be an ancient tradition that traces itself back almost to the beginning of civilization itself, as far as official history goes. Like 5,000 years ago, we have like ceilings with these zodiacs engraved upon them, right? And they've been pretty consistent up until this point. But there's one question there's two questions that it'd be so nice to know the answer of. But yeah, well, fuck me. You're just not gonna know. And so, like, one of them is who chose to call that group of stars a crab for the first time? Who decided to arbitrarily pick those dots and call it a bull symbol or a ram? Who was the originator of this system? We have no clue who the originator of this system was. Because it's completely arbitrary. You could connect any stars with any other stars. There's billions. Why choose those ones? And why take the shape of a V and call it a ram? Why take like just a mess of things and call it two fish? Why like a lot of them don't even look like the things that they're named after. Some of them look a little bit like their symbol, but a lot of them don't. But who even decided this in the first place? See, that's just something that no one's got the answer to, yet it's the answer that I want most. and it sucks that the answer I want most to a question I want answered the most. Yeah, I just never get that. But it kind of fucking blows that the age that the calendar says that Jesus was born on the very first day of the age of Pisces, and Pisces is fish. So the birthday of the age of Pisces just so happens to be the birthday of Jesus. And what are the stories we're told? Oh, well, he washes the feet, water and feet. The feet are the Pisces of the body. What is he? A fisher of men. What does he do? He feeds a bunch of people with some fish. What kind of symbol is he portrayed in? In so many arcs, the Vesica Pisces, which is the symbol of the fish, and what geometric ratio is the Vesica Pisces perfectly portrayed as? It'd have a height of 180 some and a width of 153. And how many fish does he catch? He catches 153 fish. So, I mean, and more. It goes on, and it's like, well, geez, why is there gematria, zodiacal astrology, Christianity, and several stories all tied together when I don't even know who invented the zodiac, but apparently the authors of the Bible had a deep appreciation for it. Not only that, but also advanced understandings of geometry that they encode into riddles within their stories that never happened, but they lied to us anyways. Just to what? Just to encode a geometric proportion of two circles overlapping, touching each other's centers, creating a shape called the Vesica Pisces. At this point, I have serious doubts that there's even such thing as the precession of the equinoxes. I'm thinking that there is no precession of the equinoxes because that's the only way I could make sense, unless the entire biblical story was written in the past, like I don't know, very very recently. I don't know. I'm having a hard time believing in any of this just because of the interconnectedness and the design of it all. It's dumbfounding, and like I said from the beginning, I'm kind of sick of it. Kind of sick of seeing all these connections and trying to work it out in some sort of historical narrative or figure out who invented what for the first time or who decreed that. Yeah, those stars. That's a centaur shooting a crossbow at the heel or whatever. I mean, it's all so much. Then again, I'm not so bitter that I don't think that this is the most interesting shit ever. I eat this shit up, but still, it's like this. I'll keep on looking into it, knowing that I'll never get to the bottom of solving it all. And do I need to? No. I should probably focus on something more important. Call your mom, love your wife, make sweet love, throw a ball with your child. Right, do something that matters. Don't worry about all this esoteric shit. But at the same time, ooh, how tempting it is. Almost seems like a trap set up for you to waste your time delving into.
Like, have you heard of the Aurora Borealis being related to the black sun?
Yeah, here we go again, right? I love this shit. I hate this shit. I haven't heard it I haven't heard it specifically related to the black sun. I don't even. How would that go? Tell me about it.
Well, you never seen that picture the Mason drew of the black sun controlling the sun and the moon?
Maybe
from underneath.
Maybe not. Sure, black sun underneath. Yeah.
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 Yeah, that's what a Mason drew.
Yeah, I mean, I've also heard stories about even though I've never seen a picture, I've heard stories about the Southern Lights and the Northern Lights, and how on a globe model you could never have Southern Aurora Borealis and Australis Borealis or whatever, or Aurora Australis at the same time, but at one time in history, Aurora Australis and Aurora Borealis were recorded on the same day, and how that proves that the Earth is a globe with a portal going from the North Pole all the way through the hollow Earth out the bottom side, because that's the only way sunlight could ever illuminate the top and the bottom atmosphere at the same time. Right. And I was like, there's just so much to all of this. I know all of it, or so much of it, and I love it. It's so interesting. I love being able to talk about this. At the same time, it's like, what should I be focusing on? I should, everyone should try to focus on something that'll actually get them closer to truth, or at least be practical. And it's a tough job. It's a tough job being someone to dive into all of this, and then discern for themselves. Yeah, sift through it all and find the several needles in a giant haystack. And I've done that to some degree. Now you're a Christian, right? So you have a sort of foundation you work upon, right?
Yeah.
Yeah. I'm not in that same boat, although I have a deep appreciation for the Bible. I don't understand how it's written by people. I find it to be a goddamn miracle, and I don't understand how it even exists. I have no clue. Of course, man can put ink to paper. That's not an impossible task. But the Bible has proven itself to be something much greater than simple ink put to paper. Even if a team of guys came together to write the best story they could, even if a team of people came together to write a book trying to create a religion out of thin air, the Bible did a better job than I think anyone could do, just teaming up like that. But at the same time, I don't believe the things that it's telling me happened actually happened. Because I see so many esoteric little winks and nods in it, where it's yeah, it didn't happen, but you know what I'm talking about. I'm talking about some geometric relationships and some just some crazy esoteric stuff riddled in this in a metaphor or whatever. And so I don't know how it's as amazing as it is, but I can hardly believe regular men and women were behind its creation. It does seem to me to be divinely inspired. I just don't think you're supposed to take it the way people normally take it. But I still do think it is a treasure of a creation.
Mm-hmm.
But but that's all I got. I feel incredibly lost knowing I could just I'd be lying to myself. I'd be lying to myself if I just picked something and stuck to it, because just I'm equally torn between so many directions, and I can't just ignore them. And
call them out. Yeah.
It begs me to try to get to the bottom of it. So I try to get to the bottom of it. And then the more I try to get to the bottom of it, the more I find it gets deeper and deeper. And I say, I'm having a great time. I'm having a great time. Sure. I'm having the funnest time of my life. This is quite the adventure. This is very fun, trying to get to the bottom of all this. But as I'm having my great time trying to get to the bottom of all this, trying to figure it out, will I get to the bottom of it? I don't think so. I don't think I will get to the bottom of it. So that's the part where, as the hole gets deeper and I'm trying to get to the bottom, I say, all right, here comes the bottom of the hole. And then the hole gets deeper. and I say, come on. I was trying to get to the bottom of it, and you got deeper.
Right.
Like I'm trying to get to the bottom, and so it's the funnest thing ever, but it's also like fuck again. Like it's the same thing over and over again. The story gets more complicated. The insights become more profound. I start seeing more and more connections. I say, wow, and I learn incredible things as I dive deeper and deeper. And in a sense, it does benefit me. It gives me lots of insights into all sorts of things. And I value those insights. And I say, wow, that's incredible. But go ahead.
I sent you the Black Sun, one of the representations of it. I was able to scroll through a good chunk of my images and found at least one of them.
Cool. Let's see. Personal message.
Yep.
Yeah. So like a sort of solar system beneath the plane going on. Yeah.
Well, you heard that black magic term from Aleister Crowley, as above, so below.
Well, that's not from him originally, but yeah, I know that.
Well, yeah, he just recoined it, just like how Hitler recoined the swastika.
Right,
From,
totally.
Native swastika was Native American, bro.
It was everywhere. Even Hindus, even Jews. Like if I have a photograph of a synagogue, like an old synagogue from my town. There's a big old swastika. It has, like, the synagogue is a giant dome, right? It's just one giant domed building. At the very pinnacle of the dome, if you look at it from the inside, just got a big. It's a synagogue, and it has a big old swastika, right? Giant, elaborate, ornate swastika right at the top of the dome. And I mean, the swastika, it obviously meant something completely different before World War II.
Yeah, pretty crazy.
Yeah, and here we go. Let's get to the bottom of that. Fuck. Super interesting. At the same time, how deep is this going to go? It's just going to go on forever. It's just going to go on forever, man.
It's not a bad thing.
Oh, it wasn't always a bad thing. A lot of people are satisfied. Like, I hear so many people say, I know what the swastika means. The swastika is Ursa Major. It's the Big Dipper going around the North Polaris. And it's like, oh yeah, that's all there is to it. Every time a swastika is drawn, all it means is a reference to the Big Dipper. Oh my, what a stupid conclusion. You think you got into the bottom of it? Like, well, how ridiculous. It's obviously just another one of those rabbit holes that'll get deeper the further you dig.
Yeah, it's funny, the people that consider that the end all be all is that it's a part of the Big Dipper.
Yeah, like, I mean, there's almost nothing I feel has gotten to the very bottom of it all. I mean, have you ever heard about the association of the zodiac to body parts?
No, I don't think I've ever heard of that.
Well, it's great and I love it, but it begs the question, who designed the system? Why is it like this? So, you say Aries, the ram is the head, Taurus is the neck and the shoulders, Gemini is the hands, Cancer is the lungs, Leo is the heart, Virgo is the stomach, Libra is the kidneys, Sagittarius is the hips, Scorpio is the phallus, Capricorn is the knees, Aquarius is the shins, and Pisces is the feet. and there's about 4 in there that I find undeniably like on purpose, like it's absolutely intentional from the beginning. It's too perfect.
Hey, Fundy. Could you repeat that right quick, and then I'm gonna give my microphone to my wife so she can hear you say that, so she can elaborate further on that.
Sure. So I was
Okay,
saying,
great. Hold on. Let me.
Yeah.
I'm giving her the mic. All right. You're voice chat, Fundy.
Hello.
hey, nice to talk to you again.
Yeah, what's up?
Truth was telling me to repeat the association of the zodiac with body parts in some tradition. I have about 10 artistic depictions of like different artists all associating the zodiac with the same body parts, and I don't know where this tradition started. I don't know why all 10 of these artists are on the same page and all agree. I don't know where they're getting their information from, but they're all on the same page. And when I look into it, I see little riddles and rhymes and connections that seem profound and amazing, and I love it. And I don't know why it's like this, but it makes sense to me. But I don't know where it all started. He asked me to repeat it, so and I got pictures I could send later or whatever. But I got tons that have like lines that point towards body parts. So it says, Aries points towards the head. Taurus points towards the neck and the shoulders. Gemini points towards the arms and the hands specifically. And this is all in order going clockwise or whatever around the zodiac. Cancer is the lungs. Leo is the heart. Virgo is the stomach. Libra is the kidneys. Sagittarius is the hips. Scorpio is the phallus. Capricorn is the knees. Aquarius is the shins. And Pisces is the feet, of course.
Yeah. Yes.
And I've already noticed so many connections of why that's so fitting, but why the zodiac should relate to body parts so fittingly is incredible. But like, I mean, how do you
if you
it's
look
amazing.
if you look at the zodiac, I always tell people look at it as a blueprint to understand. It's like how everything connects, but more how I see it is like on a frequency. Because you know how everything's a frequency, right? So, like we're about to come up on a Gemini full moon on the 7th. And I know like the planets also connect to different body parts as well. But Geminis represent communication. So basically it's like activating people's throat chakras. Like I have a Gemini moon, right? So and this would be like my lunar return. So like I know on that day, like my arms and my hands are gonna probably either be bothering me or I'll just like notice them more, if that makes sense. Like whenever it's a Aries moon, I always get a migraine. Never fails, or I get some kind of headache. But then sometimes like I'll look at my chart and see what I have in Aries and like how it's passing through my chart, because then that also helps me understand as well. Like for example, the asteroid Lilith was in Aquarius, and I remember this astrologer I follow was saying if anyone's having issues with their shins right now, it's because Lilith is in Aquarius, and when she broke it down, it just made sense of the things I couldn't make sense of, you know? So
Yeah, I hear you. I'd imagine that the connection you were saying about Gemini communication is more so. I could be wrong, but is Gemini an air sign?
Yeah. Gemini's an air sign. Yeah. It's also a mutable sign.
Right, changing
Yeah.
airs. Yeah, which is literally the definition of speaking, like verbally. But it's also
True.
the hands, which would also be like if you can't speak, the next thing you have is like sign language or body language, and like the most expressive, communicative part of your body is your hands. It's why
Right.
sign
Yeah.
language exists. Yeah,
Yeah.
so I
Because
can see that connection there.
Yeah, because like I have a Gemini moon, so uh like there have been people throughout my life. I mean, I talk with my hands. I'm Italian, like there's that part of it,
Oh, you're
but I
Italian?
need to yeah. So
That's
like
funny.
but at the same time, it's like I need to be moving my hands, I need to be moving my arms a lot of the times when I'm talking. As it helps to like move the air that's coming out of my body while I'm speaking, if that makes sense. So
Yeah.
yeah, the way you just articulated that, because like it's funny if someone tries to hold my hands down from me using my hands to talk, I can't talk. Everything shuts
Oh,
down.
wow.
So,
Yeah.
but yeah, and
Yeah, that's
I'm a
really
Pisces,
cool.
and I have all kinds of issues with my feet. Most Pisces have issues with their feet, like I'm flat-footed, and stuff like that. So it's really cool when you can like just. I always like to say mirror everything. You know what I mean? But I also want to suggest looking up the Ayurvedic version of astrology, which is like the Hindu version basically, and see how their version of astrology applies to the body, because that'll fascinate you as well. Because, like, for example, I was looking up how you can tell what your health is going, like what's going on with your health through your birth chart, right? And I couldn't really get a whole heck of a lot out of like the like I don't even know what kind of astrology. I guess we'll call it American astrology. I don't know. Sorry, my brain's not 100% at the moment. But with
Tropical, maybe?
Ayurvedic, yeah, there you go. That works. Yeah. And then with Ayurvedic,
Tropical's where it's at, though, in my opinion.
say it again. Sorry.
I said, to me, tropical is where all of the like winks and nods lie in. Like when it
Yeah.
comes,
Yeah.
I like it's out of date and out of place with the sky itself. I get that.
Yeah.
But to me,
But it's like
like
the
what
root of it, though. Yeah.
exactly, it's the
Mhm.
foundation, and it'll come back home. We might have had a talk before about like the prodigal son, but like the home is such an important archetype, and like that's how I
Right.
view the tropical system. It's where things belong. They've run away from home, but they will come back.
Mhm.
Give
Yeah.
it another
Oh
give
yeah.
it another 20,000 years, and the tropical
Mhm.
system will be back in its place or whatever. And
Oh yeah.
yeah, it seems justified in its creation. I hate whenever I hear people um who like study astrology like bad mouthing the tropical system, that it's
Yeah.
like it's out of date. There's no use for it. Like, oh, I can't believe I was falling for this system my whole life, and I wasn't even actually paying attention to the actual placement of the stars in the sky. It's just some sort
Mhm.
of antique, old, defunct version of astrology. But yeah, you're totally right. It's the root. But the weird thing
Yeah.
is, though, it's rooted because I would suggest that Aries is the first zodiac. It just is.
No,
Like
it just is. Yeah, absolutely.
your head is always the top part of your body. No matter
Mm-hmm.
what, your head is always on top, and Aries will always be the first zodiac. And so it's like, I forget where I was going with that, but
That's okay.
But yeah, I mean, things will return back to their proper placement in that sense, and
Oh, for sure.
so I
That's
think
like
it's
when
kind of
astrology, like tried to remove Pluto because NASA removed Pluto.
right.
I'm sorry. And then there's this chick that I follow on TikTok, and I think she doesn't use any asteroids with astrology because she's that type of person that does everything through, or she works through things through the original creation and not what it's become.
I
And
do
I
think
can
the
appreciate
Neptune
that.
Uranus Pluto is a trick, though. Not
Yeah.
for
Oh,
like
yeah.
not for really good
I know what you
reasons,
mean.
but I I feel like astrology should have never let NASA with their alleged discoveries of planets you'll never see with your own eyes.
I see what you're saying. Yeah, for sure. Well, that's like asteroids. There's so many of them. Like there's an asteroid called Alice in Wonderland. I mean, come on now. So that's what I'm saying. Like I feel like it just got so expansive, but like I do appreciate how there's someone on Instagram I follow who
If it
really
works, it works.
elegantly Right, who really elegantly breaks down astrology and had something to do with whatever planets are near your the top of your chart, I think like your midheaven or whatever. And mine's in Gemini, so that would be my moon, and it's the asteroid Hades. And basically that's why I am so well versed in psychology, but I don't have a degree. Because that helped me understand, but no, but with the Ayurvedic astrology, when I looked up my chart and I looked up health, everything that's going on in my life, health wise right now, is in that chart. Like it's there.
That's incredible.
So yeah, which actually helped me move forward in making a doctor's appointment that I wasn't making because there's a part of me that's like, what if I'm making this stuff up? You know what I mean? But it was the way, because they're very direct in Ayurvedic astrology. Everything's very direct. So it basically was speaking about my brain health wise, and was just very specific about going to see a neurologist. And I already knew I needed to see one anyways. But yeah, it's just really crazy how sorry. It's just really crazy how it just pinpointed everything. Absolutely everything. So, but yeah,
that's incredible.
it's a great journey to go down. I'm trying to think. Yeah, so the planets can apply to the body, and so can the astrology signs.
One of the things involving Pluto and Neptune and Uranus is it throws away a syncretism between almost four different systems that seem to be pretty connected. So you got the 7 days of the week, right, which are obviously related to the seven what is a day, right? A day is a cycle of light, right?
Right.
The daytime is the light time. So a day is the light, a day is a ray or a ray of light. And so you got the 7 days of the week, which are 7 light cycles. And then you got the seven luminaries or special lights in the sky, the wandering stars, or the 7 classical planets, as opposed to the fixed stars. And so, like, that's very nice. You got 7 light cycles and 7 special lights in the sky, and then you see it in the Jewish tradition of having 7 candles on the menorah. But of course, some have extended. But of course, some Jews do extend it to having 9 candles on the menorah, which seems to be like equivalent to adding the, see, that's sort of like considering Earth a planet there, which is not what I'm about, because including Earth there and keeping the sun, it's this whole sort of like, it gets complicated because you got to throw away what's in the sky and start imagining where, like, oh, the sun isn't a planet and there's 9 planets including Pluto to do that. But traditionally, I think, as far as like the story even goes about Hanukkah, like the candle burned for 7 days, so I think that's more legitimate. So it's like you got the 7 days, you got the 7 days of the week, the 7 light cycles, you got the 7 classical planets, the 7 special lights in the sky, you got the 7 candles of the menorah, which of course, what is a candle but a light? Each candle is its own light. You got the 7 lights of the menorah, and then the chakras are considered like light nodes. And of course, even though some people argue there's like 108 or 365 or whatever chakras, the typical version is that there's 7 chakras, or 7 light nodes of your aura, which of course is like your light body. So there's like 7 nodes of your light body, 7 light nodes, and so and then you got the Roy G. Biv of the rainbow, which is 7 distinctive, sections of it. And so this could be a trap, whatever, or it could be just an unavoidable truth that they aren't even bothering to try to hide because they can't, or something. I'm not sure. Like I said, it just goes like it's my favorite stuff, but the rabbit hole goes deeper and deeper. But when it comes to light, every tradition out there is telling me to only worship light primarily in the division of just 7 main figures. Either when it comes to days of the week, or menorah candles, or chakras, or Roy G. Biv, or even the wandering stars of the sky, the 7 classical planets. And then when NASA comes along and says, "Oh, there's 3 more planets, and by the way, the Earth is one too," or whatever, and you adopt their standards partially, but don't involve Earth in it, or whatever. It seems to me like NASA fucked up astrology and convinced a bunch of people to add these make-believe Uranus, Neptune, and Pluto things to it.
Right. So hold on. Sorry. There's an astrologer that I follow, and she will often post about how millionaires don't have astrologers, but billionaires
do.
Yeah. So the thing is, like, think about it. So listen, my mom, I can find this book, and it'll take me a couple days, but I can find it, and then my husband can send you a picture of it. My mom was taking this, like, I guess it was like an astrology class that she took, because, like, back in the 70s and the 80s and such, if you wanted to be a psychic, you had to be, like, certified, basically. So, she took this class, and it taught you, like, palm reading, it taught you, like, tea leaf reading, but astrology is in there, and so is numerology. But the funny thing is, my mom said that when she started figuring out people's birth charts, and stuff like that, like, it tells you, it helps you with, like, what your life's purpose is, right? And then it can actually help you make better decisions for yourself, so you don't have to keep going through cycles of being caught up in like a cycle of like, why can't I get out of this? Does that make sense? So
yeah, that's like the Buddhist philosophy. I get it.
yeah, so that's what I mean. Like
Escape the cycle.
right. So it's like when everything shifted, it's funny because like when I think of like Uranus, Pluto, and Neptune, I feel like they're just like the redheaded stepchild of astrology, you know? But the funny thing is, if you really talk to somebody that's into astrology, and how it really like applies to life and psychology and health and everything, right? The greatest advice you'll typically get is get to know your moon sign. And I personally think that there's like, how do I say this? I know the moon is luminous. So I know it's not the moon that's crossing over in front of the sun. You know what I mean? Like there's something called Lilith, and then there's dark moon Lilith. And it's like, I kind of feel like, to me personally, it answers how does that go? Isn't it like there's the sun and then there's like a dark sun or something like that, like a black sun or something?
There's a few different traditions, but yeah, I
or
mean,
like theories, yeah, like that's how the eclipse actually happens. It's not the moon actually crossing over in front of the sun or something.
Yeah, there's like Rahu and Ketu and the Black Sun. I guess there's like a total of 5 like different bodies as far as like combining all of the traditions I know. There's like Sun, Moon, Rahu, Ketu, and the Black Sun.
Okay, yeah. Because like all I'm saying is that I just feel like the thing is like astrology could wake people up and that's why it freaked them out. You know what I'm saying?
What kind of people would be freaked out?
People who have been so indoctrinated. Well, like people who have been so heavily indoctrinated in certain religions. Like I just saw a woman I follow on TikTok who's a medium, and she's like one of the biggest reoccurring themes she has is when she's channeling with someone who's passed away, and they keep saying there's no pearly white gates, and 9 times out of 10 they're Catholic.
Pearly white what?
You get that there's no pearly white gates. Like where are the pearly white gates? Where's where's this? Where's that? So you know what I mean? So I just think that
Oh, that's pretty sad.
You know what I'm saying? Like it's one of those things where like it's one of those things where like if people were to wake up and realize like the Bible, for example, has been rewritten so many goddamn times and has because some king, you know, was being made fun of and he was just like, because he was a little sassy maybe, I don't freaking know, but it's like, you know, he decided to rewrite it. You know what I mean? Like that's how I look at it. So like what I'm saying is like, and I'm Catholic, so I'm just saying it's like if people were to understand that, I am.
Oh, that's
I'm
interesting.
Italian Catholic. I've been to the Vatican.
Italian Catholic.
So,
oh my God.
yeah.
Okay.
But the thing is, like, what I'm saying is, like, sorry. Oh shit, where was I going with that?
No pearly white gates.
Yeah.
Maybe.
So the thing is, like, it's just like in Italian culture, right? Like there's actually, to say the word witch in Italian is strega, okay? So there's actually like a lot of traditions and stuff like that. Like if you want to learn how to get rid of the Maloiks, which is like the evil eye, you learn it on Christmas Eve. Like there's like it's almost like I feel like Italians have it figured out. We just like go along with it, Father, Son,
Yeah.
Holy Spirit, amen kind of shit. But at the same time, like we got our stuff. We got the things that we do. You know what I mean? Like it's just so I don't know. It's like I always feel, I mean, I was born in 1983, but like I just always feel like in the 70s, because my mom said like there's a lot of really great books that were written in the 70s about astrology. And then I guess that would have been Reagan, I guess, because I know he changed a lot of that stuff, and that's when like religion got really pushed. Like things became like stricter, my parents said. And that's when it was like Dare had come out and all that other shit. So, I'm trying to think, yeah. I
Well, I'll
think
tell you
that's
what.
yeah.
To go back to where we started with the body parts and the zodiac. Truth was telling me he's aware of like a 15 section zodiac. I'm sure there's tons of brilliance in its design, and I feel like there always is a pretty profound reasoning behind like the popular things that we inherit and inherit, like 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 one of the weirdest things to realize is that you don't have to count by tens. Like you can have as many single digit numbers as you want before you make a double digit number like 10.
Okay, right.
And a lot of these things, if you ask yourself like why is it this way, it seems really arbitrary. And for the counting things, maybe it does boil down to why do we count by tens? Well, because we have 10 fingers, and fingers are good for counting on, or something. It could be that. Although, why do we have 10 fingers? That's, like maybe the reason we count by 10 isn't, or maybe the brilliance in the system of counting by tens isn't solely based upon having 10 fingers, but there's an even better reason to count by tens
I think it's
than
the
just
rhythm
that
of it.
shallow example. Yeah, exactly. Like some sort of universal rhythm that our counting system is in like contact or in conjunction with or something, as well as our fingers, because who's to say there isn't a really good poetic reason why we have 10 fingers as opposed to 12 or something. Like maybe there's a good reason we have 10. Maybe there's like a beauty to it or something. Especially considering each hand on its own, you have 5, which kind of makes your hand a star. And the thing about a 5-pointed star is that the 5-pointed star is the first star. Stars don't exist. Like there's polygons, and there's polygons and there's polygrams, and the gons are the shapes and the grams are the stars. And of course, the first polygon is a triangle, but there's no such thing as a 3-pointed star because it's geometrically impossible. You can't draw a 3-pointed star because there's no feasible way to even draw such a thing. You can't cross lines while drawing a triangle. You can draw a cross, but a cross isn't a 4-pointed star. A cross is just 2 lines. And so it's so there's this poetry to the world we're in where there's a sort of credit where credit is due to the number 5. 5 is the number of the star, like it's the first star. And
wasn't there like a song where it was like 5 is the magic number?
Probably.
Am I making that up?
I
think on
I
like
would
Sesame
I
Street
would
or
bet my life
something.
on it. I would bet my
Yeah,
life on such a song
because there,
existing. Like no
yeah, there
doubt.
was like there's something. It was either like one of those like school rock, cartoon
Yeah.
things, or maybe it was on Sesame Street. But I remember, I swear to God, in the song they say like 5 is the magic number.
Hmm.
I mean, it's
Yeah,
all
and
out there, you know.
it is, and it's told in the most hilarious places too. Um,
Mhm.
but so uh, if and also if you think of your torso as like the root of your body, it's like, well, humans don't have a tail, so we're sort of like starfish. You got your head and your 2 arms and your 2 legs,
So,
and
fun fact: if you have the hiccups, just say to yourself, "I'm not a fish," and they will stop immediately. It actually works.
I'm
Because
not a
I
okay.
mean, if you think, yeah, I swear to God, it works. If you think about it, when you're in the womb, I've tested it out. But yeah, if you're in the womb, you're in water.
Yeah, true.
So the way that this dude like broke it down, which like who knows, it could be a part of Atlantis. You know what I'm saying? I mean, the way my friggin' brain works, it's like Atlantis fell,
Yeah.
right? They drowned Atlantis, so that's where Neptune came along. It's like, we'll just give you this, because Neptune's like water, because like Neptune rules Pisces. So for whatever reason, I was like, I feel like I kind of felt like they just kind of put it there to kind of be like, we took it away from you, but here you go. Anyways, my brain, that's how it works. But no, but yeah, the guy
Well,
was saying something
that's
about like
that's that Neptune, Uranus, Pluto system that I don't know anything about. But yeah,
right,
yeah,
that's what I mean. Yeah, I mean, it's like when you do read about them though, and it's funny because like Neptune's about illusions and such, and like Pluto's aggressive and Uranus is aggressive. It's just
yeah. So
like
I got a problem though. Like I got a problem right here. This is one of the examples of involving the Neptune, Pluto, Uranus thing. Um,
mhm.
there's a symmetry to the planetary rulerships of the zodiac, and involving Neptune, Pluto, Uranus just throws off the entire thing. Like
No, it really does, because right, because they're meant to be minor planets, from what I understand. If that makes sense. Like people who
sure,
were
like
like into like people who were well
secondary.
versed and educated in the root of astrology, right? Uh they will tell you like that those are just like, they're essentially like secondary planets that help support other parts of the system, but a lot of them like don't pay attention to it, which makes me think of to say also like the rising sign didn't become a thing, I think, until like the 70s or something. Like it
Well,
wasn't too far off.
you know how a piano has 12 keys to an octave, but
Yes. Mhm.
5 of them are sharps, the black keys. And so
Mhm.
and those are kind of secondary. But and here's another one of those things, right? Like the menorah, the days of the week, the chakras, the classical planets, the what's another
Mhm.
one? Whatever, all the Roy G. Biv, right? Um, on a piano, an octave has 7 white keys, and
Mhm.
and they all harmonize with each other, and but then there are those like intermediate 5 that kind of squeeze their way in the middle of it all, and
Mhm.
it seemed
Well, hold on. You also
okay.
have I have a baby grand piano at my parents' house. So,
Okay.
there's also I kind of look at it this way. There's 3 pedals on the floor that help amplify or shift the vibration of the key when it
Hey,
hits.
give me 1 sec.
So,
I gotta reconnect.
mhm.
Okay, sorry.
Don't be sorry.
My earbuds, they have this button on them that's really easy to press, and sometimes when I scratch my ear, I accidentally press a button that turns off the audio. And I don't know why they're designed that way, but it happens. I touch my ear or I don't know, whatever. Anyways, I messed up my audio by pressing a button, and then I have to. The
It's
only way
okay.
to fix it is to leave and come back. So I'm back though, and my ear has been scratched.
Oh, no worries. Wonderful.
So you're saying about the 3 pedals on the floor. That's interesting.
Yeah. So think about it. The 3 pedals on the floor help to like amplify or support or help shift or help, and I look at it this way too. Like, so I keep wanting to say this, but I keep losing it. Hold on. Like, the other thing with astrology as well is how, like, Venus, they say rules Taurus, but in like later versions of astrology, um, they say it also like rules Libra. Does that make sense? So like,
Well,
which doesn't make sense to
I could
me.
I
So.
could easily put some connections together there.
Oh, I have, because that's how I know the morning star, the whole bit, Taurus with the horns. It's all right there. But anyways, continue.
Well, I'll tell you what I have for Libra and Venus. So, so in Greek mythology, I see a lot of queens, beautiful queens, and bulls being tied together. So,
right,
like the story of the Minotaur is like some queen insulted some queen, and so she cursed, or some king insulted some queen or whatever, so she said, I'll show you, and she made the queen of the kingdom fall in love with a bull in their field, and it was a curse that she'd be sexually attracted to a bull in the field, and that led to them, that actually led to her going to the guy, the guy who him and his son got locked in the tower and made wax wings to fly from the tower, and his son flew too close to the sun and his wings melted and he crashed. That
right,
brilliant,
yeah.
that inventor under the king's servitude as his his scientist or whatever, um his punishment was to be locked up in that tower, because the queen went to him because she wanted to have sex with this bull, but the bull wasn't interested. So as the queen, she went to, the king's inventor, and she said, I order you to build me a bull costume. And so he built her a bull costume that she hid inside of, so that she could seduce the bull by wearing like a cow costume.
Oh,
And
right, yeah. I
and
remember that
so
story.
to me that's like, Venus and Taurus, like the like the ruler, like Venus is the ruler of Taurus, or Venus is the ruler and Taurus is the bull, and it's like, so the queen who's the ruler is Venus, and the bull is, is Taurus, So there's that connection there between like a ruling goddess and a bull and that story. I can't help but think that's like on purpose or intentional, because so many of the Greek stories even result at the end of the story like in the tale of Hercules and his 12 trials, almost half of them result in him actually creating the constellation. Like, you know what I'm talking?
Yeah.
Like,
well,
I don't
and the
know.
other thing is too, like, there's crap. There's oh, sorry, Jesus. Oh, the whole like centaur, which is the Sagittarius, but then the centaur is also Chiron, who is considered an asteroid but a wounded healer.
Yeah. Oh yeah, and to get, you know, I gotta get this out of the way with you real quick. And we might have even done this in the last time we talked, but I just want to do it again. So people, for some reason, people associate the zodiacs with the body parts, and I have a little bit to say about a lot of them. Not maybe like 8 out of 12. I have something to say. So just to do it real quick. So Aries is the head, and of course, rams are the only animal we know that literally just charges straight forward with their heads at each other.
Right.
You know? So Aries being the head or associated with the head, there's no animal that uses their head more directly than the ram. So that just perfect. Bravo. You know? Bravo. Good stuff. Taurus, the neck and the shoulders. Well, even though it seems arbitrary, we have this thing called like the yoke, right? And the yoke is like the harness that you put around a bull's shoulders and neck to attach the plow, right? And of course, you know, bulls got these big horns and this like really heavy, like bull horns are the largest horns. No animal has larger horns than a bull. And so their neck has to be strong. More than any other animal, they have a strong neck that can hold up these like 100-pound horns on their head. And and I can see its resemblance to like, well, why not consider the bull the head? Well, Aries already got that, but I can see why it's the next in line, because it's also very related to the head, but also I guess in the agricultural farming sense, you know, the yoke. That's really all I got. It's got a way stronger neck than the ram, and that's where we attach the harness to it. And it's a little shallow, but I still think maybe that might play a part in whoever designed the zodiac, whoever fucking designed it. And then next is Gemini, the twins. And if there was any part of your body to call twins, it's the hands. You know, it's like it's so simple. I mean, I love it. It's
well, yeah,
it's
because if you
lovely.
think about,
It's lovely.
Because like Pisces are feet, right? And Pisces are two fish that are tied by like a tether of a string. And the thing is, like, if one foot goes down, the other one's gonna go with it. You know what I'm saying?
And like a dolphin,
the balance
right?
of it all.
If you've ever seen an X-ray of a dolphin, the skeleton almost looks exactly the same as a human, where their legs are just like sewn together by skin. You know, just like two legs wrapped together, and then got the fins at the bottom. But yeah, we're skipping ahead to Pisces there at the very end. But yeah, you're right. You're right. Yeah.
Yeah. Well, yeah. I just wanted to say, like, I pointed that out to just give you that, like, I guess to amplify the discovery you're having, of how, like, it really does apply, because it really does make sense. It's not so much because someone's like, we'll just put this here. That works. So, yeah.
Uh-huh.
Right.
Right. Yeah, absolutely. And so Gemini being the twins, I mean, these are my two little they're my two little twin guys. Like it's beautiful.
Mm-hmm.
I like it a lot. I just really do. I like that a lot. Taurus is, I think, shallow in as far as I understand it. There might be a deeper connection, but Aries makes sense. Like so straightforward. Aries, the ram, the head makes so much sense. Taurus, I'm working on it. I hope that there's something deeper to it, and I'll keep looking. But the yoke, it's something to work with. But moving on. Gemini, the hands, just like Aries, again, so simple, beautiful. I love it. I love it so much. Then you get this one I only have a joke for. I hope I find something deeper, but lung cancer. It's cancer and the lungs. I think this one I actually have faith that there is more to it than my silly little joke there.
There is. No, but I get what you're saying. Yeah, no, there really is. Because cancer, so like people who have any type of cancer that like rules their chart or in their big 7 or their big 3 or whatever, typically have big breasts. It's like a whole thing. Even men could have like a really big shaped chest, or like because it's the mother. It's the mother.
Yeah. Oh, yeah. It is the mother.
It's connected to the moon. Yeah, and then you can also I don't know if you've gone down this part of it yet, but the major arcana and tarot decks applies to astrology, which also applies to the body parts.
I'm working on that. Yeah.
Yeah, you'll get there. But yeah, to me, cancer is, because the thing is, like, the way that cancer manifests in your body, like 9.9 times out of 10, is typically through trauma.
And that's felt in the
trauma
chest.
that has, right.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
It's where you feel it. Yeah.
Right.
Feeling the moon, yeah, absolutely.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
So then, Leo, which is associated with the sin of pride. Leo, pride, Lionheart, bravery, courage. You got the heart. I mean, like I don't know how to explain it straightforward, but I feel like everyone's absorbed enough pop culture to just get it. Like I don't feel like I need to make a strong case. I feel like almost everyone who's seen enough movies just gets like Lionheart. It's
like Narnia.
Yeah, it's just there everywhere. I don't know why, but it is there, and that's all I need for that. And then Virgo. So now I tied into Christianity for Virgo after Leo. So Virgo is always depicted as carrying a bag. Virgo is a virgin, and she's always drawn carrying a bag, and either she has a bag of
She also
seeds,
has 13,
or
she has 13 stars around her as well.
Oh, that's beautiful.
That's why
that's
Virgos
really great.
feel so out of place, because they have 13 stars. So my rising is a Virgo, and when I had learned about this through an astrologer, she was like, because that's why Virgos have such terrible digestive issues as well. Yeah.
Well, you're talking to a Virgo, and that's all hitting home.
Yeah. So the thing is, like with a Virgo, it's like we can mask. You can mask yourself to appear quote unquote normal or whatever, like to go with the norm or whatever. But when you actually let somebody in, shit gets weird. You know what I mean?
Yeah, I do. Yeah.
Can I say hello to Witchcraft?
Yeah, he's in the voice chat.
Oh,
Oh,
hello,
Witchcraft.
Witchcraft.
Yo, what's good?
He says, yo, what's good? My husband said, what's poppin'?
But
yeah.
about to jump in some Rocket League for the epic gamer moments. A couple of people that I met last night. Pretty we came in. Oh, actually, we won the tournament last night with these two people. They're boyfriend and girlfriend too.
Oh, that's cool.
But yeah, they work together really well, so it makes sense.
Wonderful. That's awesome.
Right?
But yeah, with Virgos, like they know how to shapeshift and hide in the shadows. It's like but I always feel like with the 13 stars with the goddess, it's like you have an extra key to life that helps you deep dive into things to make it make sense. But that doesn't mean you always share it with people. You have to really trust people before you share it. Mm-hmm.
What? This is too good. Too man. Too good. You're too good at this. But I got something to say with the symbolism though, because Virgo is always depicted as carrying either a bag of wheat or a bag of seeds.
I think it's wheat, right? Yeah.
Yeah, either one. I've seen it either way, and it's basically the same thing. And so Virgo's the Virgin, and to tie this into Christianity, Virgin Mary is pregnant miraculously, and so Virgin Mary, even though she's never had sex, she still has a bag or a vessel with seed inside, right?
Right.
And wheat makes bread, and we have this expression for a pregnant woman: she's got a bun in the oven.
Right. Well, also Jesus, if you remember, like when you get the Eucharist, it's the bread of the body.
Yeah, exactly.
So which proves the point that Jesus is a Virgo, because his birthday, when me and my husband have researched it, apparently his birthday is September 11th.
Oh shit. Yeah, I've heard that too. Yeah, I've heard that too. Yeah, I've heard it, but I haven't heard any more about it than just that claim, as you've said. We'll talk about that again sometime.
Oh sure, yeah.
But Virgo,
to me, that just validates it even more. As you're saying it, I'm connecting dots. I'm like, oh, so yeah.
But as far as the body part connections go, Virgo being associated with like the belly, and Virgin Mary having a bun in the oven, which you know what happens when a woman is pregnant. Her belly expands like she's baking bread in there, and so I mean, there's I could go on and on and on about the poetry and connection of it all, but the point has been made. So I feel like it's just another poetic beauty, just on the same level as like Aries the head, Aries the head, Gemini the hands. Love it so much, just love it. Virgo the belly, just love it. There's just so much there. and then Libra the kidneys. And I don't know how anyone would have known this back then as like the function of organs, but for some reason in ancient times, Virgo or Libra was associated with kidneys, and they would be they're the organs responsible for balancing your body, all of your toxins,
Right.
your pH level, just everything.
Right.
They balance you. And Libra is the balance. That's what a scale used to be called. And so,
right.
I mean, again, just 10 out of 10. Wow, that's incredible. So, and then another one after that is Sagittarius, the hips. And I really like this one. I really like this one because we all know the animal, the hippo, right?
Yeah.
But
I want one for Christmas.
that's
Sorry,
a
I had
dangerous animal. But hippo is actually a nickname, and I have to reorientate your use of language here to make you understand the connection, because hippo, of course, is an abbreviation for hippopotamus, right?
Right.
And hippo is its own word, and potamus is its own separate word. Potamus means this whole other thing, and hippo, just the word hippo, means horse. And so hippo means what, like the Latin word for horse is hippo. And the centaur is a man who turns into a horse. But where on a man's body does the man turn into a horse? As a centaur. As a centaur, right? As Sagittarius the centaur, associated with the hips. Sagittarius, the man, turns into a horse, which let's just use the word hippo because it's what the Latin word is. Sagittarius turns into a hippo at his hips. He becomes a hippo at his hips. Yeah. It does replace his thighs, but you see what I'm saying. Yeah. So I have no doubt that the reason we call our hips by that word, we say, oh, these are my hips. Why do we call it your hips? Where does that word come from? Well, it comes from the zodiac. It comes from the reason we call our hips is because there's an ancient tradition of associating a body part with a centaur, where he turns into a hip. Those are your hippo hips, where you turn into a horse as the centaur zodiac. It's ridiculous and it's amazing, and I just don't understand how anyone set this up and how we all still like just go up to anyone in life and say, "Hey, those are your hips, right? Right there, those are your hips." And they say, "Yeah, of course." You say, "Why are they called your hips?" And they'll have no clue that it has to do with some sort of ancient tradition of centaurs and astrology. And it's like, whoa, right? It's ridiculous. So then, no explanation needed for the scorpion stinger, or the backstabber doggy style. I'm gonna stab you in the back with my Scorpio or whatever. No explanation needed for that stinging thing. Gonna stab you in the back. The backstab. Anyways, that's another 10 out of 10 one.
With the fact, I still struggle with the fact that they're a water sign and not a fire sign. It drives me crazy. But anyways.
Well, it could have to do with the bladder in that sense.
Oh, true. Yeah, the organs in that area.
Yeah. So then, because of course, the phallus is most intimately connected with any other organ. Yeah, like you can get your balls chopped off, but you're always gonna piss out your dick. I mean, the bladder and the phallus. I mean, that's
Well, if you think about it, so if Libra is the kidneys is what leads the kidneys dumps the liquid into the bladder. So yeah, that makes sense.
Mm-hmm.
How Scorpio is
then
water. That makes sense now. Yeah.
and then I have a hard time justifying this one, although it seems very perfect. Your knees are your Capricorns, and we call them our kneecaps. So I've taken it upon myself to call them my knee Capricorns, my kneecap Capricorns.
I like it.
I don't know how it works out, but it's just there for the taking. I'll show myself the
I
door
know it's
there. Like,
funny. Whenever it's Capricorn season, people just associate their knees are hurting because it's the weather. You always hear
yeah,
people talking about how much their knees hurt. Oh, it's because I was getting up and down, putting the Christmas lights up. And it's like, no, it's because it's Capricorn season.
mm-hmm.
You know? And it's like Capricorn season is like Christmas, right? But I want to remove that. It's from going from one year to another, right? So you're climbing a new
Mm-hmm.
mountain. Of course your knees are going to be hurting. So yeah.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
And so I only have a shallow example for Aquarius with the shins. And
which is fine because that's how Aquariuses are. They're really shallow with their emotions. As if you look at the goddess pouring the water out of the vase, whatever that is that she has, like the moon water that she's given to the Pisces, however that works, she's always in water only up to her shins. It never goes past her knees.
Right. So, shallow water. Oh, wow, that's really. Oh, wow. Okay. You just made this so much. You just made this 100 times better because that's really cool. Shallow water, up to your shins, up to your knees, whatever. Yeah. That's perfect.
Because it's like, to me, I look at it this way, like it's like Aquariuses really struggle with their emotions, right? They really, really do. It's like they like showing it, but they don't like showing it. It's a whole thing for them, right? It's a conundrum.
I don't know a single Aquarius for some reason.
Oh, interesting. Yeah, and I actually know a bunch of them. And the funny thing is, like, it's funny because it's like apparently how it goes, and I always connect Ixchel, who was a Mayan goddess, the Mayan moon goddess, with the Aquarius as well. But it's funny because like I feel like they're dumping all their emotions into the water, thinking that they're giving it to the Pisces, but they forget that they're standing in the water. Do you know what I mean? You're still gonna absorb it. You're still gonna absorb it whether you wanted to or not.
I get that.
Yeah.
So,
and the thing is, like, if you think about it, like, if you walk, sorry, I'm having like an epiphany. It's like if you keep dumping stuff, right, and you're letting it go to the floor, you're still gonna absorb it. So, like, when you take a walk, you know, if you're gonna exercise and you end up with shin splints, like, I feel like it's because like your feet are not supporting you because you're not supporting yourself. You know what I mean? Like, I feel like Aquariuses feel like, you know, well, what's a shin? What's a shin gonna do? Like, that doesn't, and they don't realize like how significant that bone is. Does that make sense? Like,
that makes so much sense.
Which ties me back to how there is a pressure point in the calf, and if you're having trouble with your lungs, you're gonna want to massage that pressure point, and it's somehow it's making yeah, somehow it's making me feel like the shin is protecting that pressure point, right? I don't know, like that's how it's popping in my head.
So you gotta hit it from the back.
Right. So yeah, I think it's like
Hey, don't make it weird.
I'm not making it weird. That's
All
me
right.
saying it's like a that's when I say right, that's like a tongue in cheek thing where I'm like, yes. Yes. So no, if I get weirded out or offended, I flat out just tell people. I'm like, that's weird. So anyways. But no, yeah, so it's like sorry, because Aquarius is an air sign as well.
Which is weird, huh?
Yeah, people think that they're a lot of people think
water
that they're
sign.
like a water sign. Yeah. They're an air sign. Well, just like how you described Scorpio, bladder, and then all of a sudden I was like, oh, water. That's how that happens. That's how that's there, you know? And if you think about it, between the knee down to the feet, like it's kind of hollow, right? It's like a tree bark with the
Yeah.
Aquarius. You know what I mean?
Absolutely.
Because like
Absolutely.
a tree can still stand if it's hollow. You know, if it's gotten hollowed on the inside, it'll still stand. But
I
if
want to tell you.
if the roots are not connected or it's like over drowning itself, then it's gonna fall. You know.
So if someone is like lacking blood flow for some reason, like if someone's heart is failing them, and they really need some blood flow in their body, one technique I heard is that you lay them down on their back and you grab their ankles and you bend their legs, you bend their knees, and then you straighten their legs, and then you it like a pump. You bend their legs and then you straighten their legs, and you bend your legs and then you straighten their legs.
Yeah,
And
that's what we do in dance class, because you need to get the blood flowing through your body so your lungs can keep up with you dancing. So yeah, that makes sense.
right, and
That would
so
be like that.
there's the seventh, I think it's the seventh most popular, or the seventh most sold book in the world. It's a Japanese manga called One Piece, and the main character, he's made out of rubber, right? Like his entire body, every part of his body has been turned into rubber. He still has blood, but all his arteries, his muscles, just his entire body's been turned into rubber, and he has to figure out some way to compete with people who are way more talented than him. And he reaches this point where he's just being defeated, and he doesn't know what to do, and so he gets really creative, and he thinks that if he could expedite the oxygen supply to his muscles and the blood flow in his body, he could operate at a higher level. If only he could make his increase his blood, increase his circulation. And so he develops a technique. He figures out, since he's made out of rubber, he goes into a sumo position where he has his knees bent and he's hunched over. And what he does is he puts his hands on the top of his knees in a sumo position, and then he pushes his knees and he compresses his shins as if his shins were like a spring. He pushes his knees down to his ankles, and then he lets his shins uncoil as if they were a spring. And he does it a few times, and he uses his shins as a pump to increase the blood flow of his body. And because he's rubber, his arteries and his veins don't explode due to the blood pressure because they'll just expand instead of rupture like a normal human would. And so he's lucky in that sense to like be able to increase his blood pressure and his blood flow to just like ridiculous levels without actually like tearing, like internally bleeding or whatever. It'll just stretch and allow it. And like I feel like that's a writer who kind of like, I mean, this writer, I'll tell you, like it is the best story I've ever read, and it's still ongoing. It's been going on for the past 25 years. It's released on a weekly basis with each chapter. I definitely consider it the best story I've ever read because this guy, I'm into syncretism and just like the connectedness of all sorts of different things. And my hat's off to this guy. He's taken like German Nazis, Native American culture, biblical theology, real stories, Nordic Viking mythology. It's the only example of a story I know where almost every popular storytelling tradition has been combined into one world. The only thing that comes close is something that appeared on ABC called Once Upon a Time. And you might know about that. You ever, where, you know, you got Prince Charming, Snow White, Rumpelstiltskin, Captain Hook, Peter Pan, Little Red Riding Hood, all as characters within the same universe interacting with each other, you know? And I think that's just I think that's also like a 10 out of 10 like a television show. Just I think that's like one of the best stories anyone's ever made because I just love the syncretism of all of these disconnected things that everyone thought were so separate from each other, and then someone just brings them all into one place and mixes them all together. And that's what One Piece has done. I've never seen anyone do it as well as the author's name is Oda, and just my like I've never been so impressed by a storyteller than I have been with Oda. But we were at the end with Aquarius and the Shins, and like I don't know, pouring water, but also like pumping blood. I see is like a connection with that thing, and uh, and then it's not a real climactic conclusion because we've already addressed it. But yeah, Pisces the feet, da da da. Pisces the fit, and of course makes so much sense. They help you swim. They are your little flippers. When you go scuba diving, what do? Do you add a fin to the back of your to the back of your back? All right, no, you don't add a fin to the back of your bat to help you to swim. You add giant flippers to your feet. You just make your feet bigger. Of course, your feet are Pisces the fish. It's too good. And one of the coolest graphics I've seen is the Zodiac, and inside of the Zodiac wheel is someone. I used to do this as a kid. I'd lay on my stomach on the floor, and I'd prop my chest up with my hands like a seal, but then I'd bend my knees so that I'd touch my feet to the back of my head. You ever do that as a kid?
I was never that flexible, but I've seen it done before. Yes.
Yeah.
So, because my feet would actually get stuck, so that's why I could never do it. Because my feet are so flat. So.
Yeah. But yeah, what I've seen is the Zodiac wheel with that like a drawing of a person in that position inside of it, and it so perfectly correlates in a sort of like divided into 12 sections sort of way, it's like it really does just work out beautifully. When you it might have like some sort of official yoga terminology or something, you know. I don't know what it's called, but that position of a human of touching the back of their head with the bottom of their feet where they turn themselves into a donut, yeah, it's super cool like that. And I've often I've often wanted to like make like the ultimate zodiac like drawing. Like I want to put the degrees of a circle in there. I want to put the I want to put the dividings of like a 12-hour clock. I want to put the dividings of a 24-hour clock. I want to put like the divisions of the year and every day of the year and every holiday. And because there's so many things that are cycles, you know, like the clock, the year, the body, the zodiac. There's so many things that are cycles, and I think that all of them actually syncretize with each other.
Oh yeah, and then another thing that you can also deep dive into is that there's 12 disciples, and they each are attached to one of the zodiacs, and Judas.
I've seen a Brit. Oh, Judas is Pisces. I thought Judas was Scorpio.
No, Judas is Pisces, which makes a lot of sense.
Judas is Pisces. Well, yeah. I've heard Judas described as Scorpio because he's a backstabber and he betrays Jesus with a kiss, and the sting of a scorpion looks like a woman's lipstick kiss.
Oh, okay. Yeah, I mean,
that's
the reason why
not much.
it made sense.
Yeah,
the reason why it made sense to me in that way was actually because I haven't really like brushed up on the stories in years, so forgive me, but it's like, to me it's like Pisces can get pulled into things and become so disillusioned about decisions that they make, and that's how they end up having to learn like a really hard lesson sometimes. And sometimes they end up, because of a decision they made, even they've been warned over and over again, and they just went ahead and did it anyway. And then when they have
a tough question for you.
Yeah.
Do you think so? Well, first of all, do you have any reservations at all to saying Aries is first? Aries is the head. Aries is first. Is there maybe an example where it's different, or is that just sort of like always true?
No, to me that's something that is what it is.
Okay, so so if we agree on that, what do you feel? Oh, let me ask you more directly.
Sure.
Do you think that from left to right, the Last Supper painting depicts the 12 disciples in order of the zodiac, starting from the left is Aries to the right, the far right being Pisces? Because in that order, go ahead.
Right. Yeah, I've never that's something I have like on my list in my brain to like research one day, It's like Mary Magdalene was taken out of the painting and stuff like that. But I wouldn't be surprised if possibly that is.
She was taken out.
Yeah, she's
I don't know about
next
that.
to Jesus.
I've only seen the painting where she's like to his left side. Is there a version where she's not included?
I thought she was taken out of the Last Supper painting.
How do you get taken out of a painting?
Oh, there was something me and my dad watched on the History Channel years ago about it, and they show you how I think Mary was supposed to be in the painting too. I don't know, but apparently people were taken out of it. So.
Yeah, I don't know. Like, people have told me that that painting correlates to the zodiac with Aries on the left and Pisces on the far right. But
That's possible. I never thought about that.
yeah,
I'm sorry.
I've seen some people try to correlate it, and I'll say that at least 6 seem pretty convincing, which is a lot to say that even 6 line up extremely well.
Mm-hmm.
But I don't see it in all of them, and so I have my reservations about it, because it could be very cleverly designed, but
Mm-hmm.
there's some complications in it where a lot of people are leaning across each other, where
I'm looking at it right now. I found a picture. I just Googled, hold on, Last Supper painting astrology, and there's a website called Truth Theory.
they're not all going to be the same, by the way. I've seen
okay.
people it's not unanimous in people's decodings of it. You'll see different namings of them all.
Got it.
Yeah.
Yeah, because this one
But
is this
yeah.
one shows so it shows spring, and it has Aries, Taurus, Gemini, then summer, Cancer, Leo, Virgo, and then it says the only female in the zodiac, and then it's showing how Mary Magdalene is leaning to the left and Jesus is leaning to the right, and that's the Holy Trinity, and then he is the sun, and then it shows fall, Libra, Scorpio, Sag, and then in the end, winter, Capricorn, Aquarius, Pisces. So.
But wouldn't that mean that one of the 12 disciples isn't there? Because Mary Magdalene, she wasn't one of the 12 disciples, right? Or was she?
No, she was, but from a Catholic standpoint, they're not going to tell you that she was.
Yeah, I'm confused. I'm not enough of a biblical scholar or even student to know, were there 12 guys, or were there 11 guys and one girl in all versions?
Right. Yeah, I don't know. I mean, she was his wife. I mean, you can find it on the Daily Mail, which is a UK-based pop culture website, basically. But years and years ago, I used to go on that website every morning when I was at work, and they found a love letter between Jesus and Mary Magdalene. But
I
still, the
don't buy
article
that
still
shit.
exists. Yeah, I'm just saying.
A love letter between.
Just saying.
Wouldn't that be
It
something?
exists. Well, yeah, I
Dear
mean,
Mary Magdalene.
Yeah. I really hoped you liked the way that I turned the water into wine. But I forget what it says. Someone broke it down.
Oh, you're cool. You're cool.
Yeah. Yeah, I mean, it's I think actually it was Mary that they say was taken out of the painting, now that I think about it, not Mary Magdalene. But anyways, yeah, I mean,
something to look into.
Yeah, it's something if you're kind of bored one day, because like you said, that's true. There's different versions of the painting, yada yada. But the whole time I've been talking to you, I keep feeling like you should look up Vincent van Gogh's birth chart. I don't know why. He's the one that
Okay.
chopped his ear off, right? But there's the whole time we've been talking, that's all I keep seeing is his portrait with his ear chopped off. I don't know why. But it could have something. Let me see here. When was he born?
I'm a big believer in feminine intuition. So
let's see here. I appreciate that,
and
Vincent.
not just you. I just think ladies got superpowers.
Let's see here. Oh, this makes sense. Oh God, this all makes sense. Okay.
Like my girlfriend.
Vince.
My
Yeah.
girlfriend, she's had a dream, and more like my girlfriend, she's had a dream where I'm doing something that offends her, right? Like I okay. Let's just be honest, because she's not around, and
Okay.
I'll admit it's not cool, and I guess I'm on live stream, but fuck you guys if you hold this against me, okay?
Mm-hmm.
I've had a dream once upon a time. Wasn't my choice. Sorry, Lydia, if you ever hear that or whatever. Where I meet some sort of little harlot in my dream. You know, I don't know why. Didn't ask for it, but I meet some sort of little harlot in my dream, and a little something goes on, right? And I wake up that morning, and I obviously keep that dream to myself. I'm ashamed of it. I'm like, oh, I didn't ask for that. Like I went through it, or I did something in my dream, but shit, right? And not a common occurrence, but she wakes up and she says, I had a dream you were cheating on me. And I say, oh, that's weird. And of course, and she, right? And so, big believer in womanly intuition, because you're fucking psychically like messing with my, understand what I'm like. That's just weird, That's just because
Well,
it's not
so
like
it's like
a
her subconscious picked up on your subconscious.
well, but that's like some psychic telekinesis sort of stuff, And so
It is, but it's also on a deeper level. It's I think women sometimes forget that men like to really check themselves before they make a commitment.
Well, I mean, there's nothing about it even like that in reality. This was
No,
just
but I'm saying
one.
it's like a
Yeah.
subconscious. I'm telling you, it's a subconscious thing. It's almost like
No, I'm telling you, that was psychic powers. That women have
Uh-huh.
psychic powers. I'm telling you,
Yeah.
they is like so when you say you're getting a feeling of Van Gogh, like you're a lady. So I just believe that there's a reason to that if you tell me.
So Aries is the head, correct?
Yeah.
And he was born March 30th, 1853, so he was an
So
Aries.
he is an Aries, yeah.
Yeah. And he chopped his ear off. So it makes sense why he has so many mental issues. But
And he chopped off his
took
ear, which would also be
yeah,
associated with the head. Yeah.
right.
The
That's what I
horns.
mean. And that
The
right,
ears are the
and then
horns of the head.
right, and he unalived himself July 29th, so that would have been Leo season, which would have been like the matters of the heart. So if he was suffering from a broken heart, that would make a lot of sense.
Had a fucking Pluto and Leo or something.
Yeah, he probably. I'm sure somebody has figured out his birth chart. Let's see here. Go to this one. So, oh wow, okay. His sun was in Aries, and his moon was a Sagittarius. which Sagittarius' biggest tagline is that the Nile is not just a river in Egypt. You know, denial, like deny. So to me that means that he like denied he probably struggled with his own inner emotions. His Mercury, it was Aries, so his communication was probably very fire, like Spitfire. His Venus is Pisces. His Mars is in Pisces. Mars is action. So that makes sense as to why his paintings were so fluid in my brain. That's how that works.
Okay.
His Jupiter is a Sag. His Saturn was a Taurus, and his Uranus is a Taurus. His Neptune is in Pisces. His Pluto is in Taurus. North Node is in Gemini, and his Chiron is in Capricorn. So let's see here.
It's really cool that you got the feel of
Yeah.
It's
I don't know.
that sort of thing speaks to you, and
Mm-hmm.
I'm not quite on the level to look at charts and feel it out. I have a lot more studying to do before it kind of connects to me on that way. I do understand a few associations, and I think it's a a lot of people might think it's sort of blasphemous or something, but I definitely see a sort of just beauty, especially just in the human creative, intuitive ability to just see this and I bet you could watch a movie and almost feel the astrology working through it, right? You would
I
tell me to
actually
watch
try
Shrek.
not to. Yeah.
You would tell me to watch Shrek and go through my tarot cards as I watch Shrek 3, and I still need to do that. I'm sorry I haven't. I know you told me to, and I'm
Oh, it
looking
doesn't
forward
matter
to
to
it.
me.
Yeah, but I
Yeah, no.
want to do it. I want to report back
Right.
to you and be like, oh, because I know it's going to be great.
Yeah. Well, no, I actually try not to do that with astrology when I'm watching something because I'd rather be more present in the moment instead of how does this apply to this, you know?
Sure.
But for example, one day I decided to look up the astrology of different Disney characters, right? My whole life made a lot more sense after I did that. My whole life made a lot more sense as to why certain stories, certain characters, I just have this I met Sleeping Beauty. I think the first time I went back was in 2014 or something, right? With my cousin. And we were in Epcot, and I'm standing in line in France to meet Aurora, Princess Aurora. And I am just like a little kid. And I just cried the whole time.
You ever
You
watch
know, and I haven't.
Fantasia?
Oh, yeah. Mm-hmm.
That's I like. I think watching Fantasia is honestly some sort of spiritual experience.
It can be. Yeah.
It's incredible. There's even a chapter in the Fantasia movie where they just show colors and shapes on the screen dancing across
Mm-hmm.
this like I've never seen anyone else do that, and they do it amazing. It's
Yeah.
sort of like a music video, right? They just play
Mm-hmm.
the orchestra just does their thing. The orchestra just plays their instruments and stuff, and they combine the sounds with the colors and little blips and bloops and highlights and streaks across the screen. And of
Mm-hmm.
course the rest of it's beautiful as well with the broom and the flooding and the devil scene and the fairies and whatever. But that whole thing, I mean, I've never seen anyone else make something like similar to it. It stands alone as like a
Right.
unique
Yeah.
unique
The
creation
only
that's never been done
yeah,
again.
the only movie that I could ever possibly like say that it could be like a sibling to
Yeah.
Fantasia would be Frozen 1 and 2. Especially Frozen 2. Yeah. Because of the way that they have
Oh
everything
boy.
come across the screen. Oh yeah.
I'll have to watch that. I mean, I love it. Olaf makes me crack up. So I
Oh,
mean,
he's my favorite. He's my favorite. He's one of the
what's
greatest. Like, I loved meeting him. I loved meeting him.
what's that one line he says uh about like oh man it's
When
like
he's been impaled.
I think it's in Frozen 2, and he says he says something that rhymes with puddle or the word melt, right? He's like in winter blah blah blah, and in summer, and then it rhymes with melt because of course in summer he'd be liquid or whatever or dead,
Right.
and he ruins the rhyme. It says in winter whatever whatever, and in summer I'll be a happy snowman, and like I mean that character. I mean, especially that line. To me, that's like a. I mean, I want to call it an unforgettable line, even though I can't quote it right now. But
Oh, I know what you're
yeah,
talking about. Yeah. Well, and like the crazy
kudos to
thing is,
Frozen.
yeah, because the crazy thing is, I know my aunt told me about this years and years ago because she's a big Disney fan. She's worked for Warner Brothers for years, so like she knows stuff, right? And she knows people that have worked like with Walt Disney. So,
Oh wow.
I remembered her telling me with Fantasia, he really let people expand their creativeness, and I think they also were able to achieve what they did was because that's when they figured out how to paint on glass. Like if you watch Sleeping Beauty and it looks like pieces of the forest are moving away, but it's really because this camera is focusing through glass that's been painted, and that's how they were able
Holy
to get
cow.
that interdimensional. Yeah. So the thing is, like, he was so big with music and feeling, and I mean, he was a goddamn mason. He understood sacred geometry, you know? That's why it's so balanced when you walk in there. And I think that's why they have such a struggle with Animal Kingdom, because he wasn't around when that was created. And it's not, you can feel it, it's not balanced when you walk in there. Anyways, but the thing is with Fantasia is that I believe that the music was being done while the movie was being played, so that like everything is so organic, if that makes sense. But
Yeah.
the reason why I bring that up is because with Frozen, Frozen was I think the story's been like around for a really long time or something, and they really couldn't get it off the ground. And someone I just saw something on TikTok about some kind of Easter egg about how long Frozen's like been around, and it was like before Walt Disney passed away. If I ever find it again, I'll have my husband send it to you. But anyways, Idina Menzel, who plays uh, Elsa, right? um, had signed up for the movie, and she had, I think, just gone through her divorce. Like she was having a shit show of a year and a shit show of a day, and she showed up to the studio and she had to sing Let It Go. But they didn't tell her that she was turning into a villain Because Elsa was originally supposed to turn into a villain with dark hair. Okay? And her sister was supposed to conquer her with love or some shit like that. But because of the way Idina Menzel sang the song, they changed everything. And we have Frozen now with the way that it is. Because there was a miscommunication about how she was supposed to sing the song. She just thought it was a song about like actually letting go.
Where'd you go? And he's gone. What was that? Yeah, I don't know what happened to Fundy. Guess he got DC'd. I was listening in on the other account. This one. Yeah.
I'll make your picture.
We got a tag team. It's alright. We got a temporary picture in this server for the time being.
I was trying to figure out dimensions you gave me. Is there a way you can tell me what the pixel size is?
No, the dimensions are 512 by 512.
You said 1024 by 1024.
Well, that's the higher res image of 512, 512. Yeah, 512 times 2 is 1024.
Like, you know how Instagram, the square is like a 1x1, that's the pixel?
Yeah, that's essentially what it is.
Oh, so
it's literally the same frame rate, 512.
Make sure I had the right.
Yeah. That's dimensions. So
So for like if I do it on my phone.
I sent you all the photos. You have them all.
So if I do it on my phone, the resolution is 4096 pixels, up to 4096 pixels.
That's not right.
You're saying the resolution is up to.
Sure, but it's 512 by 512.
I'm saying the resolution will be what you're looking for.
Sure. Anybody else in here other than Kraft? Going once, going twice. Maybe not.